I do want to ask your thoughts on Golem, because we're familiar with a few players. We've got Sheepo, aka Sheepstick. We've got Blitz as well, I think.
I believe in them. They came here to play, right? They arrived a few days ago. They're not rusty. They've watched us. They've developed the strategies. They're just going to go Dagon, and I think they're going to take them.
Yeah, I talked to Dendy in the van in the morning when we were coming here, and he said, you know, this second match that they're going to play looks a bit more rough for them because, you know, he saw the names. He's like, man, Blitz, you know, it's going to be a rough one for them compared to the previous one. You know, it was a walk in the park.
It's going to be...
It was pretty close, to be fair. It was like 3 lives left for them.
It was close. And then Brian got techies.
Brian got every hero and complained about it. I was like, is this guy random? Like, what's going on?
Me and Fog were commenting, you know, while the show match was happening. And that's the thing we noticed, except when he got, I believe it was Shadow Shaman. And then he was like, wow, man, I got Shaman. This is a good one. So, yeah, maybe less complaining. That's the strat. And maybe talk a bit more during the game. Because Syndra, he said like 2 words every 10-15 minutes.
But then he got a hero that he was really happy with. So I think he said 3 words.
He got Clockwork. Bienvenido, that's like his best hero. Like I've heard him say that a couple of weeks ago. Oh, Clock is probably my best hero. He's like master tier. He lived for a long time. He got a lot of kills, but you know, there's only so much you can do when Brian gets techies and instantly dies. You know?
It sadly wasn't to be, was it? Maybe it was a tactical death because the mode that they were playing every time they died.
They had a lot of those, a lot of tactical deaths.
Did he plant 1 mine? I didn't see 1 mine.
Saludos. Guys, you're talking to a Team Dragon member.
Yeah, well, feel free to flame Brian. You're obviously kicking him after this event.
We had a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. We just wanted to kind of run at them nonstop. At some point, I was just placing vision. I was like, why don't we just play on vision? Because there's no way they're warding. And then everyone was like, no. Well, we just have to go. So we just ran into Fog and fed over and over. It was so much fun.
The final horn has sounded. We are ready to get Championship Sunday underway. I'm so excited. We're going to be kicking things off with Team Secret versus Team Spirit. And you know what? It'd be great to compare the 2 of these teams at this year's TI and also see some of their key numbers as well. Because this is... I like the phrase, I'm always going to use it, a David and Goliath matchup, because Team Secret, they literally have a former TI champion on their ranks, Purge.
They do. It's been a couple of years, but,
but
there's no way that you can talk about Team Spirit without talking about some of their monster success. They've had, you know, 3 to 5 month periods where they're just clearly the best team, and it hasn't just happened once. It's happened so many times that it's kind of like the OG effect that you're like, you know, there's a really good chance they're just going to show up and be amazing. This is the first time they've done so good at TI, so certainly they're looking better than normal, but yeah, it's impressive.
But their approach to this competitive season was a bit different than usual. We actually didn't see them play that much, so a lot of people didn't know what to expect out of Secret coming in. And even yesterday when they lost, Poppy looked pretty relaxed. So some of the whispers that I've been hearing are he's got something up his sleeve, he's comfortable, he's confident.
Buena gente, ¿cómo le va?
At the same time, I think that
Ay, Dios. Bueno, bienvenido, loco. Final lower bracket, Secret contra Team Spirit. Esperan la gran final el equipo de PSG.LGD. Estoy recontra quebrado, loco. Hecho mierda. Dormí 2 horas.
It just feels like they're on top of their game, and we've seen them and how
Estoy
consistently.
mal, pero bueno.
Keep in mind, they've been the most studied team, right?
¿Qué onda, Julio? Maxi,
so let's take a look at the key numbers.
Laser.
Now, you see Team Spirit, they have got 6 combined TIs. That is literally because Miposhka has 2, and the rest of them have just the 1. Secret, on the other hand, I mean, it's insane. It's insane the amount of talent and experience
Maxi,
in this roster.
no es porque estás todo puesto que me estás diciendo eso, ¿no? A ver si voy y me dejas en la puerta. Ay, loco, estoy re hecho mierda. Qué paliza que se comió ayer Team Secret, Parecía que ganaba la segunda, pero le metieron la rata.
Are you quaking in your little booties right now? Effie's shaking her head.
No,
absolutely not.
They are not afraid. They are so confident. Like the run that they've had cannot be anything but that.
Está en la descripción del video, el link de Trovo, che.
They're going to go into this thinking that they're going to win.
Ladies
and gentlemen, there are just 2 more series before the ages is lifted, and both of these teams want to make it through to that grand final. Team Spirit and Team Secret.
Ahora sí. Mi posca.
Team Spirit have continued to defy expectations.
Loco, pero Team Spirit, alta revelación,
More experienced teams with their natural, lethal synergy and lightning fast mechanical skill. They thrive in dangerous situations and play without fear. But can they keep their fairy tale run going all the way to the grand finals? It is the moment of truth.
¿Qué pasa con Thunder? ¿Qué sé yo? ¿Qué pasó con Thunder? Se separó, ¿no? Hace la organización. Se saca de encima todo el equipo. El equipo va a seguir jugando juntos, pero no en Thunder. Hubo disband. Loco, si no gana Team Secret, ¿de cuál soy CPP declarado? Todo mal, porque final de dos equipos chinos en el TI es re aburrido.
And they're one of the most dynamic, flexible teams in the world. They are ready for anything, and they're especially ready to win. Can they resist the weight of expectation dragging them down today, or will they take their rightful place amongst
esos
the
pantalones de Matumba van a los papitas? A las 7 de la mañana en Argentina empieza la final del TI.
On the Spirit side of things, Captain Maposhka there is ready to take his team into the draft. But before we talk about Team Spirit, let's hear from them.
El que pone la pata es TH. Se separó, retiró, por lo que dicen, el dueño blanqueaba plata con el equipo, todo turbio. ¿Posta?
Можно переформулировать, как люди начинают играть эмоциями. Типа они не особо стараются уже как-то разумно думать, там, рассчитывать и логически что-то продумать. Они больше на эмоции начинают, ну, играть на эмоциях, типа как-то плюс-минус на автомате.
¿Qué carajo dijo este?
Какое-то волнение и давление, оно все равно всегда присутствует. И люди, которые у которых не получается с этим хорошо справиться, они на это сильно отвлекаются, и их как бы часть разума затмится, скажем так, и их не получается много времени уделять игре, и как-то в целом просто мысли не складываются, и соответственно вот. Короче, как мне кажется, International — это просто тот турнир, где максимально сложно становится сдерживать свои эмоции, вот. И чем больше ты в этом плане развит, чем лучше в плане контроля и все такое, тем лучше ты будешь играть.
Qué fiaca, papu. Que dice Team Spirit está muy gozo, su draft es muy bueno, bra. Cane en donde viste, te mando un traje. A la mierda.
Кто меня может как не действовать в драке и прочее. Если вот такие вещи получается проговаривать, а это вот на таких турнирах вообще порой непросто.
Bueno, vayan dejando los likeazos, gente, los que van entrando, los que van saludando ahí en el chat. Así la transmisión llega a más personas en YouTube. Ay, qué fiaca, papá.
It's interesting hearing Maposhka talk about emotions there, because yesterday, talking to Mira in the post-game interview, I asked about how they reacted to the Yutoro rampage second of the entire tournament. And Mira said that basically they were all celebrating, and Maposhka said, guys, we still haven't won yet. And I think that's one of the things about Maposhka that people don't realize. It's obviously not just about what he's bringing to the field. He's got his a wiser, mature head on his shoulders, you could say.
Un grano más se recibe de choclo este.
Yutoro is just 18 years old. And he's
me hace acordar a mí cuando era joven, boludo. Qué cantidad de grano que tenía, loco.
Way beyond expectations. However, I do want to
sí, dormí 2 horas, loco. Me acosté como a la 1 porque fui a comer con unos amigos un asado, nos juntamos ahí.
We've got Yutoro on screen. He's
Chao.
shaved his head off. We'll talk about Maposhka in a bit. We've got Yutoro here.
Ya toro.
He's played 19 different heroes.
Juega bastante carries,
12 unique heroes in the 12 main event games. This is insane, particularly the Drow Ranger Purge.
Yeah, it looked a little bit weak in early stages of the game as Drow Ranger.
Loco, pero ayer vieron el Tiny de AME, loco. Va, en realidad el Tiny de PSG. Lo tenían re bufeado con el ogro y con el lobo, con el Lycam. Mamá. Era algo asqueroso de ver ya, loco. Te rompió la base en 30 segundos. La base entera, hizo mega clips en 30 segundos.
And I'm wondering, is this man out-draftable? Well, we're soon going to find out because we're heading to the draft panel momentarily as we get this underway.
Team Spirit.
el patio bajonero.
Team Secret. Game 1.
Game 1.
Welcome to the first draft of the day. It's Team Spirit, it's Team Secret. We have an angel lineup here of Jenkins, PSG, and APUESTA to analyze this draft. How are you, my gentlemen? Great. Fantastic. Great. Now we have a draft, but before we get into it, I want to ask for expectations from this game. PSG.
High tempo on both sides. That's what I'm looking for. Low cooldown already.
Será rico, Mesiabo Plus.
The only
Será
longest
rico,
cooldown
¿no?
we'll see here is Tidehunter, potentially. That was Jenkins'
Ay,
courageous
Dios.
pick going into
I believe
this.
Con ese
Tidehunter
saco.
will receive a pick or a ban, and if Team Secret don't ban it, it will be Spirit's first choice.
Okay.
What about Mars?
Because of
Maxi, te revalió el voto, boludo, por escribir tanto, me
It's
parece.
their favorite guy. I know people like to see collapse on something that's cooler, something
Mars?
that's more high skill, let's say. But it's been a classic for them throughout the
Ay,
story.
Dios,
They've
papá,
kind
que
of,
fiaca.
rested
Bueno, los
their
primeros van,
hopes and
tenemos
dreams on the
Mono
shoulders of this
y no
Tidehunter.
veo el segundo
And it's worked
todavía
out for them.
para Team
But
Spirit.
so
En
is
sí
the
que venía el
Mars.
Bane y el Winter.
Mars with the armlet, with the hitting the spears, no blink dagger, that looked really great as well.
With viewers that have missed other days, haven't seen the grace of Tidehunter. PSG, can you tell us why he's such a great hero?
Team fight always comes into play at TI, and Tidehunter is just the easiest hero to execute. The Kraken Shell makes it almost impossible to burst you down. We're seeing specific lineups and specific combos that are crafted just to remove that. And yesterday we saw like a Silver Edge, Tiny, we've seen that deal with it. We've seen Disruptors, Dooms. PA got picked exclusively for the Phantom
Nisha,
Knives.
20 kill
That
max.
Team Spirit did. That was the way to
804
go
max.
side. Just a crucial hero in this meta
CPM.
that simplifies your game plan.
And there's another hero that we've been seeing a lot, Magnus.
Yeah, this is a great one. We've talked about it a lot. We've talked about it with Seb and all the pro players that have been here. And the biggest theory around Magnus is that during TI, team fighting is incredibly important. BKBs are incredibly important. Magnus is great at dealing with both of those things because of reverse polarity. But probably the biggest thing is the fact that if you have this kind of structured, you're standing on a high
Che, loco, si no se ponen las pilas de Team Secret, me lo pasan por arriba. Ya perder 2-0 de esa manera contra PSG. Y así a jugar la final de vuelta si gana. Es un poco medio.
That's true. We heard the counter to it is Yule Scepters as well as Force Staff.
Pero jodido.
If you Force Staff or any forced movement on Mag when he skewers, it will cancel the skewer effectively and whoever's getting skewered.
No, que lo voy a aguantar, amigo.
Keep an eye out for
Me
that
da
as a
pila,
way
para que se me pase el sueño, loco. Nada que se te pasa el sueño, ya está.
Sumail started sieging the tier 3s and suddenly he's in the fountain.
Ended up in the fountain. Yeah, that was rough. The cooldown is really like the big thing for me, where Mag is in and out and in and out. It's
Bueno,
like, so you
primer
start
pick
off
para
as chaotic,
Secret, un
like,
Magnus, el
break
Magnus de
formation,
Sai.
and because your formation is broken,
¿Será?
it's like it gives the Magnus a second opportunity to skewer you into an even worse position because this chaotic fight has started. Magnus just loves chaos.
Here, Team Spirit goes for an emblematic combo, Io plus Mars. Purge made a whole segment about these combos, how strong it is, how they win lanes with this. And it's not going to be Jenkins type, but it's going to actually be the Mars instead.
Yeah, the nice thing about the IO is most of the offlaners that have been building Armlet have some sort of innate sustain, such as the Legion Commander, and it didn't really seem like a viable build on Mars. The reason why Armlet's being picked up so much is it's been buffed several times. It's 75 damage for any strength hero when it's activated, and the IO allows the Mars to actually use it, and they've been putting a lot of pressure on the tower. With that, taking it really early, something Mars doesn't always do. And you also
Pican
have the
Elder,
built-in
Titan, Io y Mars por parte de Team Spirit.
And the like infinite
Tenemos los primeros
sustain
dos
with
picks.
Mars, I remember like one of the best ways to win a lane on Mars, and the reason that like at least when he was first added to the
Bueno,
game, people were like,
faltando la
"This is
gente,
the best
vamos con el
Even
caso,
if
loco,
it's a lane dominator,
suscríbanse.
like Elder Titan,
Último día
like
del
Swarm,
TI,
like
tenemos la
Swarm,
final y la gran
punch you,
final.
lane dominate you.
Así que vamos a apoyar el canal como se pueda, antes que me duerma, gente, antes que caiga muerto acá nomás. Ojalá tío Cane que fue, ojalá gane Speed, si gana así que le quito a Cartier nomás. Pero ver final asiática me aburrido, me parece, loco. Va, a mí por lo menos me parece eso.
Mars can set up with his ult into Spear, and then Io can relocate the carry in, and all of a sudden you've got this huge disruptive team fight, which Io loves.
Yeah, you were mentioning the Tide coming into this series, and the thing about Mars is the way Collapse adapted it is he kind of turns into a Tide. Like he doesn't rely on the blink, surprise, Yule, spears. He's more of a guy. I'm locked in. I dare you to go on me. If you don't go on me, we take control of this area, whether it's Roche or the triangle.
Yeah,
and if you do go on me, he just arenas because he's so tanky, and suddenly you're trapped in there with him. So it's like a pseudo stun, more of a crowd control that lasts much longer than most ultimates.
Le banearon el Ursa mató un mamá, propio Team
I feel like
Secret.
traditionally, and I know it's a relatively new hero, but for the hero's entire existence, it's the initiation. You start with the Mars ult. It's not this thing that you hold off on like the Tide Hunter ulti. But that's also how Tide started. Tide was an initiator. You call Tide
Pero en la partida contra el PSG, Team Secret en la segunda tuvo chance de ganar la partida, pero no sé, loco, les metieron la rata mal.
The Mars ulti as well.
Yeah, we've seen actually this transition in a couple other heroes. Legion Commander was in the same pool of buy Blink first. People realized Blink first pretty bad. You need stats. Now we're seeing Armlet Legion. Before we're seeing Pipe as well. So it's maybe that's just the best offlaner to play, really. A third core, not just someone that can go in and stun someone.
Yeah, I think at the very least, having that in your toolbox for what you can do on the hero and knowing when you can do it like that. So you can obviously still play Mars as an initiator. Tide Hunter as well. We've seen blinks into Ravages on literally just a solo carry. So you're effectively, it's like at that point it's a lion stun. Which sounds terrible for like a 200-second cooldown ability or whatever.
But you need to.
But sometimes that's what you have to do. And so having these different options available to you is what makes a hero stronger as the game progresses and people get better.
Let's talk about a different hero here, the ET, also a very popular pick.
Bueno, pero tiene Spirit viene siendo un PI terrible, loco. Muy
Yeah, I
bueno.
think the difference between ET and what we saw yesterday when Team Spirit ran Mars IO against IG was the IG had an Abaddon 5, which is a support that to do his job has to be right next to everybody because all of his abilities are really low cast range. So I think the ET is not only good for all the reasons ET is already really good, but the fact that Mars Arena probably isn't going to trap him. He's not going to get caught if he eventually gets an Ags, gets played as a 4 position maybe.
You just ult into it.
Yeah, you cast all your spells from outside of it, so it shouldn't affect him at all, which makes the
Ese pick del gallo debe ser bastante rompebolas, ¿eh? Porque los asiáticos con el gallo
I noticed that people are using the ET ult
son
at, like,
fanboy
max range
del
now.
gallo.
So that way, the moment that splitter hits you, it pops, and so it's catching people. Like they're using it with setups. Whereas before, I remember it used to be like ETs would kind of walk into melee range and then ult, and then it was this like slow thing that you had to have setup for. Speaking of setup, that's a hero.
That's crazy. We have not seen this hero much. We have not seen much success on this hero at all. Only small buffs, like the dual breath, for example, cast point got buffed. Now it's harder for Rubik to counter it.
The Liquid Fire also got buffed, though.
Yeah, Liquid Fire got small buffs.
This was an unplayed hero until now. This is literally just an unplayed hero.
In the main event, it was definitely picked in the group.
Oh, sorry, for the last week. So yeah, during the main event.
Okay.
And then
there's the Rubik counter.
There it is. That's funny. Okay. Yeah, it's such a good hero and another really like low played hero is the Rubik, at least in the main event. And so it's
Sí, picaron un Hakiro. Qué raro ver un Hakiro, ¿eh? Tenemos Rubik. Creo que Chapso tiene un Rubik muy bueno.
Ice Path is like, yeah, that is the creme de la
Oh, ¿qué onda con eso?
But Jakiro, I really do think the buff to the Q and it being such a low cast point is a huge upgrade. I remember talking to like Aoi after the hero got changed, and he was like, yeah, I think like Jakiro's an offlaner now. Like Jakiro's good enough that you can play it in the offlane.
Mage Slayer.
Just because of that buff. Yeah, Mage Slayer. Honestly, even Dragonlance or something like that. And his what's the tower damage? Liquid Fire. Liquid Fire is a lot of damage at level 1 too. Like it does a ton now. So you can actually siege with this hero as well from a 5 position.
Yeah, the Storm is necessary for Team Spirit's lineup as the Jakiro, usually they'll pick something like Disruptor or Bane from Aposhka here, but instead, since they don't have as much setup for the relocate, the Mars is most likely going to be with the IO for the early portion of the game. You do need a mid laner that's going to be that setup. Storm Spirit's been the best one so far this tournament, I think, especially for
ojalá sea el año de Secret. Bueno, tenemos un Storm, cuarto pick para el equipo de Team Spirit y un Terrorblade para Team Secret. Terror para Matumba.
Yeah, one target, so you can tank those in the early laning stage, and then also
mierda con todo.
Terrorblade's like a pseudo ranged hero in the laning phase, so ET front lines for you.
¿Cómo andás, Leandro?
Hit a lot more on the metamorphosis, but they're super greedy on Team Spirit. On Team Secret, you have Magnus Terrorblade. That's a pretty weak mid game.
Big damage though, huge late game damage, like borderline unbeatable, just because of the empower buff on top of the TB base damage.
Igual ya la cantidad de millones que van a ganar esta gente, loco, por estar allá en esa fase. Mamá, al final de la Global Bracket te da un montón de millones y ya pasar a jugar la final es otro vagón de guita.
But an ET is never going to run at you if he has a Jakiro slow on him. And the Terrorblade, this is a hero that has really high armor and also wants to right-click you, so you've got the attack slow with the Jakiro spell, as well as tons of magic damage, right? So maybe they'll do that, but we've thought that before with some IO combination, and then teams just don't like to break IO from whatever the pairing is, whether it's Slaughter or Mars.
Spirit especially. I want to point out though that this is a TB that's picked into a Storm and a Jakiro, so a fair amount of magical damage in that mid game. Not too difficult to burst them down, and this could play into BSJ's point about it being quite greedy. There's going to be a power spike for Team Spirit that's kind of hard to deal with for Secret right now.
Yeah, I'm wondering about their carry matchup, because Terrorblade ET covers a lot of heroes. Usually you want like a melee strength hero that buys armor against ET because he only removes base armor, but then
la final es dentro de 3 horas.
In a 1v1.
Really?
Yeah.
Some teams had the theory months ago that was
no creo que sea adelante por más que salga
BO2.
Esta serie, ¿no?
Busted as well.
Ursa's banned, Monkey King's banned, Tiny's banned.
Troll looks like the best hero for me from Team Spirit that's left.
Troll Jakiro sounds insanely strong against like literally anything you can put in the offlane. Like you would basically need a purge hero, but it's Team Secret's pick, so that's not, you're not going to get that unless you're preempting the Troll.
They might go for the Quap. Oh no, they banned the Quap. How about Lina? Something to lane dominate the Storm. Death Prophet.
That makes sense.
Oh, okay, of course.
So they go for like the game counter then. Like does fine in the lane because you just nuke it out, and then the game counter is that you have the Yule Scepter to catch the Storm.
And there's gonna be a Spectre then. It does fulfill a couple of things you're talking about. Not the most agi carry per se. The armor is not what makes Spectre strong. She still has her passives. And even though her core to core against TB is bad, she can avoid.
Bueno, voy Spirit, último pick para el equipo de Team Spirit y una Spectre para Team Spirit. Team Secret pidió Boy Spirit. Y una Spectre que tanto rompe las bolas para el equipo de Team Spirit. Vamos directamente ahora con el juego.
Map control on Team Spirit, and it's going to come down to collapse because Storm Spectre super greedy in the laning stage, and we saw yesterday.
Ting, 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 ting. Ay, madre, qué fiaca. Ding, 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 ding. Vamos, loco, tengo que hacer fuerza para espabilarme.
Oh yeah, that's the good stuff.
Oh yeah, that's the good stuff. Bueno, ahí está, gente, se viene la primera partida de la final de la Global Bracket entre Team Spirit y Team Secret. Haciéndole el aguante acá al equipo de Team Secret. TPP confeso. Tiempo hasta la destrucción de la primera torre. Vamos a poner... la primera torre. 8-11. Jugar con menos muertes. A tu mamá. Último jugador en morir. ¿Qué sé yo aquí último? Esta predicción es muy difícil. Vamos a poner alguien que tiene Spirit, qué sé yo, vamos a poner un Tokio. Primer jugador en conseguir 50 últimos golpes. No sé, loco, vamos a poner a Ninja. Está medio complicado el tema porque Storm. Normalín. Bueno, suena la sirena, va a comenzar la partida, gente. Ahí está el R Titan chupando mucho daño de Papi. Recliqueo sobre el Mars. Bueno, 2 runas para cada uno, tranquila cosa. Causa, levántate, mierda. Pero estoy más dormido que el carajo, amigo. ¿Qué querés que haga, loco? Dormí 2 horas. Estoy re loco. Me estás pidiendo mucho todavía. Para que me despierte solito. Matar el courier, Bueno, Rubik de Japso tiene fama de bueno, así que ojo con ese Rubik. Bueno, bienvenidos a todos los que van entrando, gente. Vamos dejando esos likes. Suscríbanse los que están suscritos al canal. Último día del TI Champ. Llegó al final, el día de la final. Domingo. Donde espera el equipo de PSG.LGD en la gran final, esperando por el rival de esta serie BO3 final de Lower Bracket. La reventa adivina, había metido el reflex, mató un mamam, le va a meter un poco de daño al Lion, no puedes, lleva el daño Collapse, el requerido de Papi. Ojo, aunque no se confíe la gente de Secret. Tu mamá que mete la metamorfosis, se recliqueó, lo puede matar al Collapse, se viene, cantalo, un golpe más, sigue pegando Papi, uno más y está cantando First Blood a favor de Team Secret. Se lleva el kill el Titan de Papi. Le metió garrote. A ver, el Vortex sobre Ninja, el recliqueo. No pasa nada. Parejo la línea de mid. Tiene una llaga en la lengua. Bueno, contra el PSG, el Magnus de Sai como que no tuvo mucho, ¿eh? Tira el Shockwave Sai sobre mi Poshka. Como que estaba el Rubik nomás de ahí de Japsor. Sigue farmeando Yatoro. Tres minutos de partida. El Vortex para denegar el creep. El nivel, ¿no?, de jugadores le mete el Vortex para denegar el creep. ¡Ah! Dios. Vete de mi cuerpo, sueño. otra vez recliqueando hace Mars, pino de vida, mató un mamar, la lanza que impacta el daño de Layo. También se puede matar un mamar. Sí, muere, pero va a morir también. Cae, manda, mató un mamón. Doble KO fue eso, gente, kill por kill. Pero acá el carry de Secret, eso no es bueno para matar un mamán. Bueno, la cantidad de daño que se va a llevar ese Elder Titan va a ser terrible. La reprimenda divina. La lanza para sacarse de encima ese Elder Titan. No quieren saber nada. Tira Reflex. Mató un mamán. Se retira al final papi. Otra vez mete el espíritu astral. Más 157 de daño. Ay, cómo duele si pega. Ojo en la lanza que lo quieren clavar contra la tier 1. Se le pasa el robo de daño del espíritu astral. Y Poshka se enoja raciado, lo va a iniciar Ninja y está realmente Ethereum. Muere, al final ese Hakiro. Metamorfosis otra vez para matar un mamán. Tengo fe, este terror,
¿Qué está pasando acá? Ya me estoy asustando ya.
¿Qué te pasa? A ver, remanente aéreo sobre Toronto, Tokio para llevarse la runa. ¿Qué vas a castear mejor vos, cara de verga? ¿Qué no te dan el TTS, no? ¿Por qué no dejaste el follow? No, por eso no te funciona el TTS.
One more for my quiver.
Bueno, 7 minutos de partida. Primero el Way Spirit de Ninja. Segundo Matumaman. Tercero Spectre de Yatoro. Mierda, que se metía aquí el sueño en algún momento. En algún momento arranco. ¿Arranca o no arranca? 4:30 de la mañana en Argentina. 3-1 la partida a favor de Team Secret. De lo van a buscar Toronto Tokio. Remanente de estático. El recliqueo de Toronto Tokio. Se escapa Anillo con la línea de creeps. Le falta un creep para que gane de los 50. Sí, está acertada. Bueno, bien. Ya ganamos una, loco. Ganamos una prediction. Le tengo fe a tu mamá con ese terror, papu, con ese gran Terror Blade. Luego, el viernes estuve mirando Radio Garca. Son las últimas transmisiones del año de los bananeros. Cómo me cae de risa. Ahora lo levanta por el aire con la telequinesis de Toronto Tokio. Llega el Layo de mira, se escapa a Ninja con una runa de haste. Pasa nada. Hay un cae de balón neto a favor de Team Secret. Loco, si sale ganando 2-0 Team Secret, que estaría genial para la final. Falta una hora. ¿Sabes cómo me voy a dormir una hora y vuelvo? Olvídate. Olvídate, che. Opa, terrible stack ahí se está haciendo ese Storm Spirit. Tomá, pumba, pumba. Avanza con Smoke, el Rubik, el Japsor y Ninja con su Boy Speed. Me juro que quieren ir a gankear al Spectre en la parte del top. Está farmeando todos estos, un loco. ¡Aguanté, pa! Shockwave a la nada de Sai. IRP, sí, IRP, ojo que se la puede meter al Spectre, pero también tiene Tormento el Spectre para escaparse. Tiene que ser muy coordinado el ataque. Ojo con Tormento que anda flojo de maná. Uy, a ver, Ninja. Si no se manda la cagada. Uy, ahí va Ninja. A ver, inicia. Repiqueo. El remate tiene que no impacta. Toronto que quiere defender. Rayo delante de Japsor. Llega Laio a defender. Te va a escapar el Boy Spirit. Pasa nada. Termina tepeando el Storm. Uy, una runa de doble damage. A tu mamá que llegaba en la parte central con la metamorfosis y un par de copias. El rayo delante sobre Miguel, repiqueó el tormento del aspecto. Le van a buscar remanente entero. Se puede morir. Sí, muere Sonso. A ver, no hay pollo, casi se puede morir. Todavía hay arpí en ese Magnus. La senda helada ahí para frenar a alguien. No frena a nadie. El Shockwave se va a morir mi Poshka. Está acá a mano de Sai. Avanza hacia Toro. Ojo con el arpí de ese Magnus. La daga de Spectre. El escribe para escaparse y va el volante, el RP es bueno, lo agarran a los dos, el repliqueo, el remanente, perdón, el rayo atenuante, la telequinesis termina muriendo el Stone, se puede morir llorando, no, le cancela con Shockwave. Le faltó un golpe, ¿cómo zafó esa Spectre? Bueno, también gané la de las estructuras, che. Venimos finazos, Ya metimos 2 de 4, ya estamos al 50, gente, 50%. Ay, Dios carajo. Contigo, morena. Che, no, me hablaron de la página esta que te dije, viste, de los Game to Earn. Ayer querían hablar, pero le dije, mira, ayer estaba muy complicado y hoy es el Día de la Madre. A ver el Vortex de iniciación sobre Psyche, Metal Skipper se escapa. Ninja golpeando, Shockwave sobre mi Poshka, lo termina matando. Buen kill ahí, lo van a buscar también a Laio que tiene muy poca vida. Recliqueo sobre el Storm Spirit, telequinesis, lo van a matar a Laio. Sí, cae, mira. Bien por el equipo de Team Secret, se quiere escapar Toronto-Tokio. Y se va a terminar escapando nomás. La runa de regeneración. Bueno, quieren tener una reunión, ¿no? Y le dije para el lunes, cuando termine la final. Así estamos todos más tranca, con más tiempo. Así que vamos, capaz que me dice que me mandan la beca, ¿no? O capaz que me quieren hablar de ese Wanaka Farm que se empezó a jugar ahora, ese de las granjas. Ay, qué onda, loco, Así que ojo al piojo. Bueno, vamos a ver la cita del minuto 11 recontra pasado. Uy, el daño que se comió ese Mars, del clip controlado por Sai. A ver, tenemos al Boy Spirit con doble talismán, botas de fase. Va por un Eul Scepter. El Magnus tiene botas arcanas, yelmo del dominador. El Terror Blade tiene Falcon Blade. Yasha y Power Thread va por una manta Style. La Spectre tiene Power Thread. Falcon Blade iba por la Gun Scepter. El Storm tiene anillo espiritual, Power Thread y una botella. El Mars tiene botas de fase, anillo espiritual y un brazalete de Mordian. ¿Qué onda, Mauricio? Anda que estoy relaca. Dormido sola, rey. Estoy requebrado. Nivel 10 para Matumba Man. Lidera la tabla de valor neto el Boy Spirit de Ninja. Segundo, el terror de Matumba Man. Uy, muy bien por Sai saliendo de esa arena de sangre que metía Collapse. Ninja que sigue recliqueando la tier 1 de mid. A ver, inicia el están con el volátil, el vortex, el recliqueo, el remate entero, amagaba el RP del Magnus, se escapaba el Boy Speed y no impacta en nadie ese Art Splitter. El Echo Stomp que metía Papi. Le robó el Ball Lightning, ojo con ese Ruby que puede iniciar ahí volando como loquita. Vamos gente, con el caso, bienvenidos a los que van entrando, recuerden dejarse el like, suscríbanse, los que están suscriptos, apoyen al canal a seguir creciendo, carajo. Bueno, sobre el Mars, remanente etéreo. Mira el terror con la metamorfosis y recliqueo, la macro pira, el daño sobre Collapse, después se termina muriendo, queda estudiado Ninja. El daño de la macro pira sobre el Boy Spirit. Cabe también la tier 1 de mid 3K de valor neto a favor del equipo de Team Secret. ¿Qué pasa, Bella? ¿Qué pasó con tus fotos? ¿Ya cambiaste la foto de vuelta? Bueno, el 4K de diferencia, minuto 15. Y sacando de diferencia al terro de Matumba Man. O sea, si pasa Team Secret, yo lo primero que baneo a PSG es el Tiny y el Monkey King. Chao, le baneo a esos dos, Carly, a Ame y el resto que se vaya a cagar. ¿O no? Spawn de 3 por parte de Team Secret. Vamos a ver si encuentran algún kilo. ¿Qué carajo? Avanza Ninja. Pareja la partida todavía en casi 17 minutos. Falta poco y nada para terminar la GRAN Inserter. Ese Spectre de Yatoro. Aprovecha el equipo de Team Secret para ir por el primer Royan de la partida. No creo que quiera defender Team Speed. Creo que ni cuenta se dio todavía. Va a caer el Royan seguramente para Matumba Man. Ahí está. Doble vida para el terror. Ya tiene el Inceptor, la Spectre de Yatoro. Muy molesto la Spectre con ese pisasombras. ¿Por qué estaba buena, che? ¿Qué pasó? Uy, se escapó, ¿sabes? Se sigue desplazando Toronto-Tokio. Lo van a buscar. Ahí está al mango. Llega la Spectre. La metamorfosis de Matumba Man. Lo van a explotar a Hakiro. La arena de sangre para defenderle. Shockwave metía el RP del mango antes de morirse. Lo van a matar a Collapse. Sigue vivo matando un Metal desgarrar sobre el Storm. Termina muriendo a manos de Japson con ese rayo atenuante. Toronto-Tokio que sigue pegándose al Matumba Man. Se puede morir. Ahí está el remate T atrapando a Toronto-Tokio. Le quema la primera vida a Matumba Man. Avanza Ninja. Vuelve la vida llega el Terrorblade. A ver, avanzan contra la Spectre, el Ulceptor, va a haber un remanente tail, lo atrapan, el recliqueo, carga el Costom, dormido, viene Matumba mal y remata el kill sobre la Spectre. En racha ese Terrorblade. Caía solamente el Magnus por parte de Team Secret. No tiene metamorfosis el Terro, pero va a seguir farmeando en jungla enemigo. Podrían pushar la línea de top, que está bastante adelantada, la línea de creeps. Vamos a ver qué hacen. A ver, lo van a buscar al Boy Spirit. Un toque que golpea. La gente de Shockwave para defenderse. Puede morir Papi. El Boy Spirit que hace lo que puede para defenderse. Se va a terminar muriendo. Este remate lo atrapan. Ojo, mucho daño sobre ese Hakiro. El Eusete sobre todo en toque. No tiene maná. A ver si aquí no defiende. Otra vez el intro dual. El Shockwave. Bueno, el daño del esquibre. Bueno, sacan a pasear otra vez. La danza llega tarde. Muere. También ese Ayo y Toronto Tokio. Buena jugada de Sai con ese Magnus. 14-3 el marcador en 20 minutos de partida. 7K, 8 ahora. Se va a quedar la tier 2 de top seguramente. Buen momento de Team Secret, A ver la fortificación. Falta un minuto para la metamorfosis. Cómo tarda en recargar la metamorfosis y el terror, loco. Parecía que lo mataban a Ninja, pero ni mierda. Sobrevivió ese Boy Spirit. Vamos a ver los ítems. Tenemos al Boy Spirit con el Ulceptor. Va por Aganin, le falta poco y nada. El Magnus anda con Daga. Va por el Ulceptor. El Terrorblade tiene el ojo de Skadi ya. Va por un Satanic. Ni siquiera va por la Manta Style. What the fuck. A ver, lo van a buscar. Ah, justamente mató un Manman, recrequeó. Tiene desgarrar disponible. Lo hace sobre Sai. Queda stuneado. Le hacen danlada. No tiene metamorfosis. El Ecostom que pasa por el aro. Quiere tepear Matumba más. Sí, termina tepeando. A ver si se puede escapar. Ahí está el RP. Llega Papi a recliquear. Mete la banda de daño Ninja. La mierda. Terminan reventando al aire de mira la arena de sangre. A ver, se puede morir. Se puede final al Sai. Japsor que sobrevive. Se va a morir Papi. Doble kill parece Boy Spirit matando Toronto Tokio. Ya todo lo que se la juega contra Ninja. La lanza, lo clavan contra un palo. Se puede morir y se va a terminar muriendo. Sí, ahí está, le cortan la racha de 8 kills. Se lleva mucho oro Yatoro. Cagada eso, 16-6. Vamos a ver el resumen. Un poquito mejor para el equipo. Un poquito bastante mejor para el equipo de Team Spirit. No veo lucirse Toronto Tokio y decir Easy Games. No le está yendo nada bien a ese Storm Spirit. Lo van a buscar a Shaptor, se defiende, queda hecho goma ese Rubik. Matumba que se defiende contra el Ayo, mucho daño de Matumba, lo van a matar. El Shockwave explota al final. Mira, el Ex ahí se metía a mi Posh, que la varita porcina. El remanente Tail lo van a explotar. Se cae a mano de ese Boy Spirit que está loquito. Aprovecha la metamorfosis de Matumba para voltear la tier 2 de mid. Va a seguir sacando copias de ese Terrorblade. Le falta una manta style a ese Terror, loco. Pero igual mete un daño tremendo sobre la tier 2. Ahí está, mete otra copia. La línea que avanza. Buena jugada de Team Secret. Vuelve a haber 7K de diferencias. Va a seguir farmeando Matumba Man loquito y solito. Muy bien, dice con el esquivo. Bueno, el Shockwave sobre Collapse. Llega al piso sombra del aspecto para defender el Ecostom que duerme. Él ve los Discord. Se viene el Arte Splitter. ¡Ah, la mierda! También impacta sobre el Layo. A ver, el Shockwave sobre Yatoro. Se escapa con el tormento. No, ¿a dónde volvió Yatoro? Sí, licenciado. ¿Qué hizo este muñeco de trapo? Lo van a terminar reventando. Muy buena sendalada. Viento dual sobre la gente de Sigel. Se va a morir. Se muere, sonso. A ver si se escapa mi Poshka. Claro, estaban todos juntos los chicos de Team Secret y con el tormento no pudo ir para ningún lado. Estaban todos amontonados ahí. Así que le recayó la Spectre, muere el carry otra vez de la gente de Team Spirit. 15k de valor neto para Matumba Man y su perro Blade. Vamos gente, gracias, likeazo, suscríbanse los que están suscritos al canal. Matumba Man que va a voltear la tier 1 de bot, 11k de diferencia, 20-7 el marcador. A ver, lo encuentran en Toronto Tokio, no olviden hacer la señalada sobre 2, el daño sobre el Storm. Sabe que se bufea, llega a la arena de sangre, buena, cae Sharpsel con ese Mars. Lo vamos a quedar a Matumba Man, va a terminar muriendo. Ay, le mete el desgarrar sobre Sai, sobrevive todavía al terror, se termina la arena de sangre, va a morir el Magnus, doble kill para Collapse. Se escapa Matumba Man, tiene Satanic, ojo. Ahí está la reprimenda divina, lo clavan contra un palo, lo quieren defender, el Vortex termina muriendo a mano de Toronto Tokio. Queda solamente Ninja, vale, Storm sin maná, pero quiere seguir peleando. A ver, el daño, el silencio, lo puede llegar a matar, remate, mata, no le... A ver. Buena teamfight para Team Spirit, cayó Matumba Man. Uy, le metió la lanza de casualidad. Está jugando bien ese Boy Spirit. Lamentablemente para Team Secret muere el carry. Es una partida por parte de mi Poshka.
Парни, що ми надрафтили?
Domingo de final de International, gente, con este horario hermoso que le tocó al International, me cago en la mierda. Hoy es el Día de la Madre acá en Argentina, así que espero que terminen rápido las finales, así me voy a lo de mi mamita. Cinco menos 10 de la mañana. Dale, pa, ¿qué tanta pausa, amigo?
Thanks, guys. Thanks a lot.
Bueno, vuelve la partida a su curso. Matumba Man sigue primero con buena ventaja sobre la Spectre de Team Spirit, pero igual no hay que confiarse que va a sacar una BKB. Claro que va a sacar una Manta Style, ¿no? 26 minutos. Todavía están las torres 3 intactas de Skygram. Salió TKN PSG con Secret. Con las Kevin. No sé, papu. No sé, la verdad que no sé quién va a jugar la final. PSG seguro que la va a jugar porque ya está esperando duelo de estos dos. Pero no sé, loco. A ver, Psyche. ¡Ah, la mierda! No puedo meter el Skyward. Ya tiene su Horn Toss. Tiene su Gunning Shard. Así que se va a poner molesto ese Magnus. metiendo la senda alada para ver si había gente en la cueva de Royan, pero nada. Tío, acá en Argentina, ¿qué hora es? Acá en Perú son las 2:50 de la madrugada. Estoy viendo el trabajo. ¿Trabajás el domingo, papu? ¿Qué carajo? ¿De qué trabajas? Acá son las 4:53 minutos. Hay Smoke 5 de Team Secret. Avanzan buscando algún kill. Tiene 9k de ventaja. A ver, ¿a quién van a encontrar por ahí? Se rompe el smoke, no pasa nada. Está el Royan disponible. Tiene a ninjar y es que al inmortal. BKB para el Storm Spirit. ¿Y este borracho qué onda? Y sacando ventaja de valor neto, Matumbaman tiene 19k de valor neto. Ojo con ese. Ah, cierto, de seguridad. Bueno, obvio, no te pasa nada, papu. Si ahí especial para no dormirte, ¿no? Como yo que me estoy durmiendo. Casi 30 minutos de la primera partida. Seguimos 21-11. 8k a favor de Team Secret. Voy a tener que calentar agua para hacer un café, che. Ahí está el Royan para Team Secret golpeando solo Matumbaman. Ahí está, lo encuentra con la Z de la Matumbaman. También la Spectre que mete el pisa sombras, inicia Ninja, se puede morir mi Poshka, prende la BKB, Toronto Toque, la arena de sangre es buena, van contra la arpía, bueno, sigue matando gente. Ese Boy Spirit, la metamorfosis de Matumbaman con la BKB prendida, el daño sobre Toronto Tokio, doble kill para Ninja, ojo que puede, le cancelan bien el TP a Collapse con ese Skyward, sigue requiriendo, también cancelan el TP sobre la Spectre, se va a morir, a ver si alguien se muere, la Spectre se muere, Sonso, Collapse que aguanta con la tercera, Matumbaman que le sigue metiendo garrote. Llega Japsa con el esquivo robado, el rayo atenuante y se va a morir. Uy, todavía aguanta ese Mars, se saca de encima con la lanza y cae nomás, se paga el Layo. Se puede morir Sai, no aguanta todavía. Llega Toronto Toque con poco maná, quiere matar a Ninja, a ver si se puede escapar. El silencio, puro requerido, se escapa. Ninja mete un buen ecostop. Uy, no, a ver, el Ball Lightning se la juega, la telequinesis, tira para atrás, se va a morir Toronto Toque. ¿Qué haces? Dale, kill para Matumbaman. Japsa que le roba el Ball Lightning y lo mata. Mi Poshka. Y va a morir, el aire se viene a Teamway para el equipo de Team Secret, requerido, muere, basura. Teamway a favor del equipo de Team Secret. Se va a llevar el rollo también. La cagó Toronto Tokio, Ahí está. Vale, doble vida para Matumbaman. 13k de ventaja y se van a tener que subir a Highland por parte de Mid, que la línea está bastante avanzada. Se la puede llevar la primera partida, Ojo. Tío, que hagas el esfuerzo, no te duermas. Recuerda que el International, la semifinal, let's go, aguantar. Ay. Vamos con el likeazo, gente, dale. Métanle onda, loco. Me he dormido sola hoy, che. Valoren el esfuerzo, carajo. Vamos con los likes. Va a caer las maracas de la parte de Milla, vuelve el Storm Spirit. Bueno, buscar a Papi, a ver, Toronto Tokio, el Vortex, el remate estático, muere y te pega a tu mamá para defender. Llega Sapsor que le robó el volante y la telequinesis, prende la BKB. A ver, va con el Skipper Side cortando camino, maga la RP. Uy, muere, al final Side del otro lado matando a mi Poshka. Uy, lo encuentran al Ayo. Uy, se escapó, zafó. De casualidad ese Ayo. Avanza con el esquivo y lo van a buscar allá todo, ¿no? Le puede meter el arpía en la cara. No, se termina escapando nomás. La vio venir la jugada de la Spectre, se refugia en base. Hoy pasó de largo ese Ball Lighting. Mock por parte de Team Secret. Están buscando algún kill antes de subir a High Ground. Ahí está, sacan a pasear a Collapse, se mete la línea de sangre, depende de la BKB, tocaba que recliquea, el RP, ¿a dónde vas, muñeco? Detrás por recliqueo, se termina muriendo, se muere, basure. Avanza Matuma, ¿van por las tier 4 o van por la parte de top? No sé, a ver, va por la parte de top, Matuma, mete las copias, ahí empieza a recliquear la tier 3 de top, la voltea rápido, mucho daño en ese terror ley, papá. Acá rápido la estructura ya le recarga para sacar otra copia más, se van a llevar el set de barracas, ahí está golpeando a Matuma, man. Otra copia más, el daño es bueno. Ya estoy cortando la línea de creeps. Va por la parte de bot Matumaman. Falta la tier 2 todavía. Qué presencia que tiene ese terror, cómo camina, papá. Muy buen Dota de Ninja, $19K de ventaja, se le está complicando bastante la partida a Team Secret en esta primera partida, 35 minutos. Solamente van a tratar de terminar con los Mega Creeps, van por la parte de bot. Tienen que aprovechar esa eje del inmortal. Vaca a la tier 2 y van por Highland seguro, ahí está. Manda las copias Matumaman primero. Tiene que no hay metamorfosis, pero igual el daño es bueno del terror. ¿No? Y si me hago la easy game, pedazo de caga para adentro. ¿Va por GRAN Inceptor? ¿Mató mamá o what the fuck? Ojo con esa Spectre. Ninja que sabe que anda por ahí, dejan remate. Uy, no lo agarró de casualidad. Ay, mete la daga para escaparse de Yatoro. Llega ahí al refle, lo encuentra nada, la Spectre. Tiene que venir a defender la gente de Team Spirit. Se escapa, no, a ver qué hace iniciado la Spectre. El cliqueo. Uy, el Skewer que no impacta, zafó Yatoro. Ahí está, defiende como puede Matumamá, que mete la metamorfosis y el daño sobre el aspecto. Se mete dentro de la arena de sangre. El Boy Speed, Ninja la tira en el Legion Disc. Se retira con el Volantín Toronto Tokio. Va a subir a pegar a Jairan Matumamá. Ahí está sobre la macro. Pira, no le importa nada. Corron 2, a ver si sacan a pasar a mi Poshka. Se muere a manos de Ninja. Silenciado el Mars. Se escapa el Magnus. Se escapa el Boy Speed. Sigue pegando las copias de Matumamá. Va a voltear a tier 3. Tiene doble vida y BKB. Meta garrote, mató un mamá, pegue duro amigo. Ahí está el recliqueo. Se van a llevar los mega grips. Se vienen las barracas abajo. Posicionado atrás el equipo de Team Secret. Ahí está Mega Crips para el equipo de Team Secret. 24k de valor neto. Va por la tier 4. 22 segundos. Está el Horn 2. Se van a pasar con el Skibber a la Spectre. Recliqueo silenciado. El remanente de Ethereum. Mucho daño. La telequinesis también. Muere 3, 2, 1. La senda que robaba Japsor. El Ulceptor sobre la Spectre. Va a morir. No. Sí. Muere a mano de Japsor con su rayo atenuante. Viene de Toronto Tokio. Va a recliquear a Ninja. La lanza a hacer sobre el Magnus.
Saludos.
Termina pagándose el Mars. Complicado el equipo de Team Spirit. Va a Matumamá por las tier 4. Faltan 70 segundos para la Spectre. No tiene buyback. ¿Qué onda, mi King Kong? ¿Un matecito? Sí, ¿no? ¿Qué está haciendo Bella hasta ahora mirando Dota? A ver, el triple doble vortex de Toronto Tokio. La granada de sangre es buena. Van al daño contra el Magnus. Se puede morir. La sandalada de Japsor robada. La macro pira del otro lado. A tu mamá que prendió la BKB. Se murieron el Storm. Se paga el Layo, se va a morir el Mars. Está el recliqueo de las copias de Matumamá y canta en GG, minuto 39. Triple kill para Ninja. ¿Cómo jugó ese Boy Spirit, papá? Bueno, acerté 2 de 2, che, qué cagada. Pensé que me llegaba una más. Pero bueno, a un paso de la final, a una partida de la final del equipo de Team Secret. Casi, Ajá.
Do get their levels on the heroes that need to make the plays. They just aren't able to. Secret just one step ahead every time. They have the right amount of heroes for the plays. I think especially both Puppy and Yapsor just doing some really good hero placements on the map.
A este Matumamá como le da lo mismo, no perder, ¿no? La cara de que ya está, terminó, me pude a comer.
The challenge in this isn't necessarily the spellcasting, it's being there. It's reading the map, knowing that you need to cover these exact angles at these exact times, and just a masterclass from Secret in how to play around your cores, really. So, very nice job.
Team Spirit's Cinderella run is at risk of being stopped here in the next game, Cinderin. But Team Secret take a 1-0 start to this best of 3.
Bueno, tiene una partida de ventaja el equipo de Team Secret. Easy Storm había que ponerle,
Thank you very
¿no?
much, Sunspan and Cinderin. Let's start with the draft for this one, because I think one of the things that often happens when teams are facing Spirit is they go, okay, right, we're going to target Mars. Well, we're going to target Collapse's Mars, not let him have the hero that is really his signature. Or they're going, oh, maybe we should try and target Yatoro. But what we saw with the first round of bans from Team Secret was actually targeting the Poshka Purge. And they take out his Winter Wyvern and they took out his signature hero, Bane. And it seems to be that that's really where Spirit's troubles began.
It definitely hurt them a bit, and it's kind of a continuation of how other teams have tried to beat Spirit. They said, oh, well, we'll ban all Collapse's best 2 heroes, then he dominates with Mag. And now they finally get to do it against Maposhka. Instead, they put him on Jakiro, and while Jakiro is an effective hero, he's not the laning dominator maybe that some of the other guys are. And also the other crucial thing, he maxed out Ice Path. It makes their mid game really strong. But laning stage, he just doesn't do nearly as much damage with Dual Breath, which makes the game harder too. So it was a cool way to push them on the back foot, and it definitely made their lanes weaker than they should have been.
Do you think that Spirit were probably like, oh, hang on a second, we've got our favourite duo available. We can just get the IO, we can just get the Mars. This is going to be great, guys. This is going to be a shellacking from our side. Effie?
I think you definitely go
¿Por
into
qué están
every
embarbijados,
with a
loco?
certain idea, right? And sometimes it works, and sometimes it doesn't. For me, the biggest thing that stood out was just giving away Magnus. I think after the last couple of days, you just either try to take it for yourselves or you van it out, because it makes the way that you have to navigate fights very different. And it's all very subtle things that we can't really see per se, but you have to always be careful of your positioning, where you're standing. And
Bienvenido,
that was
Edgar
insane. It was
Bejuy.
fight after fight, and the spellcasting was ridiculous from both ends, but I don't particularly want to blame the draft alone, but I do think that they could have changed it up a little bit. And while Jakiro is a hero that's capable of fighting a lot, it's just
Bueno, me voy a preparar un café, loco. Son las 5 de la mañana.
Very niche moments, but I don't know. I just want to take it back to something that was said about the first 10 minutes. I
Que
think that
tan
Nisha's
temprano, ahora
ability
sí
to
voy,
just
amanecer como Dios
control
manda.
the tempo of this entire game is actually what set up Secret.
They really set him up for a really good game. Nisha was having a good time in the mid lane, staying almost a full 1,000 gold ahead of Toronto Tokyo's Storm Spirit, and just playing from behind on the Storm. Yeah, they made him some stacks, but it was not enough. The movements, and to go back to the amplifying your carry, because if you look at you have Io. Io is not a hero that wants to play with Spectre that much compared to Magnus, who provides you that extra damage, provides you cleave when you're in a melee form, and also going for that Solar Crest, which is, kind of a big deal as well. So and you have ET on your own team.
Yeah, and just to add on to that point, like, outside of not having the most synergetic kind of carry for Io to play with, if a Void Spirit has that kind of game, you're in danger all the time as an Io. It is so hard to live through such a big Void Spirit.
Yotaro just seems to be having so much fun with the different carries that he's playing, though. At this stage, he's now played 13 heroes in 13 main event games. So the question is he going to be going for a pick we've seen before for this next game?
Yeah, they might just pick another hero for him if it's available, because for the long duration of time, there has been this meta carry where you try to counter a certain lineup with just picking stuff. How do you counter this? Like, you don't know what he's gonna play. It's very hard to focus on him. It's very hard to go into this matchup and try to prepare anything, because you have no idea what he's gonna play. But there's also a bit of an extra spice coming into this matchup, because you have Toronto Tokyo in one of the pub games. He said to Matumba, man, see you at TI. It's gonna be 2-0 for us in 20 minutes. So far it didn't happen, so I want to see them bounce back.
Can I just shout out to production, you the real MVPs, for trying to get that Spectre to fit somewhere on their graphic. It was also predicted by the draft panel that Secret just had this late game unbeatable damage. Was there a point where just Spirit didn't have the availability to come back, or did you maintain hope, Purge?
The last 20 minutes of fights looked hard, because you want to kill Terrorblade, but they didn't quite have the best disables to do it. Like, if Mars gets on him and they spear combo him and they jump on him, it can kind of work, but the Spectre versus TB matchup isn't very great for Spectre at many stages unless you get really far ahead, and there's always the threat that he's going to sunder somebody. So it's there's just a lot more danger when you're trying to get those really important kills. And the other thing was that they just kept chasing around the Void Spirit consistently. Like, Storm jumps on him, tries to catch him, he casts Dissimulate, then he jumps this way, then he jumps that way. You spend all this time chasing the guy, but it's you also need to kill TB in the meantime, because he's killing somebody else on your team.
So they picked the wrong target.
Yeah, I can see what Team Spirit decided to go for with this kind of a draft, having a global presence with Io, Storm, and Spectre. But the Team Spirit heroes, Team Secret heroes were really good at just standing the ground and taking a fight. You have this, super farm TB who can always use the Sunder, and Spectre, as you mentioned, it's really not a good matchup against the Spectre into TB, into ET as well. Also, one cool play there is Puppy. He was holding a Fang Grenade. Usually we see Shaker, who is the one, the primary one. This might be even a better one. The two supports, they die in one hit plus Fey Grenade.
Effie.
Yeah, no. So I wouldn't say that they picked the wrong target. It's just that there were too many targets, really, because, again, going back to that lead that they got in the first 10 minutes, typically you don't want your games to go that way against lineups like in Snowball. And just to take it back a little bit, we were talking about the Magnus factor. Just the hero's existence and the way to play around him makes it so that the fights are always going to be a little bit awkward for you. Who you're going to go on, where you're going to take it, right? These things that we don't see may look a little bit objectively like, oh, why this guy? But that's just the strength of that hero. It's a very subtle kind of threat on the map all the time.
Well, while Team Spirit may have somewhat limited experience here at the International, their opponents, Team Secret, have been here countless times before. So let's find out some of their favorite memories.
My favorite memory from International that I myself attended, you could always say that it was TI7, the Grand Finals, but really what I felt like it was the turning point for me in that particular tournament was our series against Virtus Pro in the lower bracket.
GG, well played. VP realized the truth. The truth is Team Liquid will eliminate them from the International and advance forward into the next round of the lower bracket.
After that, it was kind of meant to be to win the whole thing. For me, yeah, it's they're kind of intertwined, these two moments for me.
One of my favorite memories is obviously that I won the TI that I played in. So the first one, I mean, hands down, obviously, comparison to the losses of the other ones. The feel of TI1 was that it was definitely unique. Some things felt very professional, some things did not. The Chinese, they started a
El primer International, ¿no? Que ganó Papi con Navi. $1 millón repartida. Y era una locura en esa época que un juego de estos diera $1 millón de premios, ¿no?
We also, started kind of jumping around every time they died, or like, because they would see us.
Mirá cómo le gritaba a Dendy del costado, hijo de puta,
¿verdad? Kill them and jump around in our booth. So yeah, they kind of like put.
Cane, tan temprano, ahora sí voy a amanecer como Dios manda. ¿Cómo andás, Edgar? ¿Todo bien, papu?
You wouldn't be able to see, so no noise.
¿Qué onda, bella?
Didn't see the enemy, and that's.
¿Te vas? ¿Por qué te vas?
That's how it went down.
Well, Puppy, don't worry. We're into recycling and keeping litter at bay here, so I expect if there's any mess in your booth, it's on you, son. All right, then. Secret looked hot to trot in that match against Spirit. Clearly, they've been doing their homework. They've been seeing everything that Spirit have been throwing at their opponents. Is there anything now that Spirit can do on the flip side, maybe to try and exploit some chinks in Secret's armor? Effie?
I mean, well, all I can say about Secret right now is they are on their A game right now, just looking at that game one, and Spirit have to be very, very careful about giving away certain heroes, I would say. And I don't want to make everything about Magnus, but he really has been the hero of the last few days. And I think if they just address what they're going to do with perhaps the Magnus and the Tiny and the Mars, and which one place more priority to.
Se viene la segunda partida, loco, se preparan Team Secret.
They definitely have a chance to strike back.
A una partida de la final,
It may have offset their momentum a little bit, but I do think they're capable. They just kind of need to take a deep breath and regroup here.
Well, the teams are taking to the stage now, casual as you like, for Team Secret, but they have the upper hand in this best-of-3 series, and they know it. They are so confident as they head into their player booth. But Team Spirit, when they came to this tournament, they were expected to maybe make it to, obviously make it to the main stage, but top 3, they surprised us all, and they would be more than delighted to surprise Team Secret today. Now, we didn't get a chance to talk about it much earlier, but Team Spirit and Team Secret boast these incredible, electrifying, flashy carry players. How do you expect this next Matu and Yutoro matchup to go, Lacoste?
I mean, Matu has been looking really stable. I believe he has 4 out of 4 wins on Tiny. One of the also comfort heroes that he played really well is Ursa, even though it's only 50% win rate so far at the TI. I like the aggression that they make with the hero. Usually when they are playing Radiant, you need to ban it out because of always that Roshan threat that he provides. And Matu, I mean, it's just, Matu kind of a style where he will find the farm. He will play with the team. One of the reasons why he is so farmed is because they enable him. They enable him so much, and also their offlaner Zai doesn't take that much farm on the map. One of the reasons why Matu gets a bit more, and also Yapsor.
It's an interesting point that you make then about the farm, because that's one of the things that I learned first about Team Secret is they're a team that is much more flexible, it sounds, in their farm priority than other teams, Effie.
Yeah, it feels like sometimes they just kind of create goals.
Qué vocecita que tiene esa Effie,
watching a Team Secret game. But I think that just goes back down to their strengths of being able to play defense
Tengo sueño, hablamos.
when they have
Bueno.
to, and being able to hold their farming areas, right? Team Secret play best in situations where the enemy kind of feel pressure because they're all farming so much, and they run into them, so they make a mistake, right? And that just comes from their ability to read the map better than others, maybe due to experience, due to Puppy's leadership, but it just feels like when it comes to map movements, they have that down more than any other team.
And Pej, how would you compare Collapse to Zai? Because Zai has so much experience. He's clearly one of the most intimidatingly clever players I think I've come across so far. And then you have Collapse, who we can see on screen right now. So maybe they'll talk about him on the drop.
Bueno, bien. El tema que, está bien, pasa Team Secret a la final, pero Juega con el PSG, loco. Es una patada a la bola ese equipo, loco. Creo que... Hay 70% de que gane la final PSG, loco. Juega muy zarpado.
Hello,
Ese AME está re loco.
With draft number 2, I have my 2 stellar panelists. You can turn around now so you can see the draft. Okay. Great, wonderful, thank you. Great direction. And we're here ready for game number 2 between Team Spirit and Team Secret. Before you gave us a great rundown of what the game would happen in the game. As you said, Team Secret just need to hold down in the beginning, and then later on they will be able to come online.
Yeah,
you think that's what happened?
You saw the Team Spirit's team fight. Like, despite their fact that they were down by 7K, 8K gold, they were still able to get some crucial kills and some crazy ice paths from Maposhka that I think kept them in the game. But that early momentum, I think that first death in the lane.
¿Cuál es el prohibido de Matumba? ¿El Ursa?
Very detrimental for them because in the mid game, his job is to set up all the plays, Storm Spirit to follow up, Spectre to follow up. They had a lot of follow up, but he was forced to be defending his mid tower rather than playing on Secret's part of the map, and you just saw that's how they accrued a massive lead.
There's a lot of Spirit team fighting too. I think a big thing that we thought during the draft that they were going to do was kind of play the map more, but it really is in Team Spirit's style to just run at you and kill you in team fights. So perhaps lean more towards like team fighting heroes in this game is an option for them. Not that Mars is particularly bad at team fighting or anything, maybe a little bit more.
But if we're talking about the style of Team Spirit, we always think of them as group up around the mid game, climbing with a strong carry, team fight as much as you can, and win the 5-on-5 engagements. And that is not what this draft looked like. So are you saying that we want to go back to basics, Jenkins?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's fair. You know, Wisp being banned out perhaps makes the Mars a little bit less of an option that's appealing. Perhaps
So you
the
want-
Tidehunter could come out.
There you go.
Yeah, we got a Magnus on Team Secret, of course. Looked great in the previous game, even against a hero that's considered to be somewhat of a hard counter in the Spectre, or definitely a hard counter. It's just that this new style of Magnus
Bueno,
that
también
people are
tenemos
playing,
Magnus para
it's
Sai.
not necessarily countered by Spectre in the same way. Like, Magnus isn't really about team fighting or
Banearon a
just
Lion y
team
el
fighting
Bane.
anymore. It's also about
Piquean Lion y
repositioning
Tidehunter, la
elements
gente
across.
de Team Spirit, ese Tidehunter que jode tanto, ese Ravage.
You want some way to easily counter the Kraken Shell. We've seen Silver Edges, we saw the PA. I'd say Disruptor's a worthwhile candidate here. Doom's probably not on the table here because you would have like a shown a mid lane and off lane first 2 picks. But just straightforward, ease of execution. We use this spell or this combination to kill the Tide. Teams like Team Secret, like yes, they're going to value strategical advantage, but ease of execution is always something you want to consider at this main stage of TI.
Enchantress, okay, well, this is...
Qué buen héroe el Magnus, me gusta mucho el Magnus.
They
Enchantress para
absolutely stop all the
papi.
lanes with Enchantress and then just have a monstrous mid-game. And I would assume that Spirit has some sort of preparation for this, that they're going to be second phase picking, or maybe they think that this Tide hero, the way that he team fights, the way that he groups up early is something that can deal with an Enchantress. And he can stand in front of a tower, for example, and not get pushed early.
I don't know how much in trouble I'll get for talking about what Seb said behind the scenes, but the off-lane meta is Helm of Iron Will right now. Pretty much every off-laner is either building Armlet or Helm of the Dominator, which allows them to get that early sustain, the 6 armor and 6 HP regen.
Mierda, que está jodido esto, está jodido, que se me vaya el sueño.
In this case, the Lion, to roam on mid and give a lot of momentum to the mid laners, such as these spirits, the Storm Spirits, the Ember Spirits. And what Enchantress is so good at that most other 5s cannot do is she can harass the offlaner through the armor that the Helm of Iron Will gives you. The impetus is pure damage, and she also does a lot of harassing the early game, which delays your ability to get that Helm of Iron Will. If you saw last game, Zai, he went for the Tango Quelling Blade straight into the Helm of Iron Will, and that's a kind of build.
Vamos gente, bienvenidos todos los que van entrando, recuerden dejar un rico likeazo. Estamos desde muy temprano. Ayudan con ese like, motivan con ese like. Suscríbanse, los que no están suscritos al canal. Estamos en vivo en Facebook, Trovo y en YouTube. Muy temprano. Domingo, Día de la Madre acá en Argentina.
Can kill the Tidehunter just because there's so much damage. There's a creep to go in front and body block. I think, you know, you can enchant, which of course can be purged off, but the purge is not that good in the early game because it requires so much HP. So that's not super effective.
So the Enchanter has become quite popular for Secret, but we haven't really seen other teams pick up the strategy too much. What is it that makes it so special about this team?
You just have to be an Enchantress master. She's not a hero you see some other team.
¿Qué pasó? ¿Se les trabó? ¿Qué onda, loco? Qué re duro esto. Amigo, recatate, guacho.
Makes it so special about this team?
You just have to be an Enchantress master. She's not a hero you see some other team.
Makes it so special about this team?
You just have to be an Enchantress master. She's not a hero you see some other team.
Carajo. ¿Se les trabó todo? Quedó la caripela de yo no fui a Sai, ¿no?
Makes it so special about this team?
You just have to be an Enchantress master. She's not a hero you see some other team.
Esto se les retrabó el cerebro. Chao, vamos al Dota. Tenemos Dark Willow, tercer pick para Team Spirit. Vamos a ver qué piquea la gente de Team Secret de tercero. Valieron Weaver, Lina y Disruptor. Ursa Warrior, Rubik y Snapfire por parte de Team Spirit. Ay, papi Cane, mandame un saludo. ¿Cómo andas, Samuel? Ay, Dios. Vamos que me tengo que despabilar. Che, dale. O sea, si la final la gana el PSG, te dan a bronca porque ni festejan, boludo. Son más secos los chinos para festejar, boludo. Con la cara de la verga. Juggernaut para Matumba Man. Me pinta cerrar los ojos, me duermo, ¿eh? No joda esto. Llegué como a la 1 de la mañana. Me levanté 3:35. O sea que dormí nada. 2 horas. Grimstroke. Buen pick el Grimstroke, ¿eh? Buen pick. Vamos a ver que pueden sacar un Doom Mid, ¿no? Pinta el Doom. Morph. Van a hacer el combito con Dark Willow. Banea Ember Spirit de Team Secret. Vamos a ver, los últimos 2 van para cada equipo. Pum, 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 pum. Que mañana la Templar Assassin. Y pensar que Viscos le ganó 2-0 a Secret, sí. Pero Secret está jugando la final de la Lower Bracket. Y Viscos nada. Así que Thunder disband. O sea, disband general, ¿no? Se sacaron de encima a los 5 jugadores. ¿A quién va a llamar Thunder para jugar, no? Banear Invoker y Tinker. Qué lástima que banearon al Tinker. Estaba ver un Tinker. Otra vez el Boy Spirit de Ninja. Punka. Saludos, pa, me levanté a cagar nomás. Son las 3 AM en Ecuador, nos vemos en la final del GRAN. Dale, papu, saludos. Ay, Dios, falta poco para la final, falta 1 hora y media. Así que bueno, ahí está el draft para ambos equipos. Bueno. Tenemos Magnus, Enchantress, Juggernaut, Grimstroke y Boy Spirit para Team Secret, Lion, Tie Hunter, Dark Willow, Morphling, Kunkka para Team Spirit. Dale, Ayrton. Tienes que vacunar mañana. Bueno, loco, dale, vamos a espabilarnos. Está obligado a ganar el equipo de Team Secret, de Team Spirit, perdón, si quiere forzar la tercera y última partida, si no queda eliminado, y el que avanza a la final es el equipo de Team Secret. Bueno, ahí estamos. Vamos a ver, ¿se habrá cancelado alguna antelación? Vamos a poner que no. Número de campamentos. Esto nunca entiendo qué, pero vamos a poner 11 a 15. Mayor cantidad de daño físico que un héroe le causará a otro con un solo golpe. Físico. Daño físico. Puede ser... de 700 a 1000. El número total de torres destruidas antes de los 25 minutos. Estoy a 10. Medio complicada la selección esta, pero no importa. Vamos a ver qué sale. Con fe. Con fe. Ayer Boca ganó 3 a 0. Es una fiesta. A ver, lo encuentran a Sai, revivió el laberinto de zarzas, mete el esquivo, se escapa al Magnus. Se va derecho para la base. Hoy lo encuentran al Collapse, el cliqueo, mató un mamá que golpea, la tinta que metía a Japson, el Brave Fear, se viene el First Blood, ahí está, primera sangre para Team Secret. Para Matumba Man, ¿quién mejor que se lleve el bonus de oro que Matumba Man? Recontra cabió al pobre Chai Hunter. Vamos a ver cómo le va al todopoderoso Boy Spirit Ninja otra vez. Chapster jugando con el Grimstroke. Puede estar ganada de mi Poshka el recliqueo. Se puede morir ese Grimstroke. No creo, pero queda fino. Bastante fino quedó Chapster. A ver, el laberinto de zarza, mete el Blade Fury y Matuma malo, sale a correr al TIE Hunter. Sigue reivindicando, mira con esa Dark Willow. Se quería. Ay, cómo pega papi con esa enchantre, por Dios. Mm -hmm. 12 lag para el Kunkka ya bastante, Tranquila parte de bot también. Chatoro ahí con ese Morph farmeando con 8 Lagit. 2 minutos 10 de la segunda partida. Gana Team Secret 1 a 0 a un paso de la final del International, donde ya espera PSG.LGD. Habla el laberinto de zarza. Sobre de Matuma más se puede morir. ¡Hey! Al final papi lo tipea, mira. 1 a 1 el marcador. La mierda que está sueñoso el tema, está... Me duermo. Loco, hablen un poco ahí, por lo menos los leo y no me duermo, che. Hagan ruido. 3 minutos de partida. Kunka contra Boy Spirit. Eso que me tomé un café recién, parece que me hizo peor. Uy, qué garrotazo que se comienza a dar Willow. La mansa mató mamá en realidad. El Baby se va a morir en la Dark Willow. Sí, el daño es bueno. Cae la Dark Willow. Van a recliquear también a Collapse. Mató mamá, metía los golpes. La Enchantress, mi push que complicado. A ver, sabe que lo persigue el recliqueo. Shockwave se va a morir. Sí, muere, sonso. 3-1 el marcador en 4 minutos de partida. Buenos kills para el equipo de Team Secret. El last hit para Matumba Man, 21 para Yotoro. A ver, Yotoro bastante fino de vida, no pasa nada. Otra vez el Cruise sobre el TIE Hunter, aguanta el golpe de ángulo, sigue reclicando a Matumba Man. Escapa con el Brave Fury, el Juggernaut, que es bastante tocado. Ojo que se manda a Dark Willow, no. Planta el totem, mató un mamá para recuperar vida. Esto debe ser Villefree sobre Collapse. Viene Papi con el grip controlador. Se le mete el piso todo, lo puede matar. Ahí está la horita de Sasa para defenderle. El golpe de ímpetu de Papi. A ver ese Taijante que no tiene para dónde escapar. Viene el grip controlado por Papi. No lo encuentran al TIE Hunter. Te pega al final Toronto Toki, lo va a reventar. Ahí está el Gochi que va a empatar el torrente. Lo levantan por el aire. El golpe aguanta la Enchantress. El stun que no impacta a nadie. El splash damage del TIE Hunter. Y muere Papi. Del TIE Hunter, del TIE Bringer, perdón. Muere Papi. 3-3 el marcador. También había muerto Sai previamente a manos de Yatoro. Hola Jesús Alberto. Espero al final los de Team Secret pongan GG easy peasy. Ninja que se escapa del golpe de Toronto Tokio. 7 minutos 30 de partida. Primero el Kunka con 3,7k de valor neto, 3,4 para el Boy Spirit, 3,4 para el Morph y 3,2 para Matumba Man con su Juggernaut. Las pudas terrenales sobre el Grimson, se va a terminar muriendo. Metía al Hex y cae a mano de Yatoro. 4-3 el marcador. Nivel 6 para ese Morph. Y castiga que si no te mando tus malcriadas a Trovo. Loco. Hay sueño, amigo, hay sueño. No dormí nada, dormí 2 horas, loco. No dormí nada, pero nada. A ver, inicia tanto toque, el silencio, remanente Tigre sigue recliqueando. A ver. Llega mi Poshka para defender con las pugas traerá que no impacta en nada. Se puede morir ese Kunka. El trazo del destino, el recliqueo, el torrente que levanta. El golpe de Tidebringer, el Hex sobre el Boy Spirit queda tuneado, termina muriendo al final. El Showway, el Skewer de Sai. Ay, quedó corto, no quiso meter el RP. Bueno, kill sobre 2 jugadores de... Uy, el golpe Tidebringer, ¿cómo le dio al pobre papi? Lo van a terminar reventando. A ver, el RP es bueno. Doble kill para Mira. A ver, el daño de ese Magnus. Mete ya un Real y se va a escapar. Al final el Skewer y el Shockwave se muere. Ahí está, un recleo. Sí, muere, sonso. Ojo que viene tomando Tokio, pero no tiene nada de vida ese Kunka. 7-5 el marcador, 9 minutos 11 de partida. Terminando esta partida y la final me fugo al parque de las leyendas en Perú. Es como un zoo a visitar a la familia. Bueno, viene ahí Jesús. Bueno, segunda partida, minuto 10, 7-5 a favor de Team Spirit. Está ganando la serie el equipo de Team Secret. Bueno, nunca neto a favor de Team Secret, por más que los 2 cores del equipo de Team Spirit, perdón, estén primeros. Muy buena línea aparece TIE Hunter por ahora. A ver el Blade Fury, termina tepeando a Matum Mamán. Yugoslavia, ¿cómo andas, Anthony? Él avanza sobre la parte de bot. A ver qué se manda después de terminar el coche, la forma de ola. El coche también que impacta. Matu Mamá que esquiva con el Blade Fury. Se puede morir, planta el totem. A la mira que hay daño. Se escapó nomás Matu Mamá. El esquiver también del Magnus. A ver, ahí está el RP, el rey cliqueo. Uy, llega Ninja, mucho daño sobre Yatoro también. A ver si se puede morir. El Dark Wheel que mete su Shadow Rear. Muere al final Ninja. A la Jet le copia la forma Yatoro al Magnus. Esquiva el Shockwave Japsor. 8-5 el marcador en 11 minutos 40. Fue Matu Mamón, pero lo explotaron a Ninja. Vamos a ver los ítems de los cores. Tenemos al Muerto con máscara móvil, Power Train, Falcon Blade. El Kunka tiene doble brace, botas de fase por una BKB. El Taijante tiene botas de fase de CRYTO y capucha desafiante. Quiere seguir peleando la gente de Team Secret, Todavía hay Omnis Nash. Toronto Tokio que le saca un cuarto de vida a Matu Mamán, Lo va a levantar con el torrente. A ver, el Boy Spirit que tiene doble talismán, botas de fase, botella. El Magnus tiene botas arcanas, capucha desafiante, va por daga. El Magnus, el Jaggernaut tiene Power Dead y Asha va por una Sanch. Minuto 12,20. ¿Cómo anda, Sila? Vamos, gente, no se like casos. Suscríbanse los que están suscritos al canal. Ayuden a despertar, loco. Estamos viendo la final de la Lower Bracket. Gana Team Secret 1-0. Ojo con Matu Mamá, le van a meter la rata. Se inicia Vipochka. Ahí el torrente que levanta. Se puede terminar el finger. Le metieron el dedo, gente, a Matu Mamán. Le desinstalaron el Dota. No, era 5, 13 minutos. todo farmeando en la parte de mid. Se escapa el carry de Team Spirit. Ay, Dios. Uy, carajo. Se farmeó a todos. Está gigante de ahí. $2K de ventaja en 14 minutos 30. No hay mucha diferencia. Tranca palanca. Magnus dando en power, queda muy poca vida a la tier 1 de bot. Está requiriendo a Matumba Man. Fortifica a la gente de Team Spirit. Quizás se anime a molestar Mira con esa lamento de Zarzar, no creo. Va a quedar la tier 1, sí. Te pega la Dark Willow. Papi, ojo con Papi. La forma de ahora levanta con las puedas terrenales, recliqueó, explota, nada, la enchante desde Papi, 10 a 5 el marcador. Hola, Seki, ¿todo bien, papu? Yo acá recontra dormido, amigo. Hecho goma. Pasa nada, se retira la gente de Team Spirit. Habían matado al Lion. Por la venganza ninja, matando a ese Lion. El Hunter ya tiene su daga de traslación, minuto 16. Así que primero en Kunkka. Saca bastante ventaja a los cores de Team Secret. Ay, Dios, se me va a trabar la jeta tanto bosteta. No sé ni cómo ponérmelo. Ya me está agarrando hambre. Knock de 4 por parte de Team Secret. Vamos a ver a quién pueden encontrar. No hay nadie de ese lado, pero van a avanzar la línea de bot por lo menos. Papi que se queda en la línea central. Cae la tier 1 de mid. Sigue habiendo 2K de ventaja a favor de Team Spirit. Un poquito mejor en estos momentos de la partida. A ver, inicia por atrás Ninja. El trazo del destino la pelota, al final la Dark Widow. Y se dio cuenta que estaba muerta. Van a tratar de voltear a tier 2 de top. Ahí te pide respuesta. El tejante que se posiciona escapa porque llega Ninja con ganas de iniciar. Ahí va el Shockwave. Lo van a buscar a mi Poshka. Remanente tiro que no atrapa. Mira, tepeando a la gente de Team Spirit. No salió el esquive ahí con el stun de la Dark Willow. Zafó el TIE Hunter. Incrementa 1K la diferencia. Estamos en 3 ahora para Team Spirit. 20 minutos de partida. A ver los ítems de los cores. Minuto 20. Tenemos el Morph con su cetro fantasmal. A Sanyan Yaya. Va por una Tail Blade. El Kunkka BKB. Va por Asal Curias. El TIE Hunter tiene ya la daga. La capucha. Va por un Blade Offering. El Boy Spirit tiene Kaian Sanj, va por Ganin Scepter. El Magnus tiene Daguita, botas arcanas. Avanza con Smoke la gente de Team Spirit. Y el Juggernaut tiene Sanyan Yaya y va por su Ojo de Sky, al parecer. Hoy lo van a iniciar a Ninja. Ahí está el Ravage, esa forma de ola. Y right que la puede estar en análisis. Explota Ninja. Buen Smoke, igual kill de la gente de Team Spirit. Le metieron la rata, gente. Le metieron la rata hasta el fondo. Creo que van a hacer un intercambio de estructuras. Estaba Tumbamán golpeando en bot. Uy, tanto que defiende. Tumbamán que sigue reclicleando. Fortificación, no pasa nada. Va por Royal en el equipo de Team Spirit. Mucho daño rápido, pega el Morph como loquito. También el Kunkka. No creo que lleguen a defender ese Royal. Tienen que apurar los chicos de Team Secret. Le quedan unos golpes. Ahí está. Se lleva al final la Egial Inmortal. A ver, la Dark Willow. No pasa nada. Uy, le sacaron a pasar al atacante, el silencio, los golpes de ímpetu de Papi. Pronto que se queda en el molde, el Blade Fury de Matumamán. Ojo contra otro toque que lo marca el Kunkka. Desarmado, el bombazo de la Ethereal Blade, el torrente en Dodge que impacta sobre 2. A ver, Papi que aguanta todavía. El Shockwave, el RP lo frena nada. El Kunkka, el daño llega al Way Speed, lo va a terminar reventando. Doble kill para Ninja. Avanza el equipo de Team Secret. Buena mecha, la van a buscar a Dark Willow. El trazo del destino, quieren cancelar ese TP. A ver, ahí está el Skyward cancelando el TP. El Shockwave, el daño fuerte. Explotan a esa Dark Willow. Cae la tier 1 de mid. A la mierda. Se le va toda la ventaja al cuerno que tenía el equipo de Team Spirit. Buena teamfight ahí. Mini teamfight. Falta una hora para la final, gente. Tío Canes, ¿sabes cuánto tiempo para juntar las cartas de los jugadores? No, ya está. Jonathan, no puedes juntar más cartas, creo. Bueno, ya por lo menos no las puedes usar. Que podés comprarlas, creo que sí, me parece, pero usarlas ya no podés. Ya está bloqueada la serie para poder ponerlas. Gracias por el likeazo, Roswell Marón. Uy, lo encuentran. Voy a esperar el torrente que él levanta. A ver, mató mamá. Algo tiene que hacer para defender a su compañero. El Finger of Death se volvió bien. Ella la voy a buscar a mi Pochka. El daño es bueno. La pelota al final el Lion. Creo que se puede morir. A ver, el laberinto de zarzas. Le va a salir caro al Boy Speed. Le corta una racha de 3 kills, pero se llevó al Lion antes de morirse. 12 a 11 el marcador y 2K de valor neto a favor del equipo de Team Spirit. Ojo de Kai ya para ese Juggernaut, que está segundo en valor neto, se acomodó, mató un mamam. Se viene el smoke de 5 para Team Secret. Avanzan buscando por la línea central. A ver. Sabe que hay algo raro ahí. ¿Cómo andas? RB Victoria. Todo lo que empieza a recliquear y diveando. Estaba posicionado el equipo de Team Spirit. La fortificación de Team Secret. El torrente que levanta. Saben que anda Kukan por ahí atrás. Está saliendo el sol, gente, qué carajo. 6 de la mañana y ya está de día, loco. Uy, nos olvidamos la ropa afuera. Qué cagada. Se la ha mojado toda. Bueno, ¿van a empezar a golpear a ti en una de top o no? Se está farmeando muy rápido. Mató un mamán, no tiene necesidad de Battle Fury porque el Magnum le da el Empower. Cubierto eso. Empiezan a golpear la tier 1 de top. Nivel 20 para Yatoro. 4K de ventaja para el equipo de Team Spirit. Uy, ya le copió la forma con esa Gunning Scepter. Yatoro le da Willow, ya empieza a meter esos bombazos. Esa cantidad de Hadukens. Mira, pum, 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 pum. Qué bueno que está eso, loco. Va a caer y cayó nomás la tier 2 de bot. Sacando 2K de valor neto al Juggernaut, ese Morph. Al Royan por ahí seguramente. A ver, qué carajo. Tiene Tera, Blade, GRAN, Inceptor. Está duro ese Morph. También el Kunkka que tiene Social Curious va por una Shadow Wise. Y Mock de 5 otra vez para Team Spirit. A ver, el Horror 2 es bueno, la RP, prende la BKB, el Omnidash de tu mamá, se lo lleva a los pies, mucho daño también, la puede traer para defender. Uy, Ravage es bueno, levanta por el aire, el finger de la explota, la tu mamá, prende la BKB. El Kunkka, el daño sobre Sai, termina reventando, cae también ese Grintro de Shabsor, doble kill para Yatoro. Se quiere escapar Papi, a ver, el silencio lo quiere matar a la Dark sin Ninja que descuenta. A la mierda, gente, cómo le metieron la rata, mató un mamá. Zafóse Kunkka, que justo quedaron un par de creeps atrás y se llevó unos cuantos golpes del Omni Slash. 15-2 a SK de ventaja para Team Spirit. Van a voltear la tier 2 de mid. Ahí está, sigue pegando rápido ese Morph. 7k de ventaja, ahí se van por High Ground los chicos de Team Spirit. No me diga que no vamos a la tercera partida, gente, qué carajo. A ver, lo inician al Lion. Ah, la mierda con el Lion de mi Poshka. ¿Cómo mata soporte este ninja, loco? Mucho daño tiene. 15-13, 30 minutos de partida. Vamos a los ítems. Ahí anda con Ethereal Vega, GRAN, Inceptor, Power Thread. Va por BKB, el Morph. El Kunkka tiene Sal Curious. BKB, botas de fase. Va por una Shadow Wise. El TIE Hunter tiene Daga, Capucha. Vladimir Offering va por GRAN Inceptor. El Boy Spirit tiene Aganim Shard, botas de fase. Kaian Sanj. Ismam, botas de fase. El Magnus tiene Daga, Aganim Shard, botas arcanas. Capucha desafiante. Va por una pipa de la perspicacia. Y Matum Mamá tiene Shadow Blade, Saiyan Yaya y Ojo de Sky. Power T también va por un Shadow Blade. No, perdón, por una Silver Edge, va. Ya la tiene la Shadow Blade. Avanza con Smoke el equipo de Team Spirit. Sabe que no hay Ravage. Smoke de 5. A ver si marca a alguien. No. Se retiran los chicos de Team Secret. Ya tiene la Silver Edge, Matuma Man. El Boy Smith. 20k de balón neto para el Morph, 18 para el Kunkka, 17 para el Matuma Man, 14 para el Boy Spirit. Hoy lo van a encontrar a Papi. El Gossip. El bombazo de la Ethereal Blade sobrevive todavía a Papi, que se recupera bastante. Zafó esa Enchantress. $6k de ventaja para el equipo de Team Spirit. Minuto 32, no es mucho, pero hay una pequeña ventaja. Mató un mamá que se posiciona casi segundo. Está muy cerca del Kunkka. Bienvenidos a todos los que van entrando, gente. Recuerden dejar su likeazo, suscríbanse los que están suscritos al canal. La segunda partida de la final de la Lower Bracket de Team Spirit y Team Secret. Está ganando Team Secret 1-0. Después de esto tenemos la final contra el PSG. El que gana acá juega la final BO5 del International 10. Ojo, iniciación. Uy, el Spirit que va por atrás, lo van a reventar. El silencio para todos lados. Se escapa Ninja. Ahí está el RP sobre el Kunkka, el right clickeo, el Omnidash que se come sobre todo, se lo está comiendo, lo va a terminar matando el Brave Spirit, el Ravage se lo va a jugar Matuma más, sí, lo termina matando, buen kill, que ha complicado Collapse también. El Boy Spirit que se manda de Ninja, aguanta con ese Ion Dix, deja el remanente etéreo, zafó el TIE Hunter, a ver, Sai se puede mandar con algún Skewer, no se animan. Se termina tepeando los jugadores de Team Spirit, van a ir por el Royan sabiendo que no está el Kunkka. Buenos kill ahí, buen kill, digamos, ahora el Kunkka. No se anima a ir Royan todavía. Al fin funcionó bien el Omnidash de Matuma Man. Igual aguantó demasiado el Kunkka. Va a iniciar Ninja. Ahí está, lo va a buscar al Lion. El silencio lo explotan. Matuma Man que mete el Fury, mete el Totem también. El daño sobre la Dark Willow se va a terminar muriendo. Sí, cae también el Taihante. En cualquier momento Yatoro que se planta contra Sai. Los tunean ahí al toque. Yatoro sobrevive. Sai no, termina muriendo. Ahí está el right clickeo de Matuma Man. El caso del destino. Golpea a Ninja. Se Yatoro complicado. Las puede estrenar. Se escapa con la forma de ola del Boy Speed que lo va a buscar. A ver si le deja el remate etéreo. El silencio sigue el right clickeo. Llega Matuma Man. El Blade Fury le copia la forma de la Dark Willow. Sigue pegando el remate etéreo. Lo atrapa. Nada. Uy, a ver, la jugada, la forma de ola, lo quiere matar el finger de eso, le mató mal la bola, perdón, el bombazo de la tele, a veces va a morir Yatoro. Buena jugada de Ninja. Dominating, parece Boy Spirit. Aguante. ¿Cómo juega Ninja con ese Boy Spirit, papu? 18, 16, 35 minutos y el valor neto está a favor de Team Secret y van a ir por Royan porque todavía no hay TIE Hunter y en más de un minuto sin que vuelva el Morph. Planta el Totem Matuma Man, ya vuelve el Magnus. 55% de probabilidad de ganar para Team Secret, papu. Gustavo, la partida, la final empieza a las 7. Si esta partida termina en 10 minutos, hay que esperar hasta las, digamos, 5 de la tarde, 5 de la mañana hora Perú. Que serían las 7 de la hora, 7 de Argentina, 7 de la mañana. No va a venir a continuación por más que la serie termine ya. Van a respetar el horario de la final, que era las 7 de Argentina, 5 de Perú. Faltan 50 minutos para las 7 de la mañana acá en Argentina. O sea, faltan 50 minutos para la final. Tu mamón primero en valor neto ahora. Uy, tiene todos los ulti. Hay ulti para todos los equipos. Hay Ravage, hay RP, hay Ghost Ship, hay Omnidash. Casi 40 minutos de partida, ¿eh? Se está poniendo extensa el tema. Uy, lo encuentra la Matuma Man, lo levanta por el finger del Ghost y lo queman la primera vida. Tiene que ir a defender rápidamente. Quiere tepear mi Poshke, quiere tepear todo el equipo de Team Spirit. Sí, le sacaron la eje al inmortal y terminaron tepeando. A ver si puede iniciar Ninja. No, se queda en el molde. No, gastaron el Ravage. Ahí está la inicia el Kunkka. Remate anterior, los daños de ímpetu. Prende la BKB, la cantidad de daño que se comió ese Kunkka, papá. Runa de doble damage para Matuma Man. Ya tiene su mariposa. Está pegando duro ese Juggernaut. Va a caer la tier 2 de mid. Yatoro pushando la línea en la parte de top. Metiendo la rata. Ah, se repitió de iniciar. Consumió su runa de doble damage. Mató mamá. No se animó a meter la daga y el skewer. Se había preparado mató mamá para meterle todo el daño al Kunka. Y anda Ninja tratando de encontrar algún kill con un smoke. O algún skewer, algo así. Va, que pega duro, mató mamá ya. Van a subirse a Haga la gente de Team Spirit. Te pega a defender side. Uy, lo inicia Nazai con ese Hex. Hay púas terrenales, hay Finger of Death o no. Ahí está el Finger of Death y le revienta la vida al Magnus. Papi que avanza. No gastaron el Ravage. Ojo, inicia por atrás el Ninja. Lo quiere matar a la Dark Widow. No puede todavía. Se retira la gente de Team Spirit. Muy pareja la partida en estos minutos, en este minuto 40. Hay menos de un cada balón neto a favor de Team Spirit. Se pagó el Magnus. ¿What? No gastaron el Ravage. Hace rato que no gasta el Ravage. Z Hunter. Quiere venganza al Magnus. Venganza, maldita sea venganza. La Ganin Shot también para matar un mamán. Ahí está, inician otra vez al Magnus. Lo va a terminar reventando. El daño bueno, cae otra vez. Sai, el Fury de mató un mamán para escaparse. Le cancelan el TP. Lo va a terminar matando. Sí, la forma de cae. Mató un mamán, doble kill para Yatoro. La cagada, gente. Cayeron 3 de Team Secret. Mm, 4K de ventaja ahora para Team Spirit. Se van a subir a Jaira, le van a romper las barracas seguramente. Falta mucho para que vuelva el Magnus. Eso que se había apagado. Y también el Juggernaut golpea a Yatoro con todo la tier 3. También Toronto Tokio. Cae la torre. Va a caer el set de barracas. Qué cagada. Le pasó lo mismo contra PSG. Se van por las tier 4. Quieren forzar buybacks. Inteligente. A ver, lo inician a Papi. Lo terminan explotando. Se le escapa la partida si no hace algo el equipo de Team Secret. A ver, se defiende como puede el Hex sobre el Boy Spirit. Las pudas terrenales. El Gotchi que le impacta. Se escapanilla. Se pagó la Enchantress. Fortificación. Cayó una de las tier 4. Pega rápido el equipo de Team Spirit. A ver, otra vez el borbotón. Laberinto de Strazas, de golpe de ángel, le van a reventar a Papi. Dive, parece Enchantress. Van otra vez por la tier 4. Ah, la mierda. El daño de Boy Spirit de bueno sobre Yatoro. Sigue pegando. Va por las. Va por el ancestro de una. El Ravage sobre ese Boy Spirit termina reventando. Se paga. Ahí quiere defender el ancestro. Sigue pegando. Toronto Tokio se pagó el morph. Está por llegar de vuelta a la teamfight. Ya vuelve Matuma mal. La forma de quiere reventar el ancestro y se llena. Le metieron la rata directa. Jodeme, loco. Vamos por la tercera partida, loco. A la mierda. No te puedo creer, loco.
You know the saying, wards win games. I don't think Team Spirit, when they placed that ward combination down there, expected that was what
La
was
había
going to win them the game.
remontado
4 minutes later.
Team Secret, pero se la dio vuelta, de vuelta Team Spirit y a la mierda. Derecho por el ancestro.
And this was a game that Secret pulled back from looking really, really rough. They get into a favorable position, they lose their Aegis on Matu bot, and then they still continue to play offensively in the enemy jungle, and they get punished really hard by an incredible play from Spirit. These guys
vamos ahí hasta la última oportunidad, loco. Hasta la última partida para definir el finalista.
But it is tied 1-1 in this lower bracket finals between Team Secret and Team Spirit. Let's go to the panel to break down this game number 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Effie, as soon as you saw the draft, you were just like, yep, Spirit have got this in the bag. And you were right.
Yeah. To me, that looked like a really free Morphling game, to be honest. There was no pressure for him on lanes. It looked like he would hit his timings really well. And, of course, he had the Willow combination. I know that a lot of people were praising Secret's draft maybe in that game, but it didn't look very good because I don't like the combination of Ensh Grim supports, and I don't want to just make this about draft, right? Because they took some really good fights. Nisha played out of his mind, and it looked like there was a moment where they were just back in the game. But I don't know. I don't want to make it specifically about drafts, but there is a couple of things that I wanted to highlight, which is number one, Dark Willow looked so good in that game, right?
Yeah.
And when you think about it, BSJ was talking about this Helm of Iron. Sorry, I'm like out of breath. I'm like drinking.
I mean, we also ran up to the desk, right?
Yeah.
So it's allowed.
Sorry, I'm like haven't caught my breath yet. But so BSJ was talking about the Helm of Iron will meta.
Sí.
And how Enchantress is
Ojo,
actually
ese tiene Spirit, está bastante picante.
right? Because she hits it through armor and kind of zones them out of the lane. But the thing about Willow is she's a lane support. She does not really go mid unless she has to. So she was able to just sit on that lane and secure his game. And oh boy, did she bully the Ensh.
We like a little bit of a bullying Dark Willow. Never underestimate the tiny fairy.
Gracias, Rick.
In terms of the supports on Secret side, Enchantress. And then we have the Grimstroke as well.
Yeah, not the support duo that can go around the map and like do stuff. Puppy was very annoying, as he always is on the Enchantress, you know, being in your face. I feel YapzOr should have given a bit more farm priority to be able to finish off that Aghanim Scepter. Could be a game changer. Unfortunately for them, there was no Big Boy Philly, no Philosopher draw for them, because it can make the difference. It's probably the best item you can find on the Grimstroke, especially in this situation. So you want to make a replicate out of the Morphling, which did not happen. But to go back to Dark Willow, I think he had a really good game, and also a bit back to lore, you know, Mira playing the Miraska. So, you know, a bit of a nice catch with the name.
Would you like to see an Enchantress and Grimstroke maybe swap lanes?
Almost certainly no, just because it's really important that Enchantress is able to stabilize Juggernaut, and that's why it was so important that Mira did a good job pressuring him, because he Puppy made that uncharacteristic mistake. He walked through 2 Bramble Mazes, and that got him killed. And Enchantress typically wins lane. Now Puppy still had a great mid and late game because he was tanking team fights, and that gave his team a lot of opportunities to do like disables on Kunkka with Omni Slashes. But eventually Team Spirit got those great hexes and disables, and that's what opened the game up. It was initiation.
And that's Dark Willow's strength, really. Like if you place Brambles on ramps, that's it. It's so hard to dodge those. And I was thinking about it, actually. So not only does she outright click the Enchantress, it would have to like force Enchantress to play on the lane and not on the side, which is something that Enchantress does not like to do. And if she did that, she just gets gushed by Tide and killed by the Dark Willow. So I honestly feel like maybe a lane swap would have actually been better in that.
Team Spirit did a lot of good like smoke rotations, invading the enemy triangle, going for that Juggernaut kill, using the torrent from the fog and getting also a couple of stacks from there. Also nice cute little play from Collapse backpacking his Vlads while there were smoke, so you can see them coming. You know, they're coming through the creep wave, but he's backpacking it, so there's like no that buff on the creeps. And yeah, just the efficiency of the Team Spirit has been out of the roof so far throughout this tournament.
Do you think, though, sometimes Team Spirit are allowed to get away with certain mistakes? Like, for example, they didn't get away with it because Secret farmed them, but when they got Roche about 22 minutes in, they were then just picked off by Team Secret. And that was a great advantage for Secret, but they couldn't quite capitalize on it. I'm just wondering if Spirit deserved to lose more from that moment.
Yeah, typically they would have lost more, but given the nature of their draft and how Morphling was under no threat until Juggernaut got a Scotty, and then maybe another heal reduction item even, didn't translate into any kind of map control, really, just because of the nature of both drafts, right? And for Secret's draft to have won at that point in the game, they would have had to take it very, very late, because then that's when they would have struggled. But a hero that I wanted to highlight, who was kind of an unsung hero, was the Kunkka, right? He tanked so many spells. He tanked Omnislash, he tanked everything, and he just didn't die. It really felt like they had damage issues at some point.
Well, Toronto Tokyo, I suppose we didn't really talk about him much in the first game. In this game, then, he's your MVP, Effie?
I think collectively they all played very well. My personal MVP would probably be just like the Mira plus Yotaro combination in that game, but his hero did a lot for them in terms of absorbing damage.
What about you, Purge?
Yeah, that was really impactful. Like having those really tanky strength heroes with high armor. In this case, he got the AC relatively quick with the SNY and the BKB, and he was the frontliner. And it's really important to have that. That was something the Team Secret draft kind of lacked. It makes it harder for Zai to do his job, to jump in, initiate, catch the right people. So he had to struggle with that a bit, unfortunately for them. So. But as a whole, he played excellent. He's had great Kunkka performances pretty consistently throughout the tournament. He's still had great GPM, last hits, everything. So yeah, still playing really good. Wasn't 20 minutes, but it was a good game for Team Spirit.
So in some ways, we're now going to see a bit of a grand reset between Spirit and Secret, because this next game wins it, the cost.
Yeah, this is just a best of one, and which team can reset. I think for Team Secret, they had a huge boost of confidence once they won against OG and dropped them to the lower bracket. This was like the big rivalry, not just in-game, but also on Twitter. A lot of memes, they had some beef before, and this is where Team Secret, got a bit of a...
Bienvenido, Cuatro Eduardo.
Looking at the Team Spirit, this is the team that just doesn't care. They don't care about what's happening in the game. They're going to be playing this top-tier Dota. They're not going to be overusing their abilities. There's not going to be almost no mistakes made. When you watch them play while they're winning, it's just, beautiful. I don't think I've seen team perform so well under so much pressure and being so relatively young. They have some experience coming out from the Silent, their coach, and also Miposhka, but the rest of the team is very young.
That really showed, I think, yesterday when they won their match as well. I was surprised when they won. They sit up from their seats and they're not freaking out hype when they got top 3 instead of top 4. They're like, all right, we won. Next game. It's like, and Frank, you said that earlier about Miposhka. He's like, oh, we haven't won yet. That's like the Kuro mentality that we've heard in years past. It doesn't matter until you win the whole thing.
Well, one game stands between Puppy, who has been to 10 internationals. Standing between him and the final is, of course, Team Secret. This could be his last game on the TI-10 stage. So we're going to check in with him and find out what he thinks of his teammates.
I probably have the best connection with these people than any team I've ever been in. If all of us didn't need to play Dota together, we would be in a very, very good spot as people. Nisha is our quiet, skilled boy, really great guy. Nothing bad I can say about this dude. Same thing for Zai, skilled dude. We hang around all the time. All of our team just constantly chills out at Discord. Matu is just the greatest. He's just hilarious without knowing that he's hilarious type of thing. Yazid is just, he's just a clown, honestly, but he's just the funny things he says and the charismatic strength he has is very high. And he is just he's just great. He's literally a very good rational person. He just can listen to you. And even though he disagrees with you completely, he can completely disagree with you, hate everything that you just said, but it won't show. He's a politician, goddammit. This guy doesn't show anything. He's gonna go far. But for now, he's coaching some little children playing Dota, like me. It's important to actually be a child in this game. It's important to do it. Because if you don't have that same feeling, a child's gonna beat your ass. Sorry.
Interesting there. I like Puppy's own description of himself is as a child. And the team of kids are now making their way to their favorite kind of playground. It is the main stage here at TI-10 at the National Arena Bucharest. This is the moment of truth for both of these teams. One game standing between them and the grand final against PSG.LGD. These booths have probably never felt so intimidating, but one of these teams, they've been here before. They've been here many times, and for Team Spirit, well, They know it's anyone's game, and after that second game performance, they're going to really be believing in themselves right now, Lacoste.
Oh yeah, they're just feeling themselves as this tournament progresses. They tend to play better. They don't crumble under the pressure. It's just, I don't know. I've been praising them so far throughout the tournament. I don't think I can find like another way to say how good they are and how enjoyable they are to watch.
May I just say, I love what Puppy said in that interview about having to be a child to be here and win this game, because you still have to enjoy what you do and you have to love the game and you have to just be able to not feel the nerves and just kind of immerse yourself in this environment to win. And look how far they've made it. And that's exactly the quality that Team Spirit has, by the way. That's taken them this far, I would say.
Yeah. In this interview, Puppy was, to sum it up, it was pretty much, just a bunch of dudes being bros kind of a mentality.
It really helps a lot too when you have losing streaks where you have a bad game. Then your morale doesn't drop. You can still like keep your head together. No one's like mad at each other. Any of those like underneath problems that you have with each other don't like boil up and become big issues. You can just reset and play another game as long as you have a slightly better draft or different strategy.
And I'm glad that Team Secret can do this, but also I remember at the Animajor, when every team was always so stressed, every night they would go to their practice rooms and just do whatever they do in there. Sometimes they're just talking, sometimes they're reviewing drafts, but in their free time, Team Spirit would just go play ping pong, and they'd play ping pong for hours. Anyone who walked down to get anything from the Animajor lobby would just see them playing ping pong. They would hog the table. So just the fact that they can just have fun together and not be that nervous during these kinds of events is really cool.
Yeah, and we've seen some spice because they've been acting, like those Giga Chad dudes, but we've also seen a Giga Chad coming out from Toronto, Tokyo with the easy game. That's the stuff that I like to see.
Well, for Team Spirit, it has certainly been quite the journey. Speaking to Mira yesterday, he was talking about the fact that he joined in February. He'd played with Collapse earlier on in 2020. And now this team is in the top 3 at the International. A Cinderella story, if we ever heard one.
Team Spirit versus Team Secret. Game 3.
And we're here with a draft of Game 3 between Team Spirit and Team Secret with my panel of BSJ and Jenkins. There we go. That was way less cool than we thought it would be. I thought it was very cool.
Thank you.
Especially with a slap. Anyway, we're here with the third draft. What can we be expecting, my wonderful analyst, BSJ?
I think we're expecting a Magnus again, but they may have to ban out the Tide. It just makes the game a lot more complicated when you have a hero you can't RP that's walking right at you.
Would you agree, Jenkins?
Yeah, that seemed like a nice solution to the Magnus, the RP. Even the fact that, okay, when we're talking about Pudge Hook, going back to Pudge, who's the one hero you don't want to hook in?
Why?
Why
do we have to go back?
Because everybody
We're
knows.
gonna see Pudge at this draft.
No. Everybody knows this example. Literally every single Dota player knows the example of, Pudge hooks the Tide, he ravages, he dies. Magnus is the same thing, but also, okay, actually no, it's not banned. Lion is banned. All supports.
So I guess
You're
Team
saying
Secret
that he doesn't
agrees?
want to skewer in the Tide.
Yeah, you don't want
to give him a free initiation. I think was the entire point.
So you have
of
the Kraken Shell for the RP, but then also the element of you don't want to skewer in a Tidehunter, and Tidehunter is going to stand in your face. It's the same thing where in the Animajor, people were picking Dragon Knight, and then the counter to it was to put the Tidehunter in front, who's going to Kraken Shell off the stun. But it's not just that. It's also, like, Dragon Knight doesn't pull the Tide into the fight.
But they banned Lion.
They did indeed ban Lion.
Yes, that's like a Tide, but with only one direction.
Maybe they enable the Tide with the Lion, just because Tide, like historically, you just don't fight him. So you just play the split push game, farm it up,
pick off.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. It's been happening before, though. I remember in the, I think it was TI9, when they fought against Liquid, they were talking about the Alchemist plus Chen strat, right? That was TI9, I think. And they, in the exit interview, they said that, or Puppy said, that they thought the Chen was the problem. It was actually Alchemist the whole time. So it might be one of those repeats when they see a combo and they think the Lion's the problem, but it's actually the Tide, as Jenkins said.
Yeah, or like the flip side, like maybe this is like the 5-head play from Puppy, is that the Lion is the actual issue and it's not necessarily the Tide.
I would trust him more than you.
Yeah, of course, naturally.
Yes.
So they should probably pick IO here. Oh, they're going to plan for the IO.
Oh, and they get the Magnus.
So what happened against LGD was that Secret, okay, This started with Team Spirit seeing a Tiny in the lower bracket and responding with Wyvern Mag. And then LGD, okay, I'm sorry. Secret did the same thing to LGD in the winter bracket finals where they let LGD have the Tiny and responded with Wyvern Mag. And you don't want to pick IO into Wyvern Mag because the IO Tiny will just get RP'd and cursed together and the IO will just die. So they replaced the IO, like the buffer, the attack speed, with an Ogre on the side of LGD. So we're seeing like 3 series carry over from one to another.
The Ogre was first phase banned here too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They banned the Ogre.
Interesting, yeah. It's like you never expect an Ogre to be first phase banned prior to like 2 days ago.
Yeah.
But because of how things have progressed in terms of essentially countering the Tiny, this is what has happened. That Ogre is first phase banned.
So it's interesting because that was probably a read by Team Spirit saying we still have tied in the pool, and they actually probably agree with you that if they pick first pick Mag, we just tied and we beat them again. So they knew the Tiny was going to happen, which is why they last banned the Ogre.
Yeah, it's a lot of mind games going on. We see the Tiny when it's first picked. There's almost always a Necro, Ursa, Lifestealer are usually the 3 bans that come out in the second round. These teams, they just learn from each other. They see things that work and don't work, and sometimes it's a matter of like Lifestealer, for instance, isn't a free game versus Tiny by any means, but we saw one of the few heroes that doesn't mind getting slapped by Tiny for 10 seconds in a row because he will out-sustain it, and also ET's aura doesn't work through magic immunity, so that's a hero I'm keeping an eye out for. They've actually banned the Ember.
Interesting.
Ember Mag.
Yeah, last time we saw LGD actually do this against Secret, where they picked the Tiny and then they banned out like all of the counters in the second phase. And then, but then they also picked the Phoenix into Snapfire. And I was thinking a big reason that they did that is because they essentially decided, and we were talking to Seb backstage actually about this, that LGD had essentially decided that those were all of the heroes that they didn't have an answer to, and anything that they had left in the pool, it was likely that they had some sort of counter pick. You know, like a Pugna versus like Necrophos, for example, if you've got a great Pugna player. And then Phoenix, picking it into Snapfire is kind of insane. It's like you just press, I always forget the
little
shredder, and then you kill the egg, right? But the thing is, it's like a Tiny counter, and then it's also good for the team fights. And so you're block picking it, and then you're also getting it. It's better for the game.
But now we also made a point that in that specific draft, it was really difficult for the Snapfire to get into position and actually shoot the egg down, which actually forced Secret into the Weaver pick.
Like there was like a Puck and
exactly.
other heroes like that.
So Secret went for the Weaver trying to break the lines, and then they got a bad core-to-core matchup. So we might be seeing something similar for Spirit if we see Secret going for more team fight.
I think we will see a Weaver or a Snap come out for Spirit in the laning phase against Tiny. Those are 2 of the best supports because he starts with 0 armor.
Ah, this is the BSJ theory. How do you counter the Tiny according to you?
It's the 0 armor in lane. Like until level 6, Tiny is not good against physical damage. And these heroes eventually are still a nuisance for him because the Weaver bugs. They take a lot of attacks to remove, and Tiny does a lot of damage per attack, but doesn't attack very fast.
Yeah, like he basically has to build into attack speed in order to make up for the fact that he has none. Another nice thing about Weaver too is like obviously Spirit, they've been picking this throughout the entire tournament, so they know how to play it. That's going to play into whether or not they pick it. But you're playing against 2 melee strength heroes. Very easy to get the bugs on them. And then also you're going to pick up a Spirit Vessel on Weaver, and percentage magic damage is how you deal with the Tiny's massive HP pool and armor.
I have the last ban here. So what was they banned Lifestealer, I remember. And what was the other one they considered?
It's usually Ursa. Yeah,
Ursa.
Lifestealer. Because you have the ET, I think the Lifestealer is the better ban because he's not only good against Tiny, but he's also really good against your other hero.
So could this be an Ursa pick for Spirit, Jenkins?
It could, and I would assume that Secret, obviously having dealt with this in the LGD series, if they're letting an Ursa through, it's something that they think that they can counter. It's something that they think that they have an answer for. And I mean, that's what pro drafting is in general. It's like you think you have an answer for something. It turns out you don't. You ban it the next game. So whether or not Puppy's right about that is up for debate. But they could definitely pick the Ursa. It's great against Elder Titan too. Like there's absolutely no way an Elder Titan's going to run up and start punching an Ursa. So it's just a really easy hero that you can kill in every team fight, and it's worth killing him too.
Yeah, there's 2 thoughts going into this Ursa pick, because if you want the Ursa really badly, you're going to pick it here, but you're also not concerned that Secret's going to take it, because they already have most likely what is their carry, and if it isn't their carry, they're most likely going to leave it open until the last pick. So you have to ask yourself, if you plan to pick the Ursa anyways, you probably pick it here, because if you pick it 4th into counters that they already picked, then there's no reason to hold off, but at the same time, you're not worried about the other team taking it.
Rubik ban. Could be the Weaver that you were talking about. Yes,
it's Rubik or Snap. It's a Weaver or Snap, I'm pretty sure.
But Rubik is also good against Magnus for the telekinesis, 0 cast point stun, or almost 0.
You know, the nice thing about Weaver as a support position is that it's kind of similar to what we saw when I believe Secret picked it as the carry position. It's that you can survive the tiny burst, well, you think you can survive the tiny burst, and then you press R and you're full HP and Tiny doesn't have the burst, right? And so it's the same thing we saw Faceless Void actually beat the Tiny earlier in the tournament because of the same principle where you're just dodging all of the burst, and obviously Weaver has a longer cooldown on that, but as a support, you can have a carry who's actually building into Scotty, building into Satanic, these tanky items, and then save them with the Weaver Aghanim Scepter, and then all of a sudden Tiny's not as much of an issue.
I was not expecting the Willow again. It worked really well last game, but I don't think these heroes on Secret are the same as we saw, like the Magnus combo. They don't have like a clear time that you're supposed to terrorize in this game for the Willow. But maybe they also are unlikely to go for the Morph because you have ET on the other side who removes all of his armor. Interesting pick.
Maybe the idea is around the Brambles, because Tiny is not the traditional BKB carry due to his stat resistance. And then you're constantly getting brambled and you can't run around freely. Might also stop the potential Lycan Tiny combo.
Yeah, sure, and it's also like disengage too. You can just, you know, pick and choose your fights, and that sets up for the Winter Wyvern and the Magnus to hit better spells. Obviously, they're big counter initiators, and you want to pick and choose your fights.
There's the Lycan regardless. It's the LGD draft.
Yeah,
I wouldn't
Tiny.
think Willow's that great against Lycan. It's like you're not going to die to the Lycan because you have Shadow Realm and maybe Terrorize to cover yourself, but none of this threatens the Lycan. Okay, now that you've controlled him or saved yourself, well, now what? And we saw that in the past, Mag, he used to build like Tread's Echo Saber from the mid lane, or even sometimes build a little bit to right click from the off lane, and this cleave was good against Lycan's summons, but now Lycan's aura is global, so the hero is usually never anywhere near his summons, and then you also build like mobility on the Mag, so Lycan's really good at zoning out the Mag.
And he's got one summon, one huge summon instead of two little Necro
like in
units.
Necro books, yeah.
Yeah, which you would kill. So this SD looks like it's preemptively kind of countering the Morphling, who you could steal illusions of, and I really do think the Team Spirit's about to pick Morphling. This draft looks like to me that they're just saying, we're really confident in this strategy, we just won with it, it looked really good, like we don't care if you counter us.
It might be preemptively countering Ursa as well.
That's
because
true.
you have the
Covers all
constant
bases.
dispel against the overpower. But you also have the save for the Winter's Curse and the RP. The disruption is incredibly powerful this game because Team Spirit doesn't have a way to jump him yet. They have to draft something like the Storm, and these heroes don't want to be playing into, like Storm Spirit mobile heroes don't want to play into really beefy Lycans and Tinies. And Sven, yes, it looks nice because of the armor, the Warcry, but that is also purged by Shadow Demon.
Yep.
And if he gets to an Ags at any point, if it's maybe a 4-position Shadow Demon, that break as well as dispel consistently, it just ruins Sven.
Yeah, this is a really kiteable Sven, it looks like right now. In terms of at least Team Secret's draft, they have the Disruption from Shadow Demon, they have the ult from Shadow Demon, they have all the tiny stuns, which are on a low cooldown, Eldritch Titan, who's throwing all of these spells into melee range, BKB Piercing, of course, the Earth Splitter. The Lycan can run his units around you. Of course, you can cleave those. We already talked about the cleave's not as good as it was before. But then on the flip side, there is a lot of setup potential from Spirit in terms of having some crazy wombo combo in the team fight. You have Sven cleave on top of the Magnus and Power.
Me dejé tirar de la cama un rato, loco, casi me duermo. Pero bueno, estoy un poco más
100% have the Sven 1v5 in this game, but it requires some team
más descansado, loco. Fueron un par de minutos, pero me sirvieron bastante. Bueno, ahora el draft de la última y decisiva partida para que un equipo de estos avance a la final. Winter, Magnus, Dark Widow y Sven para el equipo de Team Spirit. Tenemos Tiny, Elder Titan, Lycan, Shadow Demon para Team Secret. Saludos tío Karen, recién está llegando, que bueno, ya todo vendió su Satani para tipear y romper. El Morph para llegar rápido. Está buena la comentarista.
Really cool like thought process from these drafters.
And then Spirit bans out the puck, which is exactly what
Eduardo, ¿cómo andás ahí en Trovo, papu?
a very similar draft yesterday. I would be surprised if Secret doesn't just go for... Okay, so the Void Spirit is banned out, Ember is banned out. We need a Spirit-type hero because none of these Secret heroes want to go in and actually get stuff started. This is what we've seen in all of the drafts so far from them. So what do we have left? Storm's a little slow.
Could they run something like a DK, for example, instead?
The problem is you don't know the lane matchup. Oh, they go with the Lina. Okay, so something that's going to win the lane no matter what.
But now you lack the initiation you were talking about, so Tiny's going to have to be the one.
It's going to be Lycan's job.
Oh, Lycan.
I think it's going to be Lycan's job. They're not going to have hard initiation. They're going to have cause chaos, and eventually you'll separate, and the Tiny will be able to land his abilities. They have a lot of poke, a lot of prod, and then eventually, once they get the fight started, their damage on Team Secret is immense. Once you get the Tiny Lycan timing, the Wyvern's really good against Tiny because of the slow from Winter's from Arctic Burn, but that doesn't matter if you're hasted.
DK here.
And they go for you have to go for something like this to jump the Shadow Demon, but my emphasis is this hero is not good conceptually against push lineups. You don't want your towers getting pushed. You want your team setting up the rotations. I think Team Spirit's going to be on the back foot. I don't like being on the back foot when I have a Sven. He's a pretty strong laner who wants to pick fights on his own terms rather than defensively. If any team can pull it off, it's Team Spirit, but I think Secret's got their number on this one.
I think the way Spirit wins this is through team fighting. There's always the snowball potential of a Storm Spirit if he gets an early Orchid. There really isn't much to disable him. I was thinking maybe like a Yule Scepter would be pretty good.
Ay, Dios, qué fiaca la concha del boludo.
Uncommon Lina build, and
Así que
you
la
got the
final.
SD to set up for you already, so maybe you just don't go for that Yule Scepter, even though if the Storm does pop off, you probably need one. But yeah, I think Spirit could
Ya me tomé un café, pero
team fights, but Team Secret's draft is looking a lot like LGD's,
no me hizo
and that
nada.
looked pretty unbeatable, to be quite honest.
But Spirit wins for a comfort draft, right? This is
Bueno,
the draft that they
Storm,
played through.
último pick para Team Spirit y una Lina.
Yatoro on this fan, like even Miroslav on the
Todo por el todo, gente.
All these
Por
heroes
el
are heroes
paso a la
of
final del
so maybe they're just trying
TI-10.
to go for a good draft they know how to execute.
Well, the way I think they win, honestly, is being close enough in the game once Secret goes high ground to win off the skewers into base. I think that is their best option because eventually the Sven can match the Tiny, but he needs like 4 or 5 items to not only do enough damage but also tank through what they're
Se va a retrasar entonces el comienzo de la final, gente. Puta madre, yo quería que sea rápido y mira vos, ya van a ser.
I see.
Qué bronca me da.
Yeah, ET running in and disrupting seems really good this game, and as a 5, you can't do that because you just feed due to no items. But like Wyvern and Magnus, they're looking for these big counter initiations, which if you're using all of your spells to stop this like position 4 ET from punching you, then you can't do that. So I do think that actually makes a lot of sense, and the disruption is what's important from the SD as well as the ult.
And now, as the game begins, we're going to get everyone's favorite casting duo here on the stage. It's Sunsfan and Cinderin.
Hello, everybody.
Vamos al Dota. Jugador con el mayor daño mágico puro total infligido a los seres en 10 minutos. Lina. Mayor cantidad de daño físico de un golpe de droga hacer otro con un solo golpe. Por este. Ah, no, más. Vamos a poner ahí un Tiny. ¿Tiny de quién es? Voy a hacer Tiny. Vamos a poner 1001 más. Jugador con el mayor daño mágico puro total infligido a los 95. Vamos a poner la Lina. Primer jugador en conseguir 50 últimos golpes. Vamos a poner el Storm. Bueno, arranca la tercera y última partida, gente, de este BO3 de la Lower Bracket. Chaps recliqueando a la Dark Widow. Va Pepo listando con ese trastorno. Ay, carajo. Bueno, la final que estaba para las 7 de la mañana ya se va a ir retrasando porque faltan 12 minutos para las 7 de la mañana. Real cagada eso. El Shockwave sobre el Tiny, ya observo bastante recliqueado. La venita de zarza sobre Papi, se escapa. No, no se escapa, llega a matar un mamá, le va a meter un garrotazo, la van a matar, a ver si viene First Blood, el ramazo y está. No, deniega justo un creep de casualidad, qué ojete. Qué culo que tuvo, a ver, Tornado toque bastante right cliqueado. Tiene que ir caminando hasta la tier 2. Otra vez el Shockwave de Collapse. Bastante dañado ese Magnus. A ver, el Shockwave, el Skewer, complicado, Matuma mal, el laberinto de zarzas, se puede morir Matuma mal, ramazo, esquiva el laberinto de zarzas, el right cliqueo, se puede morir, sí, mata. La primera sangre para Papi, se muere Collapse. Quedó bastante fino Matuma mal, recupera vida con ese Assault. 1-0 a favor de Team Secret. Tres minutos de la partida. Seguimos 1-0, 4 minutos de partida. Está Papi stackeando. El recliqueo sigue recliqueando Matuma mal. El laberinto de zarza, el Shockwaves. Escapa Matuma mal, no pasa nada. Ya observa quitando mi Pochka, que es la explosiva. Bastante dañado el Elder Titan. Ojo contra el Totoki que lo está yendo a buscar. No. La avalancha sobre Collapse. El Skewer que había metido el Magnus. Cinco minutos de partida, seguimos 1-0. A ver, Ninja que va a buscar a ese Winter. Tiene Laguna Blade, lo puede reventar de un ramazo. Sabe jugando con ese Lycan. Tiene 17 lag hit. El Sven tiene 34. Le sacó un nivel de diferente a Ninja a Toronto Tokio. A ver, lo van a buscar el Storm, el Dragon Slave. Mandan el Espíritu Astral. No va a haber Eco Stomp.
Bienvenido Merinu Kajuno.
6 minutos de partida, 50 al hit, va, 48 para la línea. Vamos a ver, ¿qué había puesto yo? ¿Que ganaba la línea a los 50 al hit o el...? Ah, sí. Lo gané entonces. Hey, toma un curso. Ah, no, lo había puesto Toronto-Tokio, qué boludo. Ahí. A ver la avalancha del todo sobre Collapse. ¿Se puede morir? No, termina muriendo Papi. Cae también Collapse a menos de Papi. Está bien. Doble combo ahí, 1 por 1. 6 minutos 30. Está mejor, mucho mejor la línea que es Storm Spirit. Todavía no puede sacar nivel 6. El Storm ahora sí saca nivel 6. Lo va a buscar con el Wall Lighting. El Rey Liqueo. El Rey está que Rey stunea. Llega ya Toro. A ver si le pone el martillo de tormenta. También la Dark Willow. Lo termina revelando. La God Street. Explotan a la línea. Bueno, TP del equipo de Team Spirit. Allá todo llegaba. ¿Cómo va Marcolex? ¿Todo bien, papu? Dos a 2 el marcador, un K de valor neto va a favor de Team Secret. Primero está el Sven con 4,1k de valor neto, segundo la línea, tercero el Tiny, cuarto el Lycan. El Storm bastante abajo. Vamos a ver si se recupera. ¡Ay! Bueno, ya se me pasó un poco el sueño, che.
One more for my quiver.
One more for my quiver. Gracias, Marco Lex, por el follow, papu. Bueno, 8 minutos de partida, seguimos 2 a 2. Vamos a ver qué tan rápido farmea el Lycan de Sai. A ver, el trastorno, la avalancha, el tos sobre el Magnus que aguanta, todavía tiene nivel 6, mete el esquivo y el laberinto de Sasa para defender las cargas de veneno sombrío de Papi. A ver, luego de tren van contra Shab sobre el rey que le queda explotan ese Elder Titan, Sai que se transforma con su cambio de forma, no pasa nada. 3 a 2 el marcador, casi 9 minutos. 5 cada valor neto para el Sven, 4,8, casi 4,5 para la línea. Ay. Casi 10 minutos tenemos. 3 a 2 sigue el marcador. A ver la línea de Nisha en la parte de bot. Se va a terminar retirando al final. El Lycan ahí asediando la tier 1 de bot con sus invocaciones. Los scripts controlados por el Yelmo del dominador. A ver, Matumaman. Vienen a buscar a la Dark Willow. El Stacker Rey. Inicia Toronto Toco. La avalancha. El tos. Daño sobre el Storm Spirit. Se va a escapar. A ver. Y reviviendo Nisha. Van a dar el espíritu astral. No va a haber Echo Stomp.
Bienvenido a Arnes.
Zafón ahí el Storm que no pudo impactar la Laguna Blade de la línea. Que no pudo meter todo lo que tiene la línea. Ahí va otra vuelta al Ball Lightning. Se queda corto. El daño bajo la estructura se la juega. A ver el trastorno de Papi. Sí, la zafan. La avalancha otra vez. No tiene maná. El ramazo que explota la Laguna Blade. Lo termina reventando Storm. Pero se muere también la línea. Se va a morir la Dark Willow. El requerido de Shapsor. Ahí está. Se lleva el kill Papi. 2 por 1. 4-4 el marcador. Se la jugó demasiado el Storm. Le quedó sin maná. Y le hicieron caga para adentro. Nivel 10 para el Sven de Yatoro. Mete la God Estrella y empieza a reclicar la tira uno de top. Se farmea como nada la línea de creeps. Minuto 11. Vamos a los ítems de los principales scores. Tenemos a Ben con Máscara de Locura Power Thread. El Storm tiene Anillo Espiritual, Botella, Power Thread. El Magnus, Mechans, Botas Arcanas, va por Daga. La Lina tiene doble talismán, el Scepter, Botella va por BKB. El Lycan tiene Yelmo del Dominador, va por el Yelmo del Supremo. El Tiny tiene Sable del Eco, Power Thread y Anillo Espiritual, va por una Shadow Blade. Se armará ese Tiny como el de Ame ayer, que rompió todo. Bueno, en realidad tienen también las auras de Lycan. Se podría armar así, pero falta el logro Magi, que le daba tercera. A ver, el Scepter, la Strike Ray viene a defender Toronto Tokio, los Vortex sobre Ninja, el RP también. Llega tarde de Japson para defender, explotan a la línea otra vez. 5-4 al marcador. Se retira el Magnus aproximado a la línea. Él les vende ya todo lo que sigue farmeando. Sigue primero en valor neto. El Tiny anda segundo. Un K diferencia. Se tiene que armar sí o sí ese Tiny, por el amor de Cristo. ¿Cuánto le falta para el yelmo al Lycan? Menos de 800 de oro. Uy, lo levantó con el Scepter, se calcula bien. Y calculó bien la unidad sobre ahí, el right cliqueo. Toronto Tokio. Uy, terminó zafando. A ver el ramazo de Matumba Man. Zafó otra vez el Storm Spirit. A ver a quién atraparon ahí. Al Magnus, la avalancha, el tos, el right cliqueo. Se viene el ramazo, las cargas de veneno sombrío. Mete esquivo y queda corto. Las copias que right cliquean se lo termina muriendo. Ahí está, se lleva el kill Papi, que está en racha con ese Shadow Demon. 5-5 al marcador, 14 minutos. Smoke de 2 por parte de Team Spirit. Stormy Dark Willow. Ojo con Side, lo van a iniciar. Ahí está, llega el Ball Lightning, el remate estático, el Vortex, la corona de espinas, se muere. Al final es el Lycan. Llegaba tarde el Echo Stomp. Impacta en la Dark Willow nomás. En racha Toronto Tokio. Uy, muy fino quedó mi Poshka. El Sven ya tiene daga, loco. Está farmeando rápido ese Sven. El Tiny ahí tratando de alcanzarlo. Smoke de 4. Quiere lograr kills rápidos el equipo de Team Spirit. A ver. Colors ahí diveando con ese Magnus. Ahí va la God Estrella. Daga sobre Papi. El Scepter de la línea. El laberinto de Zarza. Se manda a Toronto Tokio. Lo van a buscar a Ninja. Impacta, queda stuneado, le costó a Papi si se puede escapar. El esquivo, el RP es bueno, lo va a terminar reventando también a la Lina. Aguanto ahí a Japson, mató un mamán que golpea, no puede matar a nadie, le falta daño al Tiny. La avalancha, el ramazo, bueno, al final el Lycan que te mete su Shape Shift, avanza el Lycan. Se pagó Papi. Bueno, cae la Lina y cae el Magnus. Se había pagado también Papi. 2 por 1. Le falta daño del bueno. Matumbaman todavía con ese Tiny. Si bien ya les ven, está pegando. El Tiny todavía le falta. Opa, Matumbaman le corta una racha de 4 kills a Toronto. Tokio les instaló el Dota. Tomá, ahí está, empieza a trabajar el Tiny con esas iniciaciones. Se llevó mucho oro ahí Matumbaman. Ahí estaba el cambio de forma del Lycan. No, solamente aullaba nomás. Sai. El Ecostorm es bueno. Ojo con... No tiene God Strength igual el Sven. Contra Sharpshot, el Vortex, el remate estático, Rey cliqueo, la izquierda explosiva, se lleva el Kimi Boschka. 9-7 el marcador, un K de valor neto a favor del equipo de Team Secret, cae la tier 1 de mid, con ese creep controlado por el Lycan, ya tiene el yelmo del Supremo. Mira lo que pega ese creep, loco, pega una locura. Avalancha 2, uy, otra vez Matumbaman le metió la rata a Toronto Tokio. El Winter Cruz que llega tarde, no va a llegar el Magnus para meter a Rapid ni nada más. Buen kill de Matumbaman. Otra vez le metieron la rata al Storm. 8, 9, 8 y 2K de ventaja para Team Secret. Ya está por alcanzar el primer lugar de valor neto Matumbaman. Va por Aganin Scepter el Lycan, le quiere dar la forma de lobo al Tiny. Ese mini Tiny, mirá, 162 más 71. Y 8 más 8 de armadura. Alto tanque. Bienvenidos a todos los que van entrando, gente. Recuerden dejar un rico like, estamos acá desde muy temprano. Ayuden a la transmisión, suscríbanse los que no están suscritos al canal de YouTube. Estamos en Facebook, Trovo y en YouTube. Apoyen a seguir creciendo. Hype. It's a child. Bueno, ahí está. Ya todo lo que sigue farmeando. Sigue todavía primero en valor neto. El Tiny tiene ya su Shadow Blade. Va por la Silver Edge. Está poniendo picante ese Tiny. Vamos por llegar al minuto 20. Espera en la final el equipo de PSG.LGD en un BO5 de la final del TI. Última partida de esta final de la Lower Bracket. A ver, Winter Cross el Shadow Demon de Papi se posiciona en Ninja. Ahí está, a ver, el Skewer, el Vortex. Muere al final Papi. Cae el support 5 del equipo de Team Secret. Vamos a los ítems de los cores, minuto 20. El Sven que anda. Daga, sale del eco por 3 más que la locura. Va por una BKB, imagino, si ya tiene la receta. El Storm tiene Kaya, Anillo Espiritual Power 3 y va por una Orquídea Malevolente. El Magnus tiene Daga, Mechans, Botas Arcanas. Va por un Force Staff. La línea tiene BKB, un Scepter, Botella y Smoke por parte del equipo Team Spirit. El Lycan tiene Yelmo del Supremo y va por el Aganin Scepter. El Tiny tiene BKB, Sable del Eco, Shadow Blade, Anillo Espiritual y Power 3. A ver, Matumbaman. 302 más 64 pega Matumbaman. Ha hecho un loquito el Tiny, tiene como 3k y pico de vida. Tiene que tener mucho cuidado el equipo de Team Spirit porque si Tiny logra kills individuales muy fácil. Smoke de 5 contra Smoke de 4, ¿eh? Minuto 22. Para ir por Roya, los chicos de Team Spirit. No, vale, mira si están ahí. Ahora sí van por Royan. A ver, aprovechando la Go de Strand de Yatoro, recliquean al Royan rápido. No se da cuenta de esto Team Secret todavía. Le queda menos de la mitad de la vida al Royan. Ahí van a los lobos. El Lycan. Ya saben que están ahí. No van a defender ese Royan. No les va a dar el tiempo. Doble vida para el Storm. Podrían ir a buscar kills porque el Sven ya no tiene la locura, ¿eh? Y a Ganin Shard, mató un mamán también. Ay, como duele esa estructura. Papu, pumba, pumba. Ya le bajó la torre, ¿eh? Ahí los TP de respuesta. A ver si le meten el Winter Curse. La voy fortificó con lo justo. Van a esperar que le meta el último golpe, ¿eh? Pero tiene BKB el Tiny. Ahí está Toronto Tokio. Le niega la torre. A ver, mató un mamán. No. Tira a la gente de Team Spirit. Metí a la avalancha por las dudas. Mató un mamán, no encuentra a nadie. $2K de ventaja para Team Secret. Tengo fe ese Tiny, papu, ¿eh? Le tengo fe ese Tiny de Matumba. A ver, están todos muy cerquita, ojo, ¿eh? Ya tiene la Ganin Scepter, el Lycan lo puede ahí está transformado el Tiny. Ah, la mierda, ese Tiny va a pegar duro ahora. ¿Cuánto pega el Tiny ahora con la transformación? A ver, no inician a nadie. Se confundió el Storm. Saca ventaja, les vende 2K de valor neto. Tiene que volver a farmear el Tiny de Matumba Man. Tiene que terminar su Silver Edge para tener más daño. Están esperando que se le pase la eje al inmortal al Storm. ¿Cuánto le queda? Le quedan 2 minutos todavía. Cae a tier 1. No, fortifica a la gente de Team Secret. ¿Va a defender? No, no va a defender. A ver cuánto daño le da ese Tiny. Más 421 le da la forma y el doble damage. Ah, la mierda. Si llega a agarrar a alguien, mató un mamán, le arranca la cabeza. Ay, Dios. Ahí está la avalancha, todo lo explota. A la pobre Dark Widow avanza, se está endemoniado. Ay, Dios. A ver a quién encuentra, mi Pochka. ¡Ey! ¡Uy, no! Los golpes que le metió el crítico, le mete el Winterhood, el miedo que le agarró. El recliqueo de la línea desde atrás sobre el Magnus que tenía el brazo del lado. Aguanta todavía, Toronto quiere defender. A ver, Colas prende la BKB, Yatoro la God Stren. Lo puede matar a Matum Mamán que prendió la BKB también. No, lo termina matando. Matum Mamán, que cagada, se puede morir Ninja también. A puro recliqueo de Yatoro viene Toronto que termina muriendo. Doble kill para Yatoro. El esquivo lo sacan a pasar a Papi. El recliqueo lo terminan tepeando el compañero. Se puede morir, sí, triple kill, se muere el Shadow Demon. A la mierda. La cagó Matum Mamán, ¿eh? Se metió donde no debía. Le metieron la rata por más daño que tenga. No estuvo coordinado el equipo. Se mandó muy adelante, quedó solo y los terminaron cagando a palo. Les ven que metió la God Stren y a la mierda con todo. Uy, no, lo encuentra con el Vortex, el martillo de tormenta, recliqueo, explotan a Japsor. Está pegando mucho ese SIGUEME. Ay, qué cagadas se mandaron ahí los chicos de Team Secret. Estas son las cagadas que les costaron las partidas el otro día. Vuelve a sacar mucha ventaja, les ven valor neto, le sacó ¿cuánto? 5 de vuelta. Me vuelve Matumba, man. El marcador está 14-9. Así 30 minutos de la última partida. 14-9 el marcador a favor de Team Spirit y hay 3K de ventaja. Smoke de 5 contra el Smoke de 3. Avanza el equipo de Team Spirit. Parece que saben dónde están, los van a ir a buscar. Ojo con Secret, lo van a iniciar a Papi. Ay, la martilla de tormenta de God Stren, le tiran el Ion Dick, el trastorno para defenderse. También Toronto que lo va a buscar a Lycan. Centro fantasmal de Papi que todavía hace tiempo. Van a terminar de la estrella Laguna Blaze sobre ese ven la avalancha. Todo termina reventando el Winter Curse sobre la línea. Terminan reventando. Si llega todavía el daño de Matum Mamán que prende la forma del Lycan que le había metido. Termina muriendo también. Doble kill para Matum Mamán. Se quiere escapar el Storm. Se va a campear también la Dark Widow. Bueno. A ver, Matum Mamán que sigue. Lo caso todavía tiene. No pudo prender ni la BKB. Les ven. Le sacaron la mierda. Van a aprovechar el daño, el Tiny para llevarse alguna estructura, me imagino. ¿O qué? O va por Royan. No hay Royan todavía. Faltan 20 segundos. Buenos kills de Team Secret sobre el carry. Buen día, Leandro. ¿Cómo andas, papu? Acá ya son las 7:18 de la mañana. Ya se está retrasando la final. Y empezaba a las 7. Por solo la tercera partida del equipo de Team Spirit. Bueno, a ver los ítems de los core. Tenemos a Sven con Satanic, Silver Edge, Sable del Eco, Daga, BKB, Power Threat. El Storm tiene Orquídea Malevolente, Kaya, BKB. El Magnus, Daga, Mechans. Mechans, Putas Arcanas, Forza. Va por una Linken Sphere. La línea tiene Silver Edge, BKB, etc. A ver, el golpe de Matum Mamán que prendió la BKB, la quiere matar a toda costa a la Dark Willow. A ver. Escapa con esa rodilla. El Horn todos se sacan a pasar a Matum Mamán. Llega el Storm también. El trastorno para defender. El Ecostone que no impacta. Lo van a matar el vortex otra vez. El Icon quiere defender. Matumba que aguanta el castigo, el atarro del miedo y termina muriendo. Matumba Man, ya todo lo que sigue recliqueando. Lo van a buscar otra vez el Skewer. A Sai que se quiere ir corriendo con ese cambio de forma. Termina muriendo también Sai. Está cagando Matumba Man, loco. Está iniciando. Quiere matar a toda costa y se está adelantando demasiado, loco. El Lycan que murió tiene a Ganin Scepter, Yelmo de Supremo, a Ganin Shard. Va por un Shadow Wise. El Tiny de Matumba Man. Ya tiene la Silver Edge. Y va por un Satanic. Tiene el cabeza del Echo. Daga, a Ganin Shard y Power Thread. Está cagando Matumba Man, loco. Ahí está, sacan la pasada Papi. Buena Skewer, buena Daga. Muere el support 5 del equipo de Team Secret. 6k de ventaja. Van a voltear la tier 2 de Mito. Ahí tienen la God Extreme, ya Toro. Pum, al piso de la estructura. 7k de ventaja. Se le está escapando la final a Team Secret, gente, no lo puedo creer. Ver una final de asiáticos es un embole, loco. Ahí empiezan a hacer el Royan, segundo Royan de la partida. Va a caer Royan. Ahí está. Doble vida otra vez para Toronto, Tokio. $9k de ventaja, che. No me gusta nada de esto. Otra vez la God Extreme, activan el Dix a Papi, el Echo Storm que frena, lo deja ahí dormido un montón de tiempo. Alex Bem. El Wall Light lo van a buscar, el Cetro Fantasmal, se defiende Papi contra el mundo, a ver. Termina explotando a mano de ella Toro. 50 segundos. Speed no es chino, pero son todos chinos los que están jugando. Un ruso solo que hay, ¿no? ¿Cómo andás, Agus? Spirit es ruso, pero ¿por qué tiene todo cara de chino, boludo? Yo estoy re loco. Tiene cara, son todos chinos, a mí no me jodan. Hay un chino que está rubio, hay otro chino, hay un ruso, mi Poshka es ruso, y los demás son todos chinos, no me jodan. Ahora cuando termine le vamos a ver las caras, van a ver, son todos chinos. Bueno, sale con Smoke la gente de Team Secret. Me gusta que estos putos ni saludan, loco, pero para saltar a corregir algo, ahí al toque. A ver, mata un mamán que se escapa con ese cambio de forma que ha estudiado por la corona de espinas. Sí, tipo ahí cerca de Mongolia, ¿no? De esos lugares. La frontera con China. Son todos chinos, amigo. A mí no me jodan. Tienen cara de chino con ruso con cara de chino. Qué buenos días en el WhatsApp, amigos. Si yo ni siquiera estoy mirando el WhatsApp. ¿Qué tal loco vos? Bueno, bienvenidos todos los que van entrando, gente, todos los que van ahí saludando, dejen el like, a ver lo encuentran a Matumba, no te puedo creer, el vortex, remate estático, se defiende Matumba, prende la BKB, la avalancha, al tos, el daño sobre colas, el brazo del lado, llega también a dar Willow, viene el event del otro lado, lo van a terminar reventando, sigue revolviendo ramas para todos lados, Matumba pelea por su vida, termina muriendo el carry de Team Secret, me cago en la mierda. No, amigo. Se me está cayendo un ídolo. Esta es la final de la lower bracket. El que gana acá va a jugar contra el PSG. Va contra una Sound. A ver, avanza el Storm. Creo que se le está yendo. A ver, buena. A Denilla ahí. Lo de cama la primera vida al Storm. El Winter Cross sobre la línea. El Like, el que mete el cambio de forma. La busca prende la BKB. No tiene mana la Lina. Tiene SK de ventaja. $30k de valor neto tiene el Sven, 21 el Storm, 20 el Tiny. Se está quedando Matumba mal, se está mandando un par de cagadas, loco. No quiero ser tira mierda, pero el que está cagando la partida es Matumba Man. Se mandó 3 o 4. Se emocionó mucho con el daño del Tiny, se mandó a matar y lo hicieron cagar a todo el equipo. A ver, inicia el Storm, el esquivo, lo sacan a pasear, muere Ninja, muere Jamson, doble kill para Yatoro, se paga el Titan, le van a romper la base, gente, qué cagada. Hubiese sacado el Ursa, qué sé yo, no sé si se lo bañaron, no me acuerdo. A ver, cae la tira 3, lo van a buscar a Papi, la tiran a Leon Dix, el recliqueo, el silencio, le costó para defender, queda dormida la Dark Willow, se paga la línea de Ninja. Metía Warcry, el Sven de Yatoro. Che, loco, nadie da un peso por Team Spirit, boludo, y está casi en la final, loco, ¿eh? 17k de ventaja, mató a Mamá que sale corriendo con el cambio de forma. A la avalancha al TOS, le trigan Eos Dick a la Dark Willow, y doble TOS ahí le metió. Todos tienen a Ion Dix, Bueno, descuenta el equipo de Team Secret. Uy, Dios, me agarró una gana de ir al baño. Ay, papá. Shadow Wise para el like, enojo con ese ítem. Gente, ahí vuelvo, es una emergencia. Nah, me estás jodiendo. Me estás jodiendo. What the fuck? Me fui al baño y ya fue. ¿Qué dices? Me estás jodiendo. ¿Qué pasó? Esto. Le metieron la rata Team Secret. Déjame hinchar la bola, loco. No me van a jugar esta pelotudez ahora, ¿no?
Has to say about your performance from Team Spirit.
Well, that was a god-tier performance from our casters, Cinderella and Sunsan. Thank you so much, gentlemen. As you can see, the lower bracket has been conquered by Team Spirit. And it's fair to say
$3.000
they have
ganaste,
gone
boludo.
from 0-2 on day
Listo,
one,
doname 500, amigo.
top 2 here at TI10.
carajo?
And it's not something that we expected from the start of that group performance. Lacoste, your mind is blown.
Yeah, pretty much. It's an unbelievable performance by
No te
such
puedo
a
creer,
young
boludo.
squad like this.
Rampa y
Storyline
Yatoro.
going into this tournament by being.
A ver si puedo descargar eso.
Everyone was saying this is this. Bro, now.
Me estás jodiendo, boludo. Qué mal mató un Babam, boludo. Qué mal estuvo con ese Tiny, boludo. Se emocionó mucho con el Tiny y hizo cagada, boludo. Se emociona mucho Matun Babam. En la partida con PSG en la segunda se mete adentro de Highland con el Bursa y ahí se fue todo al carajo, boludo. Qué patada a los huevos. Bueno, vamos a hacer la miniatura para la final. Dios. Bottom, no. Casi me hago encima, loco, Tuve que salir corriendo al baño. Van a hacer la gran Thunder en Team Secret, me parece. A ver. Acá fue más o menos el debacle, ¿no? Me puse re locazo, mató un Bamán, boludo. Y no es la primera vez que hace lo mismo, boludo. Ay, qué cagada, boludo. No, cómo le metieron ese RP, boludo. Ah, mierda, boludo. Qué metida de Gampi, boludo. Qué dolor de huevo habrá sido para Secret, ¿no?
I'm dead, I'm dead.
You blew it, you blew it.
Vale, ¿cuál es el resumen? Recién me conecto. ¿Cómo andás? Dani. 2-1 ganó la final de la Lower Bracket Team Spirit y va a jugar la final contra PSG contra una Sound. No te puedo creer, loco. No te puedo creer, amigo. No la cree nadie, Team Spirit. ¿Te imaginas que gana el Team? Ahora quiero que gane Team Spirit, olvídate.
In game as well, because as Puppy, they basically overextended.
Loco, manden la final de una, dejen de hablar pelotudez.
And they were trying to get the most out of the tiny
¿Dónde
Lycan. Basically, the Wolf Tiny, that there was one moment where
7 de
he got the kill with the double damage onto Mira, and then went to the top lane. I know that's not the technical term for it. It would be his off lane, and tried to target Miposhka as well. And then Spirit had already made the call. They'd already made the call to basically come in and rescue their position 5. And I think that maybe that's the key really for Secret success. It's that foresight and the way that they communicate that.
Yeah, I think that was the crucial teamfight moment. And when he said, oh, we went a little too hard, you do that when you have a DD, because you're like, I have this little window. We just got eggs. Their timing was incredible right there, but they had great tools for it. Like the third skill on Winter Wyvern, it just stops all physical damage. It doesn't matter how much damage Tiny had. It could have been infinite, but for 4 seconds, he's sitting there waiting for Collapse to come out of the
cagaste, Matumba mal, loco. Cómo cagó el juego, loco. Se recebó y la recagó.
Getting them to, I was very surprised Sven was able to kill the Tiny even. So that turnaround was really big, because then Sven's accelerating net worth, Tiny stops moving for a bit, and that just kind of kept going for the rest of the game.
Well, so Action Slacks is standing by with a TI-10 finalist. So let's see what they have to say.
Chino versus chino.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am here with Miposhka, the
Ahí está
team
Miposhka.
captain of Team
Yo lo tengo en los cromos a Miposhka y me faltaba un jugador para la final, o sea que juego con un jugador menos la última fecha de la fantasía del compendio.
Tell me how you feel out of the booth, man.
To be honest, I guess I actually don't understand really what's going on right now, and I'm not even thinking.
Los chabones ni siquiera tienen camperita del equipo. El chabón tiene una campera Nike y una remera abajo, boludo. No tienen ni re humildad, ¿no? Me parece a mi canal el equipo ese. Sí, Matumba en la partida de PSG se regaló y cagó la segunda partida. Y en esta cagó la tercera partida. Pelearon sin vibe a culpa de Papi porque él es el IGL y tomó la decisión de pelear. Qué sé yo, loco, una cagada Team Secret, como va a perder la final de la lower bracket. Igual, para mí que si el Team Secret ganaba la final, iba a jugar contra PSG, al PSG no le ganaba. Y este equipo creo que le puede dar más pelea, me parece.
You went to best of 5 in your open qualifiers. I mean, you lost all your games in groups until you started winning them.
Not almost. We lost only against.
In the first 2 days, or first day, right?
Yeah, we lost 6 games against Vichy, LGD, and Secret.
Right.
Against good opponents, but we won other games.
Ahora le gana PSG 3-0. Olvídate.
Oh, we lost against favorites. Remember.
But with all of that, you turned it around, and you have defeated the greatest of all time in the land of Dota. What was that like to start off with that hard road and then just do this?
Mierda, no se suscribió nadie en toda la lower bracket final, boludo. ¿Cómo puede ser esto, loco? Me están jodiendo.
When we came here, we practiced a lot. We played a lot of clan wars, and our warm days was really hard. So we know that we also won a lot of clan wars when we played against teams which are here. So we know that we are not that bad. And we have some ideas. And we have
no puede ser más ruso imposible, ¿no?
So we know that we will show how good we are.
Well, you're definitely showing how good you are here.
So after we lost in our first 2 days, we know that
arrancar a las 8 o las 6 de la mañana Perú, va a arrancar la final. Claro, son todos rusos los... No, los CEO, los manes son todos rusos. A ver, los jugadores dicen...
Yes, we understand that we just need to fix our mistakes. We know mistakes and we just start to
no, ya todo es ucraniano. Toronto, Tokio ruso, Collapse ruso. Mira, claro, son 2 ucranianos y 3 rusos, boludo, pero pasen todo chino, boludo.
Certainly worked. Well, this is a incredible moment for you. I mean, you'll think about probably for the rest of your life.
Yes.
Before now and then a few hours from now. Is there any message that you'd like to give to your teams as your team as the team captain, or any message that you'd like to give to maybe even yourself in the future in a few hours.
I don't really know what to say.
Anything for to congratulate your team or your fans that are watching, just to say, you know, here we are.
I would say that I love my team, every teammate. They are really good guys. And maybe others don't think so, because they usually play against them in public games or anything like this. But they're really cool guys, and I really like to play with them. Also, I would say thank you for every fun, for your support. So now we are in grand final. I guess nobody can believe in this, but we're here and we will show that LGD is not that.
Tiene cara de siberiano.
How others think.
Claro, porque esos rusos que andan por allá abajo tienen como cara media china, ¿no? Así como cara muy redonda. Nada que ver con los rusos de allá arriba, que son todos rubios, ojitos celestes, que nada que ver.
Bienvenido, Fitu.
And that is Moposhka. We'll send it back to you guys on the panel.
Thank you so much. What a lovely human being Moposhka and the rest of his teammates are. Here we go. Just 2 teams remain. LGD and Team Spirit.
No me acuerdo qué.
In the grand final.
Bueno, yo puse a PSG en la final, ¿no? Pero no me acuerdo quién puse que ganaba.
Spirit will be looking to carry the momentum forward. But before then, we are going to have the match to end all matches. The games that will decide whether a team of Russians who have all been to TI before can conquer some of the greatest minds and
Duelo
voices
comunista,
and
¿no? Rusos contra chinos.
from the Dota 2 community. This is the culmination of the All-Stars final that we got the pleasure of witnessing yesterday, where Team Dragon was basically beaten by, you know what, I can't say their names. I'm still too upset about it. I'm too upset about it. They call themselves Team Borscht, but they're actually known as Thunderhide, that's it. Yep, see, I can't say the names. I can't look at them. No, I
Cara de
can't.
loco de Andy, boludo.
Look at this, so cute, Dundee, so cute. But at the same time, who are Team Golem on the left? Well, you're about to find out. You're going to find out the hard way. Team Thunderhide. Do you know some of these faces in Team Golem, Lacoste?
I do. I quite frequently play against Vagamama and his stack, because we're unranked grinders. You know, there has been developing unranked meta where it's like very high skilled and you just enjoy Dota with no stress with your friends. Also, you know, our ex-colleagues, Merlini, Blintz, we have also Sheepo, and who did I mix?
Excalibur.
Excalibur, yeah. Excalibur's like 14k MMR or whatever. I might be exaggerating, but he should be around like 11 because he's extremely skilled.
Sheepstick is technically our colleague as well, because she appeared on the draft panel earlier this week.
You are correct.
That's true.
And I have to say, maybe she's going to appear on the panel more regularly in the future, because she knows so much. She was one of my Dota tutors. She came and helped me learn so much. Unfortunately, I haven't put much of it into practice yet because we've been here. But do you have hopes for this team, Effie? Can they avenge Team Dragon today?
You know, I just want to see some all-random deathmatch shenanigans. I want to see them run at each other nonstop, and I have hopes for them for sure. They've got the great Blitz Dota.
Yes,
who Purge is intimately acquainted with.
Yeah, he's a big tryhard. When I was getting ready to leave for the event, I was like, weird. I see Blitz online every day playing ranked. What could this be for? He's been practicing, guys, for this moment.
But what Effie was also hinting at, Purge, is the fact that you used to be on Team Zephyr with Blitz back in 2014, 2015?
2014 is correct, yes.
And you
the good old days.
You peaked with this epic battle in South Korea.
Oh, yeah. I was the highest win rate pro for a good, 6 months there. Yeah, it was better than PPD, Puppy, trash compared to me that year. And then eventually we started losing and it dropped. But, you know, I was good for a bit there.
You tried to resurrect the team, didn't you? Team Veggies, I believe, during one of the...
that was me. I was just tagging along mostly.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
I can't take credit for that one.
Just tagging along for the ride. What is Blitz like in game?
He is pretty serious. He gets a little high stress. Like he sometimes has, he gets nervous sometimes. But he tries really hard. Puts a lot of emotion into it. Yeah, he's a good player.
And that's not what we want to see, Purge.
What do you want me? say that he yells and he gets angry, but hype. Well, he does get hype. He definitely gets hype in game. Is that what you want?
Oh my goodness! Look, Sheepo, she's actually got a plan. Do you think that Blitz has given her that? Because Blitz is currently the coach of Team Liquid, which means he's insanely his boss. So in some ways, it could have been really awkward if Team Dragon had won yesterday because it would be Insania versus Blitz.
Look at the difference. The left, they seem like they've organized something. They've got notes. They're chatting.
They've been smoking cigarettes for 20 minutes in that room.
And
look at Klaus. He can't even fit the badge in his pocket. Like, he's struggling.
They're just standing there like, when are we going to get on there?
I have to give props, though, to Team Thunderhide because they've just been in the tent next door to us commentating the games and doing panel like we're doing right now on that lower bracket final. So they've just witnessed Team Spirit, the hope of Eastern Europe, go through to the grand finals, and now they've had to run over.
Qué cara de loquito que tiene Dendy, loco.
They're probably hyped up on that win, though. So they're probably pretty excited. I got to say their morale's got to be high right now. That could really make a big difference if they continue randoming heroes that they're a little bit sloppy with.
I was talking to Dendy in the morning, and yeah, he says that this is a huge upgrade to the roster that we had yesterday. And that he's really afraid of playing into Excalibur. And as he said, as you said, Blitz, he's tryhard. He's really afraid.
So I think the strategy that maybe should have been executed by literally anybody in the show match yesterday, maybe we'll see it today. You get some like good farming hero, and you just need like a good 10 minutes, Like BSJ got that axe mid, he stacked his medium camps, and they just died mid. It's like, well, if you had like a good 10 minutes, you can get like a quick Ags, maybe a fast Midas, that can propel you forward. You got to be a little bit try, not too try, don't buy a Dagon, but
Effie, would you recommend, apart from buying a Dagon, because I know you would you recommend just dying if you get a hero you don't like? Or is that going to put you at a distinct disadvantage in this particular type of game mode?
I mean, you don't want to give away deaths, but just have fun.
¿Qué quiere que ponga, boludo? Si no hay nada. Aunque hace tiempo. La partida arranca supuestamente a las 8. Faltan 15 minutos. Pero...
You just need a casual 10 minutes of farming to get like a quick level 10. That way, anytime you respawn,
pero todavía tienen que jugar esos equipitos de Dendy y compañía.
If Purge had played it, it would have been the most boring thing in the world.
I'll call it. If streamers get Templar Assassin on Wagamama, they win 100%.
I love that F is just like, no, we want to see actual action, and Purge is like, no, this is like a coaching session. I want to see patience, farming, and not have any fun. But you know who's going to have fun? Slacks and Sumi.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to part 2 of the TI-10 All-Star Match. I'm Sir Action Slacks here for you, and with
Qué verga que no hay gente en el público, no hay nada.
Sumi!
Hello, everyone.
Hello. It's just me. The stadium's empty, so continue.
All right, Jake, so what do we have today? We have 2 teams fighting for the ultimate title.
Oh, that is right, Sumi. This is what people have fought for in All-Star Match forever, for so long. We have it up there, replacing the Aegis of Immortality, in fact. The cheese! They fight for the cheese!
You know, a lot of people in Dota think that only the Aegis matters, but the cheese also matters, and that is what our community team and our Russian talent team will be fighting for today.
Yeah, you'd think so, but ironically at this event, many have not really cared about the Aegis. But no, that's okay though, they've left it several times. At any rate though, the All-Star Match separates the strong from the weak. Yesterday, we saw Team Thunderhide, the Russian broadcast team, absolutely decimate those that I shall not name because they mean nothing now. And now they're up against even harder opponents.
Yes, they are. They will be fighting against Team Golem, the roster of which we have kept a secret pretty much the whole time.
Kinda.
What do you mean kinda? Oh wait, until now. Until the panel. But anyway, so tell me a little bit about what to expect with this mode, because we've been seeing a lot of Captain's Draft.
Yes.
But what are we doing here?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again to All Random Deathmatch. If you don't know what that mode is, well, let me tell you. You start off with a random hero. Every single time that you die in your game, you respawn as a random hero. You keep your spells, you keep your items, but you keep only that, your pride most likely will take a massive hit. At any rate, you will continue going through this until all of your lives are depleted, and at that point, you may not respawn again, and the
Sí,
game
ya le
ends.
metieron la rata Thunder. Digo, a Team Secret.
Every respawn subtracts a life, and once you get down to 0 lives, it basically becomes permadeath for your team.
It's a lot of math, Sumi, too much math for me. Hero die good, ancient die good, hero die for you bad.
All right, Jake. Well, it seems like our teams they are both ready to come out. So
Ay,
let's bring
mierda,
out
dejen de perder
first
tiempo.
Team Golem. Team Golem, a team comprised of precious community members for Dota 2, is bringing the pub experience to TI because 4 of their players will need to slash roll for mid. Featuring Wagamama, who played on dial-up 56K internet and DC'd whenever his mom picked up the phone. Blitz, who learned how to ride a bike at 23. Excalibur, who tried to go pro in StarCraft but got too lonely playing 1v1s. Sheepstick, who played 1,700 games of Meepo. And the captain, Merlini, who is notorious for sacrificing his bowels during a Street Fighter match.
Oh my God, disgusting.
All right, Jake,
Sorry.
what's up next, though?
Oh, are we doing next now? Well, you might have remembered them from yesterday, ladies and gentlemen. It is the unstoppable, the hard boys, the Thunder Hides! Oh, my voice cracked. Oh, no.
Está jugando Resolution. Qué viejo que están los otros, mira, está re viejo, loco.
That's right, my friends. We've got Havost, Dendi, Resolution, Smile, and Solo. These guys had absolutely zero mercy for the boys that came out last night. And now,
Camina Andy, qué payaso que es el tipo este.
for the folks that are coming out here today. They keep trying to rename themselves Team Borscht. We keep asking them not to, but they'll do it anyway. Havost, are you ready to take another team down?
Yeah, for sure. Another CIS team in the finals. We represent the same.
God damn, hell yeah. Dendi, you are representing yet again your region, your skill, your people. Any thoughts on this match?
No mercy.
Ooh, I feel it. Resolution, you always say something nice. Would you like to say something not nice this time? You don't have to, it's okay.
I think we come to this match as the favorites, obviously. Like, I mean, look at them. Like, this is not going to be a game.
Wow.
Super easy.
That was surprisingly brutal. Thank you very much. How we feeling for the game, boys?
I have no idea how to play Dota, but we'll eat them.
They got no chance.
Okay, seem confident yet again. Team
Buena onda.
Thunderhide getting ready to roll with this.
And now we have a quick interview with our very own Team Golem. Sheepstick, tell me, you saw your friends get a little bit obliterated yesterday. How will you do things differently to secure the win?
I mean, we've been playing competitive ARDM for 17 years now as a team, so I think we're, a little bit better than those, washed up players. So I think we got it.
Washed up players. They called you washed up players. Oh my goodness. We're on a roll here. All right. Do you have anything that you want to say to Team Thunderhide?
Hi, Roman. Hi, Dendi. Hi, everybody.
They waved back to you. All right. What hero do you want the least and why?
Techies, because I lose my soul.
Techies, because you lose
Oh,
your
yeah.
soul.
That's
All right.
good stuff.
How did you prepare for this match, sir?
Trying to put my team up. I'm the most experienced here. I've filled the most pre-TIs, pre-grand final panels here. So we're ready. Thank you.
He prepared the panels by being ready. All right, the final question, and perhaps the most important
Bienvenidos a
question
CID
of this
Skinner.
entire interview. Are you aware that your comms will be live on stream during the entire match?
No one told me. No.
Well, you know now, gentlemen, ladies, everyone, we are about ready to start this match. Teams, please head over to your pods.
Go, go, go! Ah, yes, a beautiful tradition once again, sending these poor people to the slaughter for our entertainment. It's what we're all about here in Dota 2.
Dale, mierda, quiero la final, loco.
Put a more positive spin on it. Give me a positive spin on what we're about to see.
Ice Frog literally nerfed every hero I love into oblivion. Techies will never be picked here. Omni Knight had one game and he lost. I don't have to be positive about anything. I'm extremely upset for the last year and a half.
All right, thank you very much, Jake, who is the biggest Windrunner fan. Thank you very much for all of your time.
Thank you. Are you cutting me out? I'm still... You can't do it alone. I'm still here. Continue.
All right, Jake. So, yeah, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, but for the people who may not have been here yesterday, let's talk a little bit about the meta.
Oh.
So, yesterday you told me, and we saw, that both Team Thunderhide and Team Dragon built... I think they built like 10 Dagons.
That's right. That is right. It was mostly Team Thunderhide. These guys know all random deathmatch. I told you, don't itemize like a normie. You're not going to have the same hero over and over again. You need Dagons. You need Blinks. Somebody but a Veil. A Veil? Banana Slam a Janna?
They can't hear you, Jakey. They can't hear you.
Moron! You don't buy a Veil. What if you get Anti-Mage, all right? You got to pick items that will transfer to hero to hero to hero. Aghanim's Shard. Does it transfer or doesn't it? I literally don't care. But Aghanim's Scepter does, my friend. That one is always a good one. Every hero has an Axe.
So now, what is the best hero to be playing in this mode? They said no techies, so...
It is techies. I don't know why. Brian is just too incompetent to understand the power. You need to pick a hero that is going to be good for you. For example, Sheepo, one of the greatest Meepo players of all time. Fantastic hero in this game because no one knows how to play against that hero.
Bienvenido SR4 y NK0L.
Like that pop-up that you can use your Dagon Meepo to win the game. Now, Sumi, keep with me here.
All right.
That's the power. Don't play normally. This is all random deathmatch, and you're against tryhards. You have got to think outside the box.
So tell me yesterday, Team Dragon, it looked like it was pretty even, and then suddenly they were 4v3, or they were 3v4, and then all of a sudden, all three of them died at the same time.
That is right.
What do we do to avoid that this time?
Well, you probably don't pick bad teammates. I think that right here, Team Golem, they have some strong teammates. They have someone that might be able to stand up to CIS because...
Hola, Kevin, llegamos casi justo para la final.
¿Cómo andas, Franco? ¿Todo bien, papu?
Quite similar to our grand finals here coming up.
Jake, the Eastern Europe region, they have
Falta que jueguen este jueguito así entre el equipo de Dendy y estos que no sé quiénes son.
I'm not trying to make this weird or anything. Blitz is on the team. I won't lie to you, I asked Blitz to play one game with me to raise my MMR to boost me, and he lost 8 in a row, and then asked Fog to fix it. I mean, the guy has no clue what's going on. He's Liquid's coach, for God's sakes.
Oh my gosh, I hope Team Liquid is not watching this. Jake, you are putting everyone on blast tonight.
There are no blasts here in Dota. This is actually very non-toxic behavior.
I disagree. I very much disagree.
All right, let's say some positives, okay?
Yes.
Wagga Magaga, this guy, don't mess around. Drops items all the time. Picks them up before someone can steal them. He ain't pulling no swindles. These guys play a lot of Dota. They play a lot of streamings. I mean, they basically know.
¿Qué onda con esa anotación?
You can go on any kind of platform at any day and see one of these guys doing something Dota related. The only one that has a life is Merlini, and somehow we still got him back. So, I mean, it's a sickness, and that sickness will lead them to glory.
All right, well, they have people that apparently have no lives. I'm so sorry to the team that will probably be watching the VODs later. But let's talk a little bit more about Team Thunderhide.
Yes.
They are our home team right now. They are coming in from a win. They have experience on the TI stage, both yesterday, and literally, like, 8 years ago.
That's right. Team Thunder High is a team with a lot to prove. Not that much to lose, though, because they have lost many times in recent memory. Much to prove, though. They do not want to lose against these guys. Is there any bigger shame than losing to Blitz Dota? I'm not sure that there possibly could be. So they're going to try hard, as we saw yesterday. I don't even think they were trying that hard yesterday. There was a lot of laughter. There was a lot of joy. Yeah, a very strange thing to see.
But Jake, they said no mercy today.
They did.
Does that mean that they're going to try?
Ay, dale, que te habla la concha de su padre y arranque.
And it's still going to be no mercy.
What? Not gonna try? It doesn't matter. Whatever you just tried to say does not matter to me. What matters is that Dendi was not smiling when he entered the arena. I've never seen that before in my life. And delicious cheese. I don't know if you've seen Team Golem. Many of them look malnutritious. I think that they are actually going to try to just live by getting that cheese. It is a big motivator for them. Hunger, literal hunger.
We have to balance this out. So I'm going to say Team Thunderhide, okay? Team Thunderhide.
Ah, yes. Team Thunderhide. I mean, they're just motivated by being here. When's the last time Havost has been to a TI? I mean, they just want to literally come. So their motivation is
¿por qué le hacen tanta loco?
Potentially warm up the seats of Team Spirit. That could help. It's chilly sometimes in Romania. If they can get enough accumulated lower heat to support
¿Dónde mierda deja de hablar, pelotudo este?
that is a big motivation for him. So
Esa voz de pito que tiene encima.
I'd expect a lot of cheese to be eaten outside the booth to make it a healthy playing environment, and I expect them to do extremely well.
Do you think that the fact that they are experienced Dota players and captain's vote will transfer over to ARDM?
No, I don't think their experiences at all will transfer over to AR. I don't think anyone's experiences transfer to ARDM except for panic and fear, which is something that a lot of support players and Dota players know. So captain's mode is for tryhards, all pick is for the people, and all random deathmatch is for people that just gave up. And if there's one thing we have in plenty on this stage, it's a lot of those people.
Are there people who like main ARDM?
Main ARDM? I hope I never meet him, Sumi. I really, really do. But if you're watching out there, keep on trucking. You're good. You know who's the real sickos? The ones that made ability draft. What the hell?
Yeah,
Purge gamer people. Oh my God.
All right, I like ability draft.
That's
Sorry.
great. All right.
All right, he's stepping away. That's fine.
Sumi.
Yes.
What hero do you think would be the scariest hero to see late game in an all random deathmatch? And this is a trick question, so really think about it.
The scariest hero? What do you mean scary? You
Es
mean
que madruga
scary
Dios la
as in, oh, no, I
ayuda.
have to play this hero, or scary as in,
¿Cómo
oh, no, they
andarían?
have that hero?
I'm saying thick boy waddling out of the jungle.
Así dicen, así dicen.
With random items, which one do you not want to see?
Esto la hacen re larga, boludo, dale.
Honestly, Tiny.
Tiny, a strong hero potentially, but you have to have the right build. Shadowblade,
That is true.
We haven't talked that much about. Shadowblade's a fine one. In Vince, as we in the Dota community say. So
Who says that?
Huh?
Who says that?
Somebody. If you say that, please type yippee in the chat. Anyways. Items that make you invis, items that make your movement change. Don't get things like Ghost Scepter.
Este se está durmiendo como yo ya, boludo. No sabe qué hacer el pelón este.
Which is also pathetic and hilarious, but at least you can pretend like you're participating. Either way, itemization is extremely important. It's literally one of the only things that you can control in a chaotic mode, like all random deathmatch.
Do neutral items get dropped in all random deathmatch slacks?
What is this, a quiz show? I don't know. I mean, never played this in my life. I don't know. Probably. I don't know, Sumi. I can't even. Shut up, Sumi. You don't know.
Yes, they do.
Okay, great.
I just said that very confidently so that he doesn't know if I actually know or not. The answer is yes.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
That's
well, no
the
worries.
good
Our teams are
stuff.
about to get into it, Sumi. I want your final guess.
Y la final ya tendría que estar arrancando. Pero estos panchos están haciendo este jueguito de mierda y no lo largan más. Se la pasa hablando de la china esa, parece que le pintaron la cara con tiza, boludo. ¿Qué le pasó? Cerra el orto. Espero que esta mierda termine rápido. Son 40 vidas para cada lado. Por eso. Ah. No, a ver. Chao, dime. Chao, dime. Chao, Fiam. Qué sé yo, puse cualquier cosa. A Andy le tocó el ansia en amarillo, ¿no? Uy, se le cebó Resolution. Ahí se muere. Tiene que llegar a 0. Cuando llegan a 0, chao. Pero me da bronca que no mandan la final de una, boludo. Ay, Dios. Se murió la minita, ¿Qué decían ahí? Yo no denies. Sorry. Uf, nos va a secar el tren protector. Uy, se muere Dendy.
Bienvenido MR Chaclo.
No, Dendy volvió con el sniper, me parece. Volvió a meter cohete, Dendy.
Парни, що ми на драфті? Парни, що ми на драфті? Парни, що ми на драфті?
Cago Resolution. Uf.
Парни, що ми на драфті? 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 Парни, що ми на драфті?
No quiero jugar Panda vs Zombie, jamás. Jamás ese juego de mierda. Va a empezar re tarde la final, loco, la puta madre. Es el día de la madre hoy acá en Argentina. Por eso no quiero que se termine muy tarde la final, loco. Tengo que ir a la casa de mi mamá. Ay, como le cabía ese troll, tiene Eco Slam, si lo mete ahí. Hijo de puta. Tiene que. Si se acercaba un poquito más, se hacía mierda todo, ¿no? Ah, Dios.
MMR is just a number.
Uy.
MMR is just a number. MMR is just a number.
Обнял, приподнял. Хата крутится, лавеха мутится.
¿Cómo las Otelo Forever? Buen día, papu. Bienvenido. Esperemos que termine rápido esta porquería y que arranque la final. ¿Por qué se paseó corriendo por el medio de todo, boludo?
Обнял, приподнял.
Ой.
Парни, що ми надрафтили?
Это нереальная дота, просто фантастика.
Todo mal, hicieron cagar para dentro del Tinker. Oh, hay un Phantom Lancer. Ajá, cagó el Phantom Lancer. Encima. Sí. Ay.
Парни, що ми надрафтили?
¿Cómo se llama este modo de juego? No tengo idea, no jugué nunca esto.
Обнял, приподнял.
Cago Andy.
Обнял, приподнял. Обнял, приподнял.
Я недорожденный. Я не пройду.
Парни, що ми надрафтили?
Хата крутится, лавеха. Хата крутится, лавеха.
Ah, la mierda, mandaron Smoke. Tienen que mandar matar al arco guardian. Ahí está, le metieron la rata. Ahí se calentó. Una GG tiró.
Обнял, приподнял.
Uy, buen Wakun, igual la réplica. Ay, si tenía ecos lana ahí, los hacía verga. No. No se quieren meter.
Just a number.
Esa Crystal Maiden va a ser alguna cagada, mira. Va a meter fuego, mira. Hijo de puta, what the fuck, bueno.
Обнял, приподнял. MMR is just a number.
Le mete la fosa de malevolencia y se van todos al carajo, Ay, no. Que está en medio de atrás, rompió el ojete de todo el mundo, ahora. Ay, qué hijo de puta. Todo aleatorio hasta la muerte, cada vez que muere te toca así, ese sí, ya sabía cómo funciona, pero nunca lo había jugado. Bueno.
Обнял, приподнял. Обнял, приподнял. MMR is just a number.
Andy le da vueltas alrededor, mira. Hijo de puta. Uf. Le toca la línea de Andy.
Bienvenido LXXATDADXXL.
Ah, la mierda, qué nombrecito, papu.
Парни, що ми надрафтили?
Хата крутится, лавеха мутится. Хата крутится, лавеха мутится.
MMR is just a number. MMR is just a number. MMR is just a
Парни, що ми
number.
надрафтили?
Quedan 7 vidas al otro equipo. Cagó Dendy. ¿Dónde mierda está la final, amigo? Ya me aburrí de este jueguito de mierda.
Just a number.
Парни, що ми надрафтили?
MMR is just a number.
MMR is just a number. Bueno, loco, se viene la final, Juega Team Spirit contra PSG.LGD, es un BO5. Se define el campeón del International 10. Están haciendo tiempo con esta partida. All Star Match. Show Match en realidad. Uy, se puso loca, se les ve. A la mierda. Cagaron culiando, Se viene el Voltis.
Парни, що ми надрафтили?
Se puso a dormir en directo.
MMR is just a number.
Sí, Jorge, perdió Secret, boludo. 2-1. Encima en el último le hicieron un rampage. Un SIGUEME de Yatoro se puso el ocaso. Matumba Man se le fue de las manos la partida. Estaba jugando con un Tiny Carry y iniciaba demasiado apurado y terminaba muriendo todo el equipo porque el chabón se apuraba iniciando por el que el Lycan le daba el cambio de forma. Entonces al tener tanto daño el chabón quería iniciar y matar, pero no le salía bien y así como 3 veces y bueno, terminó perdiendo Secret. La recagada. Uff. No los pueden matar ya esos 5 héroes que le están jugando hace rato. No se mueren, ya cagaron. Me parece que cagó el equipo de Andy. Sí, pero está muy difícil que gane Team Spirit. La verdad que PSG está muy roto, boludo. Ese AME es otra cosa, AME.
Just a number.
Uy, callate, dijeron. Ay. Llegó el play.
MMR is just a number.
Nice ward, bro.
Bienvenido, Botas Corazón.
Dale, termine este jueguito de mierda, loco. Metan la final, loco, dejate joder. Y ahora que no tienen más vida, ¿qué pasa? Si se mueren, ¿no salen más? Sí, una re poronga, esto termina más, boludo, ya van media hora. Se está re atrasando la final y me voy a ir a la casa de mi vieja si va a ir a cagar la final, boludo. Tanto que lo hacen tan largo, boludo. Encima los tarados, esos que conducen, hay uno que tiene una voz de pito, no se puede ni escuchar hablar, mirá. Hijo de puta de Andy, boludo. Bueno, al fin terminó esta porquería, loco. Y ahora que van a esperar hasta las 7 para la partida. Ay, carajo.
I can't believe they broke the pact, dude. What was that?
It was a great match. It was very back and forth. It looked kind of like Team Thunderhead had it at first, but then Team Golem just came back with a lot of really good ultis.
Absolutely.
And basically took the match. And Jake, you always believed in them.
I absolutely did, Sumi. You poor fool, you sweet summer child.
Qué voz de mierda que tiene este chabón, boludo.
Of Team Golem.
Este.
Gods was in the back coaching them the entire time, hunched over. You couldn't see, he was like a little demon in the back whispering sweet nothings. I never thought Team Golem would lose. I trust them, I'm friends with them, I love them, some would say.
And now I think we're going to bring both teams out for a quick interview. So while they come out, Jake, tell me, what did they win today?
They won the cheese. We've been over this like 15 times. They got cheese. They get the cheese. It's beautiful. It's wonderful. It's delicious. It's nutritious. Everybody loves it. It's cheese.
And they even provided the utensils to
cheese.
Them.
They got cheese, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome your winners! Blitz, my goodness gracious, the first big victory that you've ever been a part of since you began your Dota career here on the main stage. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. We disbanded Navi once again at a TI, so I definitely am a part of Dota history again.
Oh, that is really great to hear. Excalibur, my friend, are you lactose intolerant?
I actually don't know, but I think I can.
We're about to find out, ladies and gentlemen. Hell yeah! Ben Merlini Wu, how does it feel to see
Igual que le queda la ropa al chabón este, boludo.
leaving for literally 3 years?
I was only good 10 years ago. Come on, let's be real.
Well, you just won again. Congratulations. See, Sheepo, the Peepo, the Meepo. I don't have a question. I just wanted to say that. How you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling great. I can't wait to eat cheese.
Great. Exciting.
I have something for you.
What do you have?
I have this. I drew it while we were winning. I had so much time because it was so easy.
If my child draws something like that, I'm putting him up for adoption. And my boy, Wagga Magaga, drop your items, drop it like it's hot in that match. Things were looking a little scary halfway through. It's like my wife used to say to me, it was over very quick and disappointing, yet you managed to pull it back. How did you do it?
It was the Windrunner, actually, that we got.
Shut the fuck up! Ladies and gentlemen, we're almost gonna let you have your cheese, but first, the losers excuse me.
Excuse me, we don't call it that,
The exit interview, LMAO.
All right, so now we have Team Thunderhide, who did take the first match of the All-Star Tournament, but then unfortunately fell to Team Golem. Gentlemen, Sheepstick said that she had so much time during this match that she drew this picture.
Flex?
Do you have any comments about this picture?
Is this Lex?
Wait, I have a question. Is this a picture of him? That's him? It is a picture of him.
It's you. It's great. You look good.
Would you like to keep this picture?
Yeah.
Yeah? All right. They may not have taken home the cheese, but they have taken home perhaps an even better prize. Now tell me, during that match, I believe it was you that said the other team was more difficult. Do you think that now?
Yeah. We'll come back stronger.
They will come back stronger. Also, Team Dragon was apparently stronger than you, even though you won. All right. What are your thoughts about playing all random deathmatch on the TI-10 stage?
I think it's the best show match in this in this universe. In this patch.
The best show match in this patch. Very good. All right, next. Tell me, if you had anything to say to Team Golem, what would you like to say?
Well played.
Well played, team.
And I have one more. MMR is just a number.
MMR is just a number. Thank you very much. All right, final question. You were sitting in the VIP suite, and you were talking with Effie about the game, and Effie said that you were going to win it all. Do you have anything to say to all of your fans and friends who believed in you?
Sorry guys, we let our guard down during the game and they took advantage of it, and we tried really hard our best, but it just wasn't enough this time. But we'll come back stronger next year, and we'll be much better.
Next year, everybody, they're coming back next year. Final thing, can we get one more Team Borscht from the team?
No.
Team Borscht. Team Borscht. Team Borscht.
He said no, but they did it anyway. Sorry, but I win this time. I'm on the winner's side.
Is it reddish? Is it reddish?
No, it's cheese. You know how in TI they win the Aegis, but they have won the cheese.
Jesus, are you still talking? Get off the stage. You lost. Nobody cares. All right, let's go. Winners, please grab a cheese and then make 6 feet away from each other in a very safe manner. 6 feet, spread it out. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the ingestion. It's what you're all here for in this sick ritual. Maintain safe distance, remove 9 masks, and eat 9 cheese! Eat it! Yes! The dark ritual is complete yet again!
All right, thank you so much, everybody, for watching the All-Star match. Team Golem has won, and now we will see who will win the Aegis as we throw it back to you.
Well, congratulations to Team Golem indeed. They get the cheese, but all that we really care about here on this grand final stage is who takes that thing right there. Who takes the Aegis? Who takes the International 10 World Championship? We're here to crown a champion. Only one series ahead of us. But before we look ahead to that grand finals, I want to look back because this is TI-10, the 10th International, and I am joined on the panel by a lot of people that have a lot of good memories from TI. And I want to start on the very end. Fogged, what's your best memory of a TI?
Ooh, that is tough. It's actually really hard. There's too many good memories, because from 90-minute games to 100-minute games where people are casting neutrals, killing each other, because we've had that was what, TI2 or TI3 actually, with AC and Draskell casting that, to just epic moments of comeback, to kind of boring ones with TI4 where everybody didn't really watch the finals, to OG doing Cinderella story runs. So I can't choose an exact moment.
Do you have a moment, Gods?
I mean, I have a few. I mean, you mentioned some of the different TIs. I remember Sing Sing playing Meepo at TI4. TI4 did have some good games. I also remember OG's run at TI8, coming from open qualifiers to closed qualifiers to winning TI itself. That was insane. So there's just been so many amazing stories at TI.
What was your reaction to seeing TI1?
TI1 was a wow moment, because I'd been playing Dota for many, many years, and to see suddenly Valve pick up Dota and run $1 million tournament, it was unheard of at the time.
Did you believe it?
Not at first. Definitely when I first, I was like, surely $1 million? Like esports tournaments had like 50K prize.
Yeah.
Like that was like unheard of. And then when you see this tournament happen, you see like Dota 2 not in person, I was watching online, but you're still like, wow, this is legit. This is for real, and this is like going to be the future for a lot of us.
Yeah, and I know that you started watching at TI3 in 2013. What was your first reaction to watching Dota on the stage?
I actually never witnessed it from the stage. This is my first TI, but TI3 is the one where I started watching Dota in general, and the dream was instantly ignited. The fire was ignited. I started loving this beautiful game.
Yeah, there's a lot of people with you right now. Obviously, we love everybody that started witnessing it from the start, and we love everybody that started witnessing it maybe today. Welcome. Love to have you aboard. We're going to show you a video of a decade of TI. Yes, a decade, 10 years of TI. And we're going to start by hearing from people that have been to 1 to 5 TIs.
Меня зовут Данил, мой никнейм КПК, мне 20 лет.
我是 Faith 边，今年23岁，来自 PSG.LGD 战队。
Hi, my name is Dobson. I'm playing for OG. I'm 23 years old.
大家好，我是 Ori。
我是 AME。
Hi, I'm Abed。
大家好，我是来自 Elephant 的 Euros。
Hey guys, I'm Matumbaman. I play for Team Secret, and I'm 26 years old.
Так, первый International это, скажем так, проверка нашей команды, но для меня это как, скажем так, очередной турнир в Доте, который, турниры в Доте будут еще.
This is my second TI.
今年是我第3次参加 TI。
第4次。
I attended 5 TIs in total as an analyst, player, or coach.
我觉得 TI 主要给我人生带来就是打比赛那种激情吧，就是我感觉打 TI 是一件让人热血沸腾的事情。最直接的物质上的有一些改变吧，高额的奖金。
TI definitely brought me money. That's the one thing. It also gave me a sense of purpose to what I'm doing with my life. It's something to reach out for, to achieve this big thing for your life, and winning TI definitely was one of them, and winning second is my current goal, so it definitely gives some purpose to your life.
I mean, the most memorable moments are probably just, lifting the Aegis, the finals, and of course the craziest comeback games from TI8 that we had. Some crazy games against LGD and EG, so those are the most memorable games, like the ones we're about to lose, but then we bring it back.
应该是我们 TI9 被小狗1打5吧。
Probably my first TI was TI6. The first time I saw all the players I looked up to.
应该是 TI7 吧，当时第一次打 TI， 然后一轮游了，然后就当时记忆比较深刻吧。
For me, it was TI7 lower bracket game against Virtus Pro. That was kind of the turning point for our team to win the whole tournament.
TI8, when I went as an analyst, I was just watching OG playing, and they weren't really the strong powerhouses going into the TI, but the stories they made and the quality of the games they brought was really fun.
I think I would tell myself to not get so knocked down on when we got eliminated. I was really feeling down. It felt really bad. I would tell myself it's okay. It's like life continues. It's not the end of the world, and probably would try to teach me some, I don't know, humility maybe. I was young back then, so. 最好还是不要穿越回去。也许穿越回去说了一句话，就改变了时间线，改变了世界线吧。
No, I don't really have any plans how many TIs I'm gonna play. Maybe I'll take a break after this one. Who knows?
看状态吧，如果觉得自己状态好，就会一直打了。 然后变菜了就不打了。
Well, for now, I try to take it one TI at a time, but obviously I want to keep playing and I want to keep coming here as much as I can until I win, that's for sure.
A TI win is indeed the goal for all players that gathered here in Bucharest this year as well. And I think that something needs to be said. We saw Thompson in that video. Thompson is the most recent Royal Roader, and that is if you go to the International, your first International, and you win it. That doesn't happen that often, although it happened more often than you think. You want to have a short quiz? How many Royal Roaders have we got, including TI1? So I give you 5 already off the boot. Fog, you want to give a little guess? I will also tell you there are, calculate in the meantime, there are 45 TI champions, of course, although actually you can remove 5 of that because we have 5 returning champions with OG winning twice. So that leaves 40 players with TI winning records.
We're all sitting here doing math.
I know. I gave you this time intentionally. I see Fog still calculating.
I don't know. It's kind of just like a random guess. I feel like.
Yeah, I feel like it's probably at least half, maybe, or around half. A lot of them.
It's
probably.
18. You're correct. It's 18
Nice.
Royal Roaders, and this year, guaranteed, we get at least one as well. So there will be at least one added to the numbers. And I say at least one, maybe 4.
Yes.
That's crazy. There's only been 2 times that a full team of Royal Roaders has been there. Of course, TI1 was one of them, and Wings was at TI6 as well. But all these stories from TIs, I mean, there's a lot of lessons to be learned, Lizard, from having played TIs. Do you think players can use those lessons once they come on stage? Because we saw Matu just there saying, like, he should take it a little, life goes on, a little serious. But we also seen the pictures. He just got eliminated. He's heartbroken.
100%. Every TI teaches you a lot because you're working under such immense pressure. The emotions are getting to you, and you have to learn not only a lot about the game, but about yourself as you are playing and going through the main stage.
Yeah, it is quite incredible, the achievement to win TI. And it's mentioned in the video as well, there's money on the line. Yes, the money plays a part because it adds to the pressure and it adds to the relief of winning, because you heard the players say it, God, it's life-changing.
It is. It's millions of dollars. It's, the biggest tournament of the year for a reason. The money plays a big part for some players. Even the ones that care less about the money, the pressure is enormous because for so many Dota players, it's about legacy. It's about proving you're the best. But that money is always on the back of anyone's mind.
And it's just the competitiveness, right? I think that's something that always drives all Dota players. It's sure you want that win, but it's just your competitive nature. Because even a lot of us, they're playing show matches, but you can hear some of the players, like Insane is like, guys, shut up and listen to me. Like, even though it's a joke match, like a lot of these players, it's innately built into you, that competitive spirit.
Bueno, casi me duermo. ¿Cómo andás, Chiquilín Flores? Bueno, loco, dale, que arranque la final porque nos dormimos todos, me parece.
Sumel, 22 years old, playing for OG.
maybe.
Ay, Dios, qué fea gente.
Hi, I'm Him. My nickname is Puppy, and I play for Team Secret.
My name is Johan Sundstein. I'm 27, soon 28, and I play Dota for OG.
I played in 6. This is the 6th.
5, 6, 7, 8. 这是我第6次参加 TI.
It's 7 TIs now. Yeah.
So I played every TI since TI3. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That will be my 8th.
9年吧，我少打了1年。
I think the biggest change was when I became owner of Team Secret. I think it
Tómatela, papi.
puts a lot more pressure on you when you play the game, comparison to when you're just like a kid that just wants to play Dota without any other problems. So I think that was like the biggest leap for me, at least.
就很多人嘴上说着梦想什么之类的，很少有人真正的去接触到梦想的那个舞台吧。但是就是我们这些能打 TI 的选手，就是能站在那个舞台，有机会去完成自己的梦想。
对我来说最深刻的 TI 就是 TI2，因为我们是在 V 社的办公室打的，然后那一年我们把 V 社的办公室弄得超软，然后我们也把他们的杂物啊什么就吃的这些全部都吃完了，他们就每天需要 refill 很多，就是那个重补，所以那一年对我来说还蛮深刻的。 I would obviously have to say the most memorable TI was TI7 with Team Liquid.
I think it's just the eHome versus UG game, TI6. It felt better than winning TI5, I would say.
TI5 with Secret.
Bueno, mierda, ¿qué carajo pasa con esto, loco? ¿Arranca o no arranca? Ya me tiene los huevos de plato esto.
Maybe one other team, and losing that tournament was pretty painful, but I learned so much.
0 de 10, dale.
Playing it with Secret.
Faltan 5 minutos para las 8, para las 9 acá, digo para las 7 en Perú, las 9 en Argentina. Siguen hablando pelotudeces.
因为我在 TI2 的时候拉肚子了，因为吃了太多生蚝。
If I would go back to TI1, I wouldn't say anything because I want to win that tournament and I want to change it.
TI6 versus DC. I would like to tell myself not to play Brewmaster.
算了吧，感觉不太想穿越，就是发生就发生了呀，就是之前发生的遗憾不圆满，有可能是为了你以后圆满就是做的铺垫。
This is my 7th TI, and I haven't thought about it before you asked, but maybe 10 TIs would sound kind of cool. So, including this one, 3 more.
I do think it would be nice to get more TIs under your belt before you quit.
No, not really. I'm just gonna keep playing until TI is a thing.
未来感觉可以的话，应该每届都想参加吧。
I mean, I don't have a plan of any sort of type like that. How many TIs I will play, but I hope that I will play every TI. I don't know. I can't say. Maybe there's going to be a new tournament anyway. That's going to be the new TI with Dota 3 or something like that. But it's very hard. I don't make plans like that.
Dota 3 dijo, ¿piensa que va a haber un Dota 3?
打第一年 TI 时就觉得打了10年就应该会停止了，结果现在已经是第11年了。虽然去年没有 TI 嘛，可是我还是继续的在打这 Dota， 所以看吧。如果我儿子需要他爸爸在的时候，我可能就会特意去花多点时间来陪他了。
No, it's probably like 2.
Really?
Yeah, it's 2 TIs.
Yeah, you're trolling me.
No, I'm not lying. It's obviously a troll. I've played 10 TIs.
There is one thing that you can count on when you see these guys talk about Dota. They don't think about giving up because that competitive spirit, even if people say, guys, I'ma retire, they'll be back, Fog. It's not a thing. People just, I mean, it draws you in.
Yeah, I really liked hearing like how there's just a difference between a lot of the players were saying like, I would go back, but I would change this, and some of the other ones would be like, I wouldn't want to change anything because mistakes build your future, or you don't want to change something that would have caused you to change the whole entire spiral of the future. So it's cool to see the differences, how they all think about it.
Yeah, it is definitely very cool. I mean, I say that people sometimes retire and they come back. When we focus on the grand finals ahead of us, there's one name that is very clear there, because Zhao8, TI champion of TI4, did really good. After TI6, he's like, you know what? That's it for me. It's been a good run. Absolute veteran in the scene, of course. I'm going to call it quits. So he skipped TI7. He skipped TI8. He skipped TI9. Guess what? He's back, gods.
You can't take this man away.
You cannot.
He is the equivalent of Puppy when it comes to the Chinese Dota scene. He's an absolute legend, not just for the fact he won TI, but he's just always been regarded as the, best drafter and captain of the region.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see how the teams are doing. Let's see how PSG.LGD and Team Spirit got to this moment in time, got to this grand finals here for the International 10.
The road to this place is unyielding. Paved in sacrifice and littered with fallen foes. Where a gathering of global titans once battled. And 2 contenders now remain. They have struggled.
Sitting on an Ops and Sentry right now for Sumail. Wait, more toss again! They got Sumail. They don't have Chrono afterwards, but they might not need it. Scepter now inside the Found. I don't know if he fought that or not, but Figure of Death out. Usually when OG is in the Found, it's good. Not this time, as they pull him back down again. No tail die. Easy game. I don't think that was a voice line.
And endured.
Without the Elder Titan, this will be difficult to defend, even with...
Oh, the Tether!
All right. Tether stun comes through with the bash. Carl takes the tumble. And LGD absolutely crushing their way to a Game 3 victory here.
Conquering all challenges that faced them to earn admission to this final fight.
Collapse will fall. Static Storm controlling Flight Blade. Shitara gets out of the second round of the Chronosphere. Over towards the lead they go. JT drops the Echo Slam, but they're all falling on IGs and out to kill. For Yatoro, he turns the game as a rampage for the Drow Ranger. Yatoro!
They reach now for the province of legends to answer a call to greatness that echoes across time.
Break on the Tidehunter, absolutely beautiful And now the from grip. DM. And now the grip onto Ame. They want to kill him in time. Do they have enough? No. Ame with the turn. Ame, are you kidding me? What in the hell was that?
All this damage being applied to Monkey, but Matu, they think it's taken out. That's a dieback from Matu. Double kill from Shin Q. LGD are doing it, Cinderin. GG's just called, just like that.
One team will forge their own legacies. With the eyes of the world upon them, and the aegis of champions on the line. What comes next can never be rewritten. But tales of ultimate glory never grow old.
Oh, goosebumps. Grand finals time. Lizard, we got PSG.LGD and Team Spirit in these finals. Did you expect that?
Did anyone expect Team Spirit? Maybe there were a couple of odd ones out predicting Team Spirit in their brackets as the grand finalist, but after dropping early on into the lower bracket and PSG.LGD just being on top, these are two completely opposite roads that led them here.
Yeah, it's the team everybody expected in the finals against the team that nobody expected in the finals.
Yeah, and this should be such a fun one because I think Spirit has absolutely proven themselves time and time again throughout this tournament, not just to have any type of flukes or anything that people say. This is just pure talent on this team, so it's going to be a crazy matchup.
You could write a book about the flair that Team Spirit is bringing to the table, from picking 13 different carries to having the most rampages on one single guy to improving tremendously through the lower brackets.
Now, there was one thing that Toronto Tokyo actually said in an interview on the Chinese broadcast yesterday. And it was, yeah, I don't know why everybody didn't think that we were going to go this far because we've been doing really well, but maybe that was because it's only in scrims. So I went asking around, and Team Spirit has been crushing it. If you ask any other player that they have scrimmed, then yes, they would have said, yeah, Team Spirit, they got what it takes. I even got from Seb, he said they think the Team Spirit will have a better chance against PSG.LGD in these grand finals, gods.
Yeah, and I think the fact they've been able to make that deep lower bracket run, there's something to be said for momentum. A lot of people on paper would have pegged, Team Secret to be the favorite in that lower bracket match earlier today. But that momentum, when you're going through that lower bracket, it just builds up. Playing with confidence in Dota is something that's just so important. And for Team Spirit, it's not just the confidence. They've got the skills to back it up as well.
They do indeed, Fogg. They do indeed.
Yeah, the confidence is definitely a big thing when you go on the main stage and you have the balls to say GG easy after some games, let's be honest, right? And then also just the confidence as well in the interview for Toronto Tokyo to say things like that. Oh, people didn't really expect us to make it to this point, but we did. These are young bloods. They have to have that confidence. So I feel like that's always really good to have going, even when you're playing against legendary players.
Yeah, when Collapse was asked before the tournament, would you rather play upper bracket or lower bracket? He was the only one of his team that said lower bracket. There was no hesitation. It was, you had to say it like within a second. It was upper bracket, lower bracket. No hesitation.
I don't blame him because they're looking so amazing under pressure. This team seems unfazed by emotions completely in the booth. They're seemingly having a lot of fun and just crushing it. They actually played versus PSG.LGD in the last grand finals, the last tournament before TI. They took a game off of them, but they improved since then quite a lot. It's going to be explosive TI Grand Finals.
I think so too. We talk a lot about Team Spirit, of course, because PSG.LGD, they have already locked in their slot, had already locked in their slot for the Grand Finals yesterday. So they have had plenty of time to prepare for their Grand Finals opponents. They were able to study and watch Team Spirit make it all the way through their fellow countryman IG yesterday. And of course, this morning, we saw Team Spirit take out Team Secret there. So they've been watching, they've been studying, they're ready. I think Team Spirit is ready too, though. So it is about time to get these teams on the stage. Since 2013, we have an Eastern European team taking their place here in the Grand Finals of the International. Team Spirit have wreaked absolute havoc in that lower bracket, and they are ready for their final boss in PSG.LGD. Of course, Team Spirit, they got Yatoro, they got Toronto, Tokyo, Collapse, Mira, and Miposhka, led by Coach Silent. Yatoro being the youngest player at this international as well. You can see him here, looks a little different than his picture as he has donated his hair to the Dota gods. Let's see if it helps against PSG.LGD.
Ay, bueno, gente, parece que se decidieron arrancar la final. Ya son 9 de la mañana pasada. Están entrando los equipos a las salas, a las cabinas.
These 5 players and their coach have been favorites for the last few months. Everybody saw this one coming, but the way that they've done it, the flair that they've done it with, that is something unparalleled.
Todo bien con TSPIRIT, pero me parece que PSG le va a pegar una empernada.
And they will take their place in the booth as they get ready for their best of 5 Grand Finals. We want to quickly.
Che, qué grande que es el escenario, ¿no? Es una cagada que no hay gente.
He came second at TI8. He came third at TI9. He came fourth at TI7. I think it's about time. He has a good shot at making it a first place here. All 10 players and their coaches headed into their pods, headed into their booths. I think at this point, all focus.
Todos se mandaban saluditos, de esto que el otro, pero te va a romper el culo. Me voy a llevar los 20 millones a casa, amigo.
As we mentioned multiple times, of course, when you get to go through the upper bracket, you get a lot of more information coming into these Grand Finals. So for PSG.LGD, Xiao 8 probably did a ton of homework. He probably got a lot to say to his team. And then for Team Spirit, this is, you weren't expecting to just face PSG.LGD. You had to make it all the way here. So now it's like kind of maybe last minute.
La camperita les hace la propaganda Nike a esta gente. Yo pensé que era una campera común.
Work versus PSG.LGD when they have all that info.
And the same what Puppy was saying, right? There's a couple of strategies that everyone is using at this tournament, so you can adapt to them and just think of it like that. Because PSG.LGD, they have been under the microscope for the last couple of months, right? Because of that, maybe for Team Spirit it's going to be a little bit easier, and it's not just anyone that they're facing in the Grand Finals, but still, not a lot of time since the last match that they had.
Absolutely. Also, on the side of PSG.LGD, there's four players and a coach that have been in these pods on the Grand Finals before. 3 of them ended up being victorious, which, by the way, for Faith Beyond and Y, they are those Royal Roaders that I talked about.
Ay, Dios. El todopoderoso Ami.
So I think having that under your belt, gods, the pressure on the side of PSG.LGD shouldn't be there.
At least a lot less, I think, because they've been there. I think there is still that little bit of pressure that they've never actually, had their back against the wall. I think that's where, Spirit, yeah, they've made this lower bracket run, and there's all this extra info that PSG.LGD have to look at. But when PSG.LGD, they've had an easy run to now. So if they, drop a game or see, find themselves being challenged, that's where things will get interesting.
Bueno.
But the fact they've been there before, that experience, that goes a long way.
It really does. I think it's also
Qué carita que tiene este que no tiene 6, ¿no?
because of course Team Spirit.
La carita de nene.
Like I know that there's a lot of people tuning in, and they have seen PSG.LGD. They've been to 9 internationals, 10 if you also count LFY in that, of course, and they've had top finishes. You know they do well. For Team Spirit, the organization, Fog, this is their first international, so there are going to be a lot of people like, who are these guys? But these guys, at the moment, we can consider them on the same level as PSG.LGD coming into this grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've proven themselves so many times throughout the year. They've grown so much. I mean, I even mentioned it. I posted on Twitter earlier. These guys almost got relegated to the division in DPC season 1.
Qué tos de mierda, no se me va más.
Learned so much, and yeah, it's just really spectacular to see that these young bloods have been able to make it all the way here to grand finals after such a tough road.
Yeah, Lizard, how is it possible for Yatoro to have 3 rampages
I don't
on
know.
the main stage?
Crazy.
It's insane. Not only does he have 3 rampages, how many heroes did this man play? It's just ridiculous to think about it. Usually when you become a pro and you're young, it's because you have a couple of heroes that you really maxed out.
Yes.
Like you played 500 games of some Jug, Sven, and 2 more extra heroes. This guy seemingly plays anything.
And he's not just young, he is the youngest.
Yes.
The youngest player in the internationals made to the grand finals with such a hero pool is incredible.
Absolutely incredible. Let's take a look at these 2 teams and compare them head to head.
Están diciendo que Yatoro es el jugador más joven de la historia del International, vale, bueno, así en la final o algo así.
11, there's a big difference there. Most of the difference is of course going to be in the coaches. For Zawei, this is his 7th TI. His first as a coach, by the way, interesting to note. For Silent, this is his 5th vote.
Yeah, I mean, it's really cool when you get to hear the differences like that. But I still have to, like, I know it's everyone keeps talking about like, Yatoro, and they even talk about Silent a lot with the brain and the coaching. But I have to give him a push to so much credit on this team. I think he's the big one that I'm looking at. Where Zhao 8, he's like 9.8 kMR, 10 kMR, played it several TIs, been here forever. But Mikoshka's a guy who's been digging and digging and digging through like tier 2 teams for years and years.
Yellow Submarines, Comanches.
Grande, buen día. Podría ser un saludo para mi novia Pato, que estuvo estudiando toda la noche y todavía no pegó un ojo. Buenos saludos para Pato ahí de parte de Agustín.
Beautiful story.
Está bien que estudie. Todo bien, Agustín. Ali, gracias por el likeazo, papu. ¿Dónde anda?
That was
Facebook, no.
right there. And they still came top 8, which is
Mierda, qué tos de porquería que tengo.
being able to lead a team that has a fresh stand-in to be able to take it that far, and here he is. He seems also having the mindset of, you know what? I don't care about this
I don't care.
These grand finals. I'm just gonna focus on the Dota gods.
Yeah.
He's just full focus on the games.
He comes across whenever there's an interview, very calm. He's got a very good head on his shoulders. And I think something that we've kind of commented on, when we see Spirit win these matches or come back, they don't show a lot of emotion. They're kind of like, for them, it's like the job isn't done until they win TI itself. So there really is this kind of team effort that is always focused on the next game they have to play.
Yeah, we heard it yesterday in a winner's interview as well. The focus is, we just play a Dota game with friends and we just focus on the game. And once we're in it, money doesn't matter.
A counter argument for all the pressure that's on Team Spirit, I would say even that they reached grand finals.
Yes.
4 of them haven't been on a TI before.
Yeah.
Like, how much pressure can you... Obviously, it's a lot, but at the same time, you're living the
De una tienen que bañar el Tiny y el mono a Ame.
they've got because of that. I think it's going to be a
Los 2 primeros van, ahí pum. Porque si no lo piquean de primero el mono, lo piquean de primero el Tiny. No les importa nada, chino esto.
Yeah, there can definitely be said a lot of things said for the pressure on PSG.LGD. Nothing to say is here playing his first international, by the way. Also potential for that Royal Roader. And this team has got all the pressure of an entire region. Can they bring it home for their country is the question. We're finding out. The draft is right around the corner.
Team Spirit versus PSG.LGD. Grand Finals, Game 1.
Hello everyone, welcome to the draft panel of the Grand Finals.
Mira la trencita que se hizo este Notel. Este tiene un pedo en la cabeza.
I mean, Team Spirit, they've had this amazing run. They have a lot of momentum, but LGD, they've seen more of Team Spirit's games. Which ones would you guys prefer going into the finals?
What do you mean?
Like the momentum or having more information, because Team Spirit had to play more games.
I would have to say, looking at both teams also for what they are, LGD should be very comfortable, learning more, knowing more, having nothing to be afraid of. But if anyone could shake their boots, it should probably be Spirit, because you see the momentum, you see you see your Toro and you see how they're feeling themselves as well, which I think is the only type of Dota, or the closest type of Dota to also go into such an organized and experienced drafting team. It's going to be very hard to surprise them, and it's going to be very hard to throw them on the back foot, but I would say Team Spirit's the one who could do it.
And it's already starting. I mean, the draft here, the information is that LGD chose first pick and Team Spirit went Radiant. It is their bread and butter, the Radiant on Team Spirit. I mean, it has been, dominating the tournament so far, and Team Spirit is one of the teams that abuses the most, the Radiant side. LGD, they are doing the same that they did against Secret yesterday. First pick domination, they had it both games and they made it work twice. They get it again, but this time around they did not get the Tiny from Team Spirit, which was a big theme. And it's also a big message, right?
Ahí está, me hizo caso, mañana Mono y Tiny. De una, lo que yo dije, bien ahí por Team Spirit.
Does it have anything to do with the bands that you went for, or are they, switching gear? We'll see. With first pick. And
now they get the normal ET versus the IO, which a lot of people would prefer. And the way you might maybe want to deal with this is now try and get a hero that protects versus the ET coming to your lane. It could have been the Monkey, it could have even been the Tiny, and here you go, an Ursa instead. This is just to protect the IO and make it stronger, actually give it purpose on the lane.
Uy, Ursita, guardia para Game.
ET and Tide there's so many lanes that you could go into. If they pick this casual gyrocopter, I think the lane could be atrocious for them.
I think there's a little bit of a tournament meta thing, right? Because teams, when they pick the out, they've been banning out the Ursa against them in the second phase. I think Ursa one of the few agility carries that can match up against other Titan, You have the ultimate to get through. Exactly. He can't man up on the lane, even he can't, his board doesn't pierce in range.
Exactly, you can't get close to him, it's a lot of counter.
And one thing to mention here is how both teams...
¿Quién es? Axel Rose. ¿Quién es, boludo? De Guns N' Roses.
They open the Wisp, then
Axel.
they go into ET Tide. Tide is considered a very good hero into Magnus just because of how the team fight happens, right? The Ravage covers this Cure back because the Ravage is such a big AoE spell that you're gonna fight wherever you want with Tide. Obviously the Kraken Shell against the Magnus RP and stuns, it's really hard for Magnus to fight into Tide because you either RP his teammates and he's gonna counter-initiate with Ravage, or you RP the Tide and he's gonna get the Ravage off anyway. So you're kind of setting up the Tide for a great Ravage at Magnus, right? So LGD, Team Spirit, sorry, they go for this Tide, kind of making the Magnus second pick, like 8th pick, instead of the Ursa really hard for LGD to go for. And this is one of the first games on the main stage, I think, where Magnus has been completely ignored by both teams. These two teams have crushed games with Magnus.
They decide to still ban it now, which of course is still going to be good, and especially going to be good with the Ursa. I wonder if they're going to look at it. There's a Yatoro hero, I don't know if we've seen. Has he played TA safe lane yet?
No, but maybe he had, actually, maybe in the group stage, but he does play it for sure.
Yeah. And this is what I think now LGD is thinking really hard about. It's like, what are they going to pick that's going to mess with our strategy?
Mañana Phantom y el Troll Warlord, los del PSG.
To stay as a win condition. But there's also heroes in Dota that can make it really annoying. Teamfight is also something of it. Like Tide can be good versus Ursa later on in the game. Like this whole scaling and how you want to fight, Tide can be overwhelming quite often. That's why it's also one of the top heroes of this tournament. But yeah, I'm looking for the Yatoro TA this game. So far, I want to see it.
So what I've seen from the start of the draft, we have pretty strong...
Sta llorando il Gino, ¿qué le pasa?
There's a lot of team fights coming from Team Spirit. Is it something that you guys think about, like how you want to match the team fight? Is that something important for LGD right now?
I think for both these teams, it is important. These teams excel at team fighting. I think they think about it a lot, drafting-wise. They have proven every game. These are the Mag Wyvern teams, the ET Magnus. Like, these are heroes that are really excel at the 5-on-5. They abuse positioning, they abuse vision. These teams are, the finest teams at doing so. So, of course, they both do think about it. A lot of other things can happen in the Dota game. It's such a complex game. So there's the team fight part, there's the scaling part, there's also the laning phase, the timings.
He will need these timings in this game to actually be able to enter these fights, because if this is an Ursa who's behind and you're playing against ET Tide, all of a sudden it looks super overwhelming. It looks like your heroes are really trash. But if you actually get Ursa to the point where he needs to get, he can destroy the enemy, he can go in first, he can do so much for his team, be a frontline, like do all these things, Roche at minute 10.
He will play with Aegis into Tide, and now it's a very different way to play the fight, right? Ursa's just going on Tide, he has Aegis, Tide doesn't want to click Ravage. The whole team fight changes completely. This is why if they can get the Ursa to his timings. He can break a tide if they can, and these things are going to be decided with the second phase that is coming up. They're also going to be decided with the laning setup. And I do also want to mention how these two teams, in my opinion, are probably the two best laning teams of the tournament also. They will punish each other for every opening that they're going to, every angle they're going to expose, they will punish each other's.
¿Qué pasó? Ursa timing, is that something you'd like to see? Like, should they commit the rest of their draft towards making that timing stronger? I think we were talking on the panel yesterday about Secret. They sort of went with some, I don't know, some Wyvern Magnus, but they didn't commit to making that
Lion. Tercer pick para Team Spirit.
Early timing strategies were some of the fastest and strongest and well executed of the tournament. Ursa was a big part of it. Enchantress with TA was also another way to see it. Tidehunter would like the game to be a little bit slower. Like if Dota starts happening in minute 15 to 18, you got your 1-2 items. You're very happy. Ursa doesn't allow that to happen. He might be going Rosh at minute 9. He might be going Rosh at minute 12. These things speed up the game and force them to maybe address that in the draft. If they can't address it really hard in the lane...
Mierda, que me están explicando re duro, Notel,
I want to mention how you see LGD's approach on the second phase, right? As Johan mentioned, like they banned the Troll, they banned the PA, they banned the TB. They're banning what they think. Yeah, they're banning what they think is going to scale into the Ursa. I do want to mention the Lion pick, which I think is really, really strong, really powerful. First of all, it does not expose their draft, and yesterday we talked a lot about first pick versus second pick, which is now like second pick, meaning Team Spirit. They are past the danger zone because now they get to react twice. With picking this Lion, first of all, it gives actually Tide a better lane against Ursa. It's going to negate the pressure, the aggression from Ursa on the lane, and Lion Hex actually is one of the best tools against Ursa. Ursa can buy the shard, he can buy Aghanim's to get away from stuns, but the Hex is a mute, kind of. He's not going to be able to get out of Hex. So LGD now have a very clear fight condition, which is they get the fight on the Ursa, they Hex and they burst it. Team Spirit's fight condition, and LGD don't really have the tools to stop that.
Ooh, wow. Okay, that's new. That's great.
Hey, Alme, he played this in the finals versus Anime.
Naga Siren, dijeron.
Solid there. I mean, I play a lot of Naga Siren, so I think this is a great Naga game so far.
No sé qué se va la máscara esa. Ah, no puedo, no vi nada.
Matchup, you guys were talking about skill. I don't think Ursa scales at all against Naga Siren.
No se vale por la duda.
Yes and no, I would say. There are a lot of fights where Naga can feel very underwhelming. I don't think the strength of Naga is ever going to be team fights. You see it in this patch where illusions don't ever get to do a lot in fights. PL illusions are kind of different. They stick on you, they hurt more, and they keep coming. Naga illusions, they can get wiped quite fast, quite easily. They don't have the best tools right now.
There's one thing that I see though with this Naga pick is, so now it's another bite strategy, right?
Exactly, you see how these guys are going to fight. You can already imagine it.
Sleep might be very good. What about you trade bite for sleep, disengage, and take the fight after that? Maybe that's what they're thinking. They're going to make it as hard as possible because LGD heroes, they don't push out lanes very well. Right? Ursa doesn't want to show and clear waves. That's not what Ursa does. Neither does West. Lycan can do it to a certain extent. So the way this game should develop in the mid game is Naga is going to push out all the lanes, already making it really hard for LGD to find the fight that they're looking for, and if they ever find it, and they bite the Ursa, and they're ready for the fight...
Dale, ¿cómo se hizo larga la final, loco? Ni arrancó todavía, ya se hizo re tarde.
The team fight from LGD is quite simple. If Ursa's out of control, he has a Satanic and a Skadi and a bad bitten, he's a big problem in the fight. But still, if you sleep that and his 4 other heroes, if they don't have BKB, they're just going to die to the sleep Ravage. And can Ursa fight alone, even if he's bitten? I don't think so. And they're going to have the Hex, they're going to have the Net eventually, they're going to have an Anchor Smash to slow him down a bit. Like, LGD's teamfight is very obvious and is very committing right now. There's a few things I think that Team Spirit, they're also Radiant right now. Naga wants to live in the dire jungle, and she wants to cut these 2 waves around the Rosh area and push them away. If they feel like going bottom, they don't get the Rosh with an Ursa strat. This is another way to also break their lineup. I think Spirit right now, they could be quite comfortable with how they can talk and approach these fights, because if LGD doesn't have this bite going, doesn't have this, it's very underwhelming what their lineup does. Disruptor, Lycan, Io is not going to kill many heroes on the map.
You know, I actually thought it was LGD playing Naga. I just realized it was Team Spirit.
For
you guys, which draft, like, from your personal perspective, which one would you prefer to play? I mean, we don't have the last picks yet, but...
I mean, I feel like LGD, they have a way to snowball the game. That's how I see it. You know, the Ursa IO timings with the Lycan, I like it. I do feel like this is one of the first times where I don't give LGD a strong upper hand on the draft. If anything, I'd maybe even give the upper hand on Team Spirit.
Let's see if there's a Tinker coming now. There's a lot of picks. I don't think Tinker got removed. Tinker versus Naga, Tinker scaling teamfight. Tinker is a huge hero.
That sounds good, because that'll help their teamfight scale into late game.
They have a huge damage issue. They have a massive, massive damage issue. Okay, Pango is also a hero that comes with a lot of potential scaling teamfight damage. If you get
items. Sleep also play. Like, they cannot disengage anymore.
Yes, it's unreliable now. The sleep, it's also a hero versus Tidehunter. Force bad ravages, kill him. Also good hero versus ET.
Very good last pick. A bit scary in the sense that it's a mid hero that can get very punished one-on-one, very weak laner against a lot of matchups. But you know, that's a lot of confidence from nothing to say. One of the best mid laners, if not the best mid laner in the tournament. And I'm sure their support are going to help, you know, with the mid lane and stuff. Very, very good pick. Very good last pick.
If I still had to choose a lineup that I would want to play, I actually have more faith in this Naga lineup. If they play well around the illusion wave push.
Así que el pick del Pangolier fue muy bueno, dice Notel.
She needs to do her part. She needs to do the sleep, maybe get some illusions on some supports. But this game, in my opinion, should be.
No, Jorge, estás equivocado acá, amigo.
Messing with them and getting some pickoffs through the lane.
Jamás haces juego. A menos que me paguen.
Like economy-wise. And this is going to lead to more openings. Naga can maybe join the fight, get an early Scotty, like kind of take over the fights with a gold advantage, or just keep playing the map.
I like how you're talking about how Naga splits up the map also, because when you have Naga split up, obviously on your other heroes to be able to pick off that, they already have that with Lion. They have some additional damage with ET. So if they're playing the actual Naga game, I agree with you. I can see it being very successful. One more to kill on the side lane.
Clap them when they split up.
Yeah, they split up, they try to deal with Illus, boom, the burst is going to happen. Lion, ET,
Boy, Spirit, el último pick.
And Naga will force LGD to split up. They will force them to... They're going to cheat the map. They're going to create unfair situations, and it's going to be hard for the LGD to fix that unless they have full control of the game. This is why the laning phase is going to be incredibly important. You know, for LGD to kind of slow down what Team Spirit is putting.
I would say it's even more important for LGD to actually have good.
Dudo que esto sea 3-0 para algún equipo. Eso ya lo presiento, no va a ser 3-0 ni a palo.
Going to get these waves, Lion's going to get closer to Dagger, sorry. And if you create that, I think Team Spirit's lineup is going to be really fun to play, and it's going to be a very hard game for LGD.
Very interesting draft. I would also say that the lanes are a bit scary. I think this ET on the side lanes is completely untouched. They don't have a single stun for him. He's going to get the Spirit and he's going to
Bottom lane is going to be
lane.
Bottom lane is going to be a lot of fun for this ET.
Very strong lanes from Team Spirit
also.
Yep. Miposhka ET.
Bueno, vamos al Dota.
Scary stuff.
Está buena esa, El desayuno endemoniado. Bueno, ahí está, gente. Elder, Titan, TIE Hunter, Lion, Naga, Silent Boy, Spirit para Team Spirit. Ayo, Ursa, Disruptor, Lycan y Pangolier para PSG.LGD. Pangolier Mid. ¿Cómo no salí? Sí, boludo. No dormí nada. Me acosté como a la 1. Me dormí. Y a las 3 y algo me levanté, boludo. Una re pija fue, boludo. Digo la verdad. Me tenía que haber quedado durmiendo, me parece. El equipo con más Royan asesinado. Vamos para el PSG. Jugar con el mejor valornito a los 10 minutos. 10 minutos.
你这么菜，你的队友不会生气吧，哥哥
Jugar con más víctimas a los 10 minutos. Vamos a poner. Qué sé yo, me voy a complicar las predicciones estas, che. ¿Y ahora qué mierda pasa? Bueno, gente, primera partida de la final del TI-10 entre Team Spirit y PSG.LGD. Es un BO5 esta es la primera. Está en pausa. Team Spirit viene de eliminar a Team Secret en la final de la Lower Bracket. Y avanzó a la final donde esperaba PSG. Así que bueno, gente, así está la cosa. Lo locazo que desde que prendí a la mañana con la partida de Team Sync no sumó un suscriptor, nada, boludo. Para atrás la transmisión, Para atrás como el cangrejo. Una lágrima.
Это что за слова такие?
$3.600.000 se llevó Team Secret por quedar tercero. Dale, ¿qué mierda pasa que va a estar en pausa, loco? ¿Qué cosa? Dice... Ipa. Pa. Ipa. Dos a 1 perdió Secret. ¿Qué carajo están esperando, loco? Dejen de hacerla tan larga, la concha su madre, mirá. Me voy a pasar el día de la madre acá, boludo, déjame de joder, loco. Corto todo y me voy al carajo si la van a hacer tan larga, loco, dale.
Это что за слова такие? Это что за слова такие?
No, fue peleado, pero se mandó muchas cagadas, mató un mamán en la última partida. Estaba jugando con un Tiny Carry y se esperó por iniciar y conseguir kills y hizo que el equipo se muriera un par de veces o lo mataron solo a él. Es el primero. Ellos supuestamente tienen que arrancar como a las 7 de la mañana en Argentina, son las 9:30 y está recién la primera partida. Están en pausa todavía, no sé qué carajo les pasó, boludo. Ready, dale, cara de chota. Ahí está, go, dale. Bueno, ahí está, arranca la partida, la primera del BO5, vamos a ver cuántas serán. Si veo que se me hace muy largo, gente, me voy al carajo porque es el día de la madre y tengo que ir a ver a mi mamá, así que me lo paso por los huevos la final del TI y voy a ir a ver a mi mamá. Así que vamos a ver cuántas partidas son. Pero el que avisa no traiciona, así que ya les avisé. Así que tenemos un Pangolier mid de Nothing to Say. Mierda, loco, esto conchuda que tengo. Estamos en la B. Ese Speed tiene un buen draft. PSG se va para el draft pushear. Ahí bien que se quiere farmear las copias del espejismo de la naga. No pasa nada. A ver. Cliqueo el impacto tronador sobre mi Poshka. Mi Poshka. Gracias. SARS Snow por el caso ahí en Facebook. Tenemos a Toronto Tokio jugando Boy Spirit contra Nothing to Say. Su pango. Le me salió allá acá en el costado de la lengua. Ni hablar puedo. Ahora cliqueo tranqui. 30 segundos iniciales del TI, de la final del TI. Sale un té de jengibre, miel y limón para irse a todos. Sí, la verdad que estaría bueno, pero el jengibre no son de mierda. Estaba. Había plantado jengibre por acá, pero no sé. Vamos a tener que hacer la de miel, limón y té. Té de limón y miel y chao. Ahora en un rato me hago un... Piu, 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 piu. Bueno, bastante pushada la línea de la naga. Está peleando prácticamente bajo la tier 1 de bot del equipo de PSG. Le bañaron el Tiny y el mono a Amele, que le dieron un Ursa Warrior. Otra vez el impacto tronador. Uy, va a doler eso al Disruptor. Toma, Sonso. Toma. Toma, carajo, que duele el lomo. Ahí, bomba. Otro más. Y otro más lo mata. Ah. Ya se le había ido el daño igual al Elder Titan, pero le metió uno más con daño y lo mataba. Cómo piquean Ayo los asiáticos, loco, es impresionante, ¿eh? Pasa que el Ayo recupera una parva de vida, loco, es tremendo lo que recupera. Ya me parece que me voy a poner el agua para hacerme el té con miel. ¿El PSG en el torneo perdió alguna partida? No me acuerdo, capaz que perdió una, ¿no? Bueno, todavía no tenemos pero estamos 0-0, 3 minutos 30. A ver, complicado ese Lion. Se puede morir el repiqueo de Ame. Un golpe más. Ahí está, cantalo. ¡Uy! ¡No! Y se muere. Está el Fer, se lo da a favor. El PSG se lo lleva a 100 guild. ¡Qué voladas! El Lion por meter las pugas terrenales le erró, pero como una cuadra. Y le dio chance al Lion de meter un right click. Y terminó muriendo ese Lion, perdón. A manos del Lion. 1-0 para el PSG. 4 minutos de partida. Y me duele la lengua. Ay. A ver, espadachín sobre Toronto-Tokio, el impacto tronador. Queda bastante filo ese BO5. Opa, si la quiere jugar revalente etéreo, que lo atrapa, le puede meter el espadachín y lo mata, ¿eh? A ver, no. No va a pasar eso. Sigue peleando bajo la tierra. Uno, la nada Siren. Tiene el Ursa Warrior, papá luchón, ¿no? ¿Qué? Otra vez el impacto de tornador de Guay sobre el Tech Hunter de Collapse. El recliqueo, ahí está, pumba. Puede terrenar sobre el Disruptor, el requerido del Elder Titan, el campo cinético, no van a poder entrar a golpearlo. Bueno, el Venato entonces el recliqueo sobre, mira, se puede morirse el Lion, sí, cabal el Lion, otra vez. Se retira a mi Poshka. Opa, complicado. Nothing to say. Doble daño para Toronto Tokio. Un golpe más y lo mata. Ah. ¿What? ¿Qué pasó ahí? Muy fino ese pango, Vamos a poner la tabla de valor reto. Primero la Laga Siren. Segundo el Ursa Warrior. Tercero el BO5. 7 minutos de partida. 3,2 para la Naga. Lo mismo para el Ursa Warrior. Fabian bastante más abajo con ese Lycan. Está farmeando todos a Naga Siren. Ahora van a buscar al Live el Hex. Carga el Echo Stomp. Impacta sobre el Ursa Warrior. Niels, me hace que ponerle el caso, papo. Este espadachín, no to save, impacta tronador, el recliqueo, deja remanente etéreo, se va a escapar, Rolling Thunder, sale para el otro lado Toronto-Tokio, zafó ese BO5. La hizo bien, no se desesperó, 8 minutos de partida, es la primera del BO5, gente final del TI-10. Lamentablemente quedó eliminado Team Secret a mano de Team Spirit. A ver, no te usé, iniciando sobre Yatorlo, recliqueo, mete el espejismo, el campo cinético que se rompe. Lo traen para atrás con el Eclipse. Siguen recliqueando a la Naga, no la van a poder matar. Pasa nada. Vale, lo quieren ir a buscar a Ame. No, impacta el remanente etéreo, así que ya no hay forma de atrapar a ese Ursa. Había Ravage, pero a ver, ahora sí, inician el Ursa Warrior, el recliqueo, el Hex, el daño, el remanente etéreo, siguen golpeando, el Ecostom que también impacta, habían metido el Enrage, la reducción de estado que tiene el ulti del Ursa Warrior, persigue el recliqueo, se termina muriendo, van a Toronto-Tokio. Buen kill de la gente de Team Spirit, matan al carry del PSG. Sí, Jorge, ese juego 1. Después de 10 horas. Va a quedar la tier 1 de mid. Bueno, ganamos la predicción del Boy Spirit. Me cago en la tos. Va a caer la tier 1 de top a manos de la gente de Team Spirit. Ahí está Toronto-Tokio y Collapse golpeando la estructura. ...11 minutos de partida, avanza con Smoke, el Disrupto y el Pangolier, lo quieren ir a buscar a Toronto-Tokio. Anda por ahí el TIE Hunter para defender, Rolling Thunder, inicia sobre Collapse, recliqueo, llega el Lion, la tormenta eléctrica del Storm, silenciado el TIE Hunter, pero esquiva los golpes de Rolling Thunder, no le sacaron casi nada de vida. El Glips lo traen para atrás, va a terminar tepeando porque sabe que no le pueden cancelar el TP. Tranquilo el TIE Hunter. Bueno, vamos a ver los ítems. La Naga Siren tiene Power Trade, una Yaya, va por una Manta Style. El Boy Spirit tiene botas de viaje, doble talismán y botella, ya tiene botas de viaje. El TIE Hunter tiene botas de fase, anillo espiritual y capucha desafiante. El Ursa Warrior tiene botas de fase, máscara morbia, va por una Diffusal Blade. El Pango tiene jabalina, botella, of corrosion. El Lycan tiene su yelmo del dominador y va por el Blaming Offering, luego por el yelmo del Supremo. Allí está la cosa en el minuto 12. Lidera la tabla de valor neto la Naga con 6k, segundo el Ursa, tercero el Boy Spirit, cuarto el Pango líder. Hoy le cayó el Echo Stomp, el espíritu astral que pasa llevando el daño, empieza el requerido de Mipochka, el botón de Collapse, se mete dentro del campo cinético, lo van a explotar a piña, llega a Toronto Tokio, ahí está, se lleva el kill el Boy Spirit, 2-2 empata la serie, el equipo de Team Spirit. Se farmearon el creep controlado por el Lycan. Che, al final los horarios del TI fueron una re cagada, boludo. ¿Quién carajo se levanta un domingo a mirar Dota, boludo, tan temprano, boludo? Son la cagada los horarios del TI, loco, ¿eh?
Oh yeah, that's the good stuff.
Hacemos 2-2, muy pocos kills en la partida. A ver, carry contra carry en la parte de top. Falta poco para la difusa al Ursa Warrior. Lo van a hacer cagar al Disruptor, el right cliqueo, mete la tormenta eléctrica, pero lo van a explotar a pura piña. El golpe de ancla termina muriendo. Que te pega el DT, le cancela con el Rolling Thunder. Que se transforma con el cambio de forma. No tiene maná para Ravage el Hunter, ahora sí. Avanza, a ver si viene Toronto Tokyo, reclickeando al Laio. Termina retirando a la gente del PSG. Esa cara tan larga. Y no dormí una mierda, boludo, dormí 2 horas. Ay, Dios, y había más gente a las 3 de la mañana, boludo, que ahora. Claro, y más vale, porque se quedaban trasnochando y ya se fueron todos a dormir, boludo. Una re patada de huevo. ¿Qué le puedo decir a mi novia que se apure? Quiero ir a saludar a mi vieja y termina de prepararse. Bueno, loco, amiga, apurate. Mueve el culo, loco, dale. 3-3 el marcador en 15 minutos. La Naga le saca buena diferencia ya al Ursa Warrior. Y encima otra, que los dos equipos que están en la final no le importan a mucha gente. Si hubiese estado Team Secret o OG y la gente se cuelga a mirar, pero estos dos equipos no los quiere mirar a nadie. Mira, difusa el Ursa Warrior. ¡Ay, Dios! Yelmo del dominador para el Lycan. Avanza con Smoke de 2, el Disruptor y el Boy Spirit buscando algún kill. van a encontrar, se van a encontrar. A ver, el Ursa Warrior quiere iniciar a Toronto Tokyo, deja remanente de TR, le saca bastante bien. Lo intenta de Latin 6, que viene girando hacia la libertad, se manda abajo la Tier 3. Demasiado aventurado ese Pangolier, ahí está recliqueo el espadachín. ¡Uy! Lo dejó un finazo. Ah, si lo voltea, loco. A ver, Collapse se termina tepeando, zafó ese Taijante, pero ¿cómo zafó ese Pangolier? Sacó un montón de vida encima del espadachín. Me agarró fresco, loco. Me agarró fresco, amigo. Amigo. A ver, inicia el Pango, líder de altitud 6. Ahí está, Yatoro le saca las tripas. Mete el canto de sirena justo cuando venía el reloj del Ayo con el Ursa Warrior. Lo dejó re caliente. Buena reacción de la Naga. 4-3 el marcador y 2K de Valorneto a favor del equipo de Team Spirit. Lo que mató todo fue el showmatch de momias antes. Sí, no, eso fue la verga, boludo. Eso tiró abajo todo el mundo. Era una partida de mierda. Eso, ahí la gente se fue al carajo, boludo. A ver, inicia al Ursa Warrior, recliqueo, la tormenta eléctrica, el artefacto que pasa, el Ravage es bueno, el daño sobre el Ursa Warrior, ¡plata, basura! A ver, el daño que lo levanta con el Scepter, el golpe de ancla también lo revienta, le saca la mierda buena. Teamfight del equipo de Team Spirit, caen 4. No cae nadie de Team Spirit. A la mierda, gente. ¿Qué onda con lo que estoy viendo? Que no panda el cúnico. ¿Quién te la cree? Team Spirit le metió la rata en esa teamfight al PSG. Están siguiendo mi estrategia. Vanían Tiny y Mono, ya fue. Uy, ya todo lo que lo encuentra al Pangolier le está sacando las tripas, le costó y lo terminó peinando para adentro de la Naga. Se caga de risa Yatoro. Che, dicen que es muy bueno ese Yatoro, loco. Dicen que es muy bueno. Ganin Scepter. ¿Qué hace la Ganin Scepter en la Naga? Ah, te deja atrapado 6 segundos. No, reduce el tiempo de recarga de atraparse segundos y aumenta el alcance de lanzamiento. Dura 5 segundos. Lo puedes tirar cada 8. Chao, te agarra con esa mierda. Lástima que la tiene difusal la Naga. Si tuviese difusal. A ver, Toronto Tokyo deja remanente Terios. ¿Zafa o no zafa? A ver. Sí, zafa. La carrera entera de Yatoro, ¿no? Mirá cómo está volteando la Tier 2. Me está metiendo la rata, gente. ¿Qué carajo? Teo, para un poco, perro. Bueno, a ver los hits del minuto 20. Tenemos a la Naga con la Manta Style, la Ganin Scepter. Va por una Orquídea y una Bloodthorn. El Boy Spirit, Eul Scepter, botas de viaje. El Tai tiene Eul Scepter, anillo espiritual, botas de fase y capucha. El Ursa Warrior tiene Diffusal Blade, va por una BKB. El Pango tiene Daga Maelstrom, of Corrosion. El Lycan tiene su yelmo del Supremo y unos tambores de resistencia. Bienvenidos a todos los que van entrando, gente. Recuerden dejar su like, suscríbanse los que están suscritos al canal. Apoyen la transmisión a seguir creciendo. A ver, el UCT sobre el Ursa Warrior. No pasa nada, llega tarde ese espíritu astral. Van a ser las 10 de la mañana. ¿Cómo sigue Teodoro? Estamos hoy hace rato que no se manda ningún cohete. Ahí está queriendo rompiendo la bola para que le abra la puerta. A ver las pugas terrenales, le explotan. Nada guay, cae ese disruptor. Vos podés agarrar el grip controlado, le van a sacar la mierda. Reparte un montón de oro, eso es como matar a un héroe. Las pugas terrenales, re cliqueo, toma, borbotón, golpe de ancla, todo. Sí, 200 y pico de oro para casa. Te da más oro que matar al disruptor. Bueno, eso es lo que decían, que ese juego, el tipo más joven en... No sé si Submail fue el más joven o qué mierda, pero... El chabón como que es uno de los más jóvenes y está en la final del TI por primera vez. O sea que el chabón la está rompiendo. Smoke de ambos equipos, Smoke 5 contra 4. A ver, se revela el Smoke de Toronto Tokio. Quieren hacer el Roshan. Ahí empieza a golpear a Ame. Oh, esas copias de la nada, cómo sacuden, Le costó, el rey que quiero de las copias de la naga, inicia la voy a despedir, silenciado, las jugadas terrenales, después de meter al aire, se roba, no, al final se lleva el eje de inmortal Ame. La BKB prendida por parte de Luz ahora, el rey que quedó sobre Toronto Tokio, se escapa casi sin vida. Zafó, metió el canto de cine a Yatoro, termina tepeando, termina muriendo a mano de Fabian, ese Boy Spirit. Lleva al final el Royan, el equipo del PSG, muere el Lion, muere el Boy Spirit por parte de Team Spirit. ¿Qué? Te saco las tripas, ¿qué onda, Josecito? Te sacó las tripas, ¿no? Me agarró un frío. Carajo. Bueno, 24 minutos de partida. Es la primera del BO5.
Oh yeah, that's the good stuff.
A ver, perro choto. A ver, lo encuentra Nacian Kid, se escapa con el link sobre el Ursa Warrior. Se lleva a los creep controlados el Lycam. $3K de valor neto a favor del Team Spirit. La Naga le saca casi 4K al Ursa Warrior, es bastante ventaja. 26 minutos, ya tiene la Blue Turn esa Naga. Ahora va por el Heart of the Rask. Se está armando jodido esa Naga. Pero el PSG ya ganó un TI, Joel, si mal no recuerdo. ¿O no? ¿No había ganado un TI del PSG? No, me lo van a buscar al Liger, muchos daños críticos. ¿Cómo pegas a Naga, papá? El botón, se va corriendo Fabian. Mierda, cómo pegaron esas copias de la Naga. ¿Estás seguro que no ganó ningún TI, loco? ¿En serio? Tengo mis dudas, Bueno, empiezan a golpear la tier 1 debut las copias de la Naga de ella Toro.
Bienvenido FR4NK0L.
Sigue golpeando la estructura con el espejismo. Termina escapándose en el 36. Sigue con la ventaja de valor neto la Naga Siren de ella Toro. Minuto 30 vamos a volver a ver los ítems.
Oh yeah, that's the good stuff.
Uy, ojo ahí que viene con Smoke la gente de PSG. Lo traen para atrás. Uy, daguea rápido ese Chai. Va a terminar tepeando. No, le cancelan el TP. Al final se va a morir Collapse. Mete golpe de angla. El campo cinético. Fabian que está en racha. Le corta
Hey, no sé para qué sirve.
la racha de 3 kills al TIE Hunter. 10-5. Gracias, Franco. Me parece bravo, papu. No sé para qué sirve el elixir, pero ahí lo dejo. Bien ahí, Franco. Gracias, papu. Aguante ese elixir, loco. ¿No ganó ni uno? Yo pensé que había ganado, loco. Me habré confundido con otro equipo chino, con otro equipo asiático. A ver, inicia ese Lion en campo cinético, la tormenta eléctrica de RTSPIRIT. ¿Se puede morir el Ursa Warrior? Sí, termina muriendo a manos de ella Toro. A la mierda en racha esa Naga. Quieren voltear la tier 2 de bot. Muere Ame otra vez, loco, le bañas el Tiny y el mono y se le llena el culo de preguntas, Bajito no me voy a decir. Ay, ahí está la Naga haciendo de la suya, metiendo críticos para todos lados. Prende la BKB, no te sé para escaparse. Laika queda huya. A ver, inicia las redes. Lo dejan atrapado ahí al Pango. Recliqueo de ella. Todo se puede morir. Se ve el golpe de aire. No. Se puede morir. Termina tepeando. No le importa nada. Ni el Backdoor Protection. Recliquea a nada. Como lo quita. Cae la tier 2 en cualquier momento. A ver, ahí que se termina escapando. Le costó que llega tarde. Cae la tier 2, 5k de ventaja, minuto 31. Mandan las copias a golpear tier 3. Vamos a ver los ítems de los cores. A ver la Naga que anda. Tiene el Blueton, el Aghanim Scepter, el Head of the Rusk, el Manta Style. Va por una mariposa. El Boy Spirit tiene Kayan Sanche, el Scepter, botas de viaje. Va por BKB. El TIE Hunter tiene Daga, el Scepter, capucha y va por Shiva's War. El Lion tiene Daga, Centro Fantasmal. El Delta tiene Glimmer, Velos Discord y una vuelta de tranquilidad. El Ursa Warrior tiene Diffusal Base, botas de fase, BKB, Cranium Basher, calculo que irá por el Satanic. El Pango tiene Daga Maelstrom, Aghanim Shard, BKB. El Lycan tiene Asal Curias, Yelmo del Supremo, va por una BKB. El Laio tiene Mechans y Medallón Sagrado. El Disrupto tiene Aether Lens y unas botas de tranquilidad. Nivel 24 para esa Naga Siren, 18 para el USA Warrior, Le sacó ventaja, pero a cagarse. Nivel 18 también para el Lycam. No, 21 al nivel de la Naga. Vi cualquiera, vi 24. Bueno, pero le saca 3 niveles, ¿verdad?
Kane, para ti, ¿quién va a campeonar?
Y para mí el PSG. Faltan 15 segundos para que aparezca Royan. Ahí está, ahí. ¡Oh! Y al fin que lo explotaron al Lion. Ven, Kira, el toque de support del PSG. Le van a matar al equip controlado a ese Lycam. Mierda. Le metieron el dedo de lo rico. Va por Royan la gente de TSPIRIT, aprovechando la ventaja que no está Layo. Vea críticos que le sale nada con esa Bloodstorm. Mirá cómo le hace todos rojos son los golpes. A la Jet, gente. Gunning Jar para el Boy Spirit. 7k de ventaja. Ya me empezó a agarrar sueño otra vez, loco. Qué desgracia. Y sí, si no dormí una mierda. Pasa que la Naga se está armando cada vez más. Y... mirá los ítems que tiene la Naga, bro. Es muy difícil ya. A ver, lo inician al Ursa Warrior que activa el ulti. No es imposible que voltee, pero... es verdad, podrían hacer lo que dice Jorge, podrían estar haciendo mierda todo, pero si canta la Naga... se pueden escapar, puede pasar cualquier cosa. A ver. Muere. Al final es ese disruptor a manos de Collapse. Se la juega Ravages. Bueno, agarran a la Ursa Warrior. También al Layo. Silenciado. Prende la BKB. Se pone los casos. La Naga que sigue golpeando al creep controlado por parte del Lycam. Se lo farmea. Va a subir a Highland, creo, el equipo. A ver. No. Le queda mitad de la vida. La tier 3 de top. Ahí el UCT sobre el Ursita Warrior, las Chivas Warrior, no, perdón, el Lycan, prende la BKB Feiga, se manda a Toronto Tokio, lo dejan ahí ruteado por las copias, perdón, por las redes de la Naga. Mierda, el arte de split que le saca bastante bien. Fingeros de la explota con los críticos. A la mierda y otra vez la red de la naga. Desarmado el Boy Speed, se manda igual. El Echo Storm que impacta. Se quiere escapar el Boy Speed. Ya todo lo que sigue reclicando. El Link, el Ayo bastante tocado. Le quema la primera vida a Toronto. Por eso se mandó de cabeza. Copias que lo mandan a la base al Ursa Warrior. Quedó ahí encerrada en el campo cinético Yatoro. Fortifica el equipo de PSG. 12k de diferencia. Ahí tienen los ítems de la naga. Cae la tier 3 de mid. Va por las barracas. Golpea mucho esas copias de la naga Siren. Y también la original pega más todavía. Pim, 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 pim. Ahí está Rolling Thunder de Not Into Sail. Lo van a buscar a la naga. Bueno, al final, como papel ese Disruptor. Mete el canto de la sirena, sigue pegando el Ursa Warrior, pues se va a posicionar el equipo, ahí están las redes, otra vez el espejismo, van contra el Ursa Warrior, recliqueo, queda dormido por el Echo Storm, ahí está, recliqueo sobre el pobre Ursa Warrior, termina reventando, doble kill para Yatoro. A la mierda, explota el año, triple kill para Yatoro y canta en el GG. A la mierda, gente, le metieron la rata al PSG. Se llevó la primera partida de la final del equipo Team Spirit. Algo me dice que no va a haber 3 partidas. Bueno, ganamos 2 de 2. Ay, carajo. Mirá, tiene Spirit, ¿eh? ¿Quién te la cuenta? Buena partida de comienzo a fin, ¿eh?
Faltan mínimo 3 partidas, no creo que aguantes el sueño, métete una cachetada a ese y despiertas un poco XD.
No, me voy a hacer un té con... No sé, con mierda. Ah. ¿A dónde van, loco? Quédense ahí adentro, jueguen de vuelta. ¿Qué tanta vuelta dan la cajeta del mono? ¿Cuál es Yatoro ahí en todo eso muñeco de trapo?
And it really is, yeah, just not the fact that he himself is so individually skilled on these numerous carries. It's just that the team, they seem to have a
Lo tienen que bañar, loco, el Tiny y el mono. Mientras que sigan con eso, lo van a hacer pensar a Ame. Ya al Ursa Warrior se lo pasaron por la bola. Le volvieron a bañar lo mismo y el chabón va a dudar que piquear. Ya fue.
They absolutely can. What a
Le
way
metieron la
to
rata.
start this grand finals. Team Spirit just charging in with the same level of strength that they have shown us throughout their entire run so far up until this point. It's continuing here where it counts the most. Game 1 will go to Team Spirit.
A very strong performance from Team Spirit here in that first game, indeed. And I am looking forward to hearing from our 5-head draft panel, first of all. Gentlemen, how did this game play out compared to what you thought was going to happen?
I mean, I think it was an incredible statement from Spirit. It started with the draft. It started with the mentality in which they played this game. You know, they come here to the grand finals, and of course, everybody expects LGD to be the Titan. You know, can they move them? Not only they can, they beat them, they play fearless, they come up with a great strategy. They beat probably LGD's best strategy. Their first pick, the Ayo Lycan, they just break it. I think, you know, as a Dota fan, this is what I was really hoping for, is like, can they compete? And yes, they can. LGD is getting tested today, and that's going to be absolutely amazing to witness.
Team Spirit seems to be playing very free, very careless, very aggressive. This Bloodthorn kill on the Ursa bottom was, like you said, a huge statement. I want to say the same thing. This was like a team who saw an opening. They had an item build, they had a timing that not many teams would have pushed, played on, and pulled this off with. This Ursa dying in front of tier 2 also breaks the game at this point. And it's like, it's a very intense game. LGD, they're not broken by any means. They go for this Roshan play, they actually get it. And they're staying alive in a game where I think it's actually looking really hard, and it's really hard for them to scale, it's really hard for them to fight. I think the draft still favored Spirit. I think LGD were not so comfortable with how it ended up looking like. They're much more comfortable if they have a condition where it's like, in 20 minutes we're going to be stronger, in 30 minutes we're going to be stronger, much stronger than you, and we keep scaling. But in this game, with the ET, with the Naga Sleep, with the Ravage, you saw it, like fights can end like this for LGD.
Yeah, and I think this was almost a bit of a wake-up call for Xiaowei and LGD, because I think they came into it supremely confident. I think we were even saying, like, maybe they might have even prepared for Team Secret. They weren't expecting Team Spirit to, like, just roll through everyone. And I think LGD, they can make a comeback, but at Spirit, they look really good in that game. Just everything they wanted to do during that game looked really strong.
Yeah, thank you very much, gentlemen, for that insight. Love to hear more, of course, from you during the draft of game number 2, and that is where we, of course, will be heading next, because it's a best of 5. It's all about learning and adapting. And you heard Curtis say that maybe PSG.LGD did not know that they were going to face Team Spirit. I will tell you that not a single person on the planet has had a correct bracket prediction. A little bit of extra information there. So there are 4 people on the planet that have had 20 out of 21 predictions correct. So that's very nice. And actually,
Bienvenidos
this morning, there was only 1 person on the planet that still had a correct prediction.
Bueno, sale el tecito con miel, loco. No hay otra cosa.
So, hey, it's all up in the air from here, and Team Spirit take game 1. Lizard, it's been an amazing opening game.
¿Quién ganó? Team Spirit ganó la primera.
Especially when you go back.
Ay, cómo la
Game, ¿cómo va la final?
Gana Team Spirit 1-0.
It definitely didn't look that way. The way they set up the team fights, the way they moved across the map. Draft aside, the way they anticipated PSG.LGD and what they will do and prepared for it and counter-attacked them, it was incredible.
Yeah, PSG.LGD end the game with 5 kills. That is and with an Ursa draft, that's just kind of unheard of, and exactly how that draft is not meant to play out. If you're playing an Ursa and 25 minutes and you have 5 kills, there's a big problem.
Yeah, and I definitely want to piggyback on something that Noto was talking about. I think every single game that I got to either cast or every single game that I reviewed, looking over PSG.LGD, even for months now, they always drafted themselves a win condition for later stages. This is one of the few games where I think as soon as that Naga's picked, they're like,
Dale, pa.
we actually
Van
need
en la
to find
segunda.
something
Vamos a apurar un poco.
fast with. I think that's why they went for this Pango, and I think it was just a genius idea, genius draft plan from Spirit throughout the whole thing.
La segunda que sea un turbazo y vamos recuperando tiempo.
So strong from them. Was there any chance for PSG.LGD to defend high ground after it went so awry in the early stages, God?
I felt like once things started going wrong, there wasn't a comeback. They needed to get ahead early and then snowball from there.
No quiero que hable más el de saco rojo, loco. El de saco rojo con pantalón rojo, esa voz de gallina que tiene, no lo quiero escuchar más, boludo. Es insoportable escuchar al tipo ese hablar.
The game was kind of already slipped away by that point.
And even though PSG.LGD, they had a beautiful plan in this Pangolier last pick that can perhaps take over the game and deal with the Naga later on. They answered it with Yagan and just completely.
Bueno, vamos a tomar tecito con miel, loco, para recuperar un poco la garganta, porque esto no va bien.
You know, been the GRAN, the final boss, as you say it, for this GRAN finals. And what is that? What is that? Tsunami?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's final boss. I've been crunching my numbers, and
that's the good stuff.
I think I finally understand.
Cane, cuéntanos cosas tuyas para pasar el rato. ¿Qué quiere que le cuente, loco? Ayer me junté con 2 amigos a comer un asado, va a comer algo a la parrilla. Tomamos un par de birras, un par de cerveza, tomamos, comimos. Y me vine como a la 1 de la mañana, o me dormí a la 1 de la mañana en realidad, y dormí 2 horas, estoy hecho mierda.
They're all grinders, actually. You know, Secret, they only played like 27 ticketed games. Meanwhile, you've got iLeague.
Hoy es el Día de la Madre en Argentina.
Both these regions are known to grind out games.
Mi novia está yendo a buscar a mi abuela para llevarla a la casa de mi mamá. Y yo tenía que ir a hacer el asado, pero está el TI. Entonces,
This is no fluke, my friends. After that, I was like, okay, well, surely the ward efficiency, and there is a little bit of a discrepancy. This was the
no estoy yendo a hacer eso, y me estoy haciendo putear en realidad. Pero bueno, cuanto más rápido termine esto, mejor. Así de última puedo caer a comer, por lo menos.
Maybe LGD have been holding on to things, and also it's a big credit to Yatoro, obviously, on the side of Spirit, because Ame, he's no slouch in his own self. He's been putting up some solid numbers. All you people who went in on Team Secret for your fantasy, I feel bad for you, because Ame, even in a losing
series, win rate tiene 91,3%.
A little bit, I think.
Más o menos, ¿no?
Ame's previous TIs for Ame. He's had some
issues picking the right items, knowing when to use the right items, knowing when to buy the right items, but he has matured ever since. And this should really come as no surprise that Team Spirit has won Game 1, because this is a rematch from the OGA Dota Pit Invitational just from a month ago. And you know who won that
Mi suegra no, la casa de mi mamá tengo que ir.
Also, after that, they lost 3 games.
Wow, a lot of confidence for Team Spirit coming out from Tsunami there. And yes, that was indeed how those grand finals went. However, since then, I think it is very safe to say that Team Spirit, over the entire 2021 year, Fog, the most improved team in Dota 2 on the planet.
Yeah, and just still playing like it's not TI, I guess you could say. Like, not feeling the pressure so much is what I mean. Because I watched them, I got to cast them and watch them throughout both of the seasons, and I was big fans of them. Tokyo was playing with super confidence. Some games, maybe a little bit too much confidence, but being able to see players go up onto even grand finals doing this versus a team like LGD, it's amazing. And you could see there, they were still taking risks in a lot of this game. They were committing a lot of spells, like even overcommitting at times. And
Dale, loco, vamos. Aceleren el trámite.
We've seen that multiple times when Team Spirit seemed a little down in a game. They don't really seem to care. I don't know if that's the right word to say it, but they'll try to make the plays anyway.
Capaz que los vagos de Team Spirit están re confiados
Even if they're not 20k.
y ganan 3-0. Sería una locura.
They'll still try. That's how they were able to get to this point, Lizard.
And that's the right winning mentality. When you're 20k gold behind and you go safe and you buy yourself that BKB instead of that one extra item that could perhaps win you the team fight, you're already signing the defeat. So I really like the mentality and the approach to the game that Team Spirit is bringing to this TI.
They give off this aura where it's like, you know, we might eventually lose or get knocked out of TI, but that's okay. And turns out just playing with that kind of carefree, you know, we're just going to go out and, you know, play to win and, you know, anything can happen kind of attitude has really just worked wonders for them.
I really cannot wait already. Sorry, for True Sight, I was seeing like multiple conversations going on. You saw Zawait giving a little bit of a speech. We saw just Yatoro just, you know, having some comments back and forth. Ooh, can't wait. I'm getting way too far ahead of myself.
¿Cómo andas, Gabriel?
That's the good stuff.
1-0 gana Team Spirit.
5, that's when it matters. These
Se viene la segunda partida.
Key moments.
Yeah.
Tarde tema, pero bueno.
I know IO is an incredibly strong hero at the moment, but I actually think IO might be one of those that you maybe step away from, because TI, I think we've said it ad nauseum, it starts to come down to these
¿Cómo va? ¿Peleado? No, la primera partida fue muy fácil para Team Spirit.
But ease of execution is a thing too. So I think for PSG.LGD, I want to see them go back.
Dominó de principio a fin Team Spirit la primera partida.
Have a bigger impact than just I'm a tether, I'm an overcharge, a heal. I want them to diversify and let him also become that kind of carry mode too, because yeah, he's shown how much he can do as.
And when you talk about ease execution, they had like no stuns that game. Disruptor Glimpse, they would like, you know, try catch this tide and then he'd just TP out in front of 4 heroes multiple times. So I think a lot of it is
Consejo para ligar.
Simplify things, pick a few more stuns, and just make your game plan much easier to execute.
I completely agree. Just a little bit more team fight for PSG.LGD, and what they really have to get is that late game potential. In the last game,
Consigo para ligar, qué sé yo, y tenés que salir, pa. Tenés que salir, tenés que juntar con amigos, tenés que salir de noche. Juntarte con personas que conocen otras personas. Y así.
Yeah, I mean, if we take
Algún día
back to the first 10 minutes of the previous game we just watched, I mean, both
te van a cruzar un par de grupos de mujeres y de hombres que se conocen entre sí y bueno, ahí puede pintar la onda con alguna. ¿O a qué te referís puntualmente? ¿Cómo hacer?
I don't think PSG.LGD had a draft that was going to scale late game if they didn't get ahead and play aggressive. Usually it's their style.
Santiago tiene más muro y luego que yo, ¿no?
Run at their opponents, look for these kills, and you know when you're playing this Ursa.
Yo creo, ¿por qué la canecera tiene ojeras? Seguro le das tranca palanca toda la noche. ¡Gah!
They really did. And we know that
PSG
can recover in a series, so I'm very curious to see what they bring to the table.
Su merecida tranca palanca, ¿no?
Of course, also, this will be something that SIGUEME and Poshka will have discussed at length.
En este momento que draftean quisiera tirarme a dormir 10 minutos, loco.
As well, so it's you know, it's one-upping each other constantly in this best of 5. I want to just also quickly remind everyone that it is so phenomenal that we have 9 out of the 10 players on the stage being they're only the first or the second international that they're at. We are seeing, I kind of feel like the new generation of Dota players here on stage, Fog.
Oh God, don't say this.
What? No, it's time. No,
Oh,
this is true.
But then the older people are going to start retiring.
Is
and then
this
we go,
true?
for our jobs. Oh, no.
Saludos, León, let's go. Saludos a la gente de México.
Savor the moment.
¿Cómo anda Celia Lora? Low, let's go. ¿Anda bien? ¿O no? Está re bien esa, ¿no?
The future of Dota is bright when you have all
Me
these.
di cuenta que los equipos chinos son muy de manual. Si no sacan su sitio según ese manual, F por los teams chinos. La tranca palanca toda la noche.
Yeah, are you a little bit jealous, Lizard?
Estás palanqueando toda la noche, ¿no?
Super emotional. Watching teams.
Dale, loco, empiecen a draftear la gran perras.
Tier 2, Tier 3 teams. This was a dream that for some
Aceleren un poco, amigos.
At the moment, it's becoming reality.
All
I'm
you
also
need to
very
do,
happy.
apparently, is on day 2 or day 3 of the event, you're like, Dota gods, they need to be worshipped. You shave off your head, you donate it, and here you are, grand finals.
There you go.
That's your Toro story right there. In case you're wondering why you look so different from all the pictures that you're seeing. That's the reason. He literally said in an interview, I felt like I needed to sacrifice.
¿Cómo se puede adelantar el directo? Ja, ja, ja.
I like how they're doing all these, like,
No sé, loco, estaría bueno poder adelantar el tiempo. O atrasado, no sé.
He's just like, hey, yeah, we won, guys, cheer for us. It's like, wait a minute.
I am very sad.
Dale, viejo, empiecen a draftear, dejen de hablar boludeces. ¿Cuál es Yatoro? ¿Este era Yatoro? No, este no es Yatoro.
From our sound sweetener. But now Team Spirit doesn't have those crowds, because I know, like, you've probably seen in a lot of different streams that, for example, the Eastern European audience right now.
Audience right now.
They are incredible. They are, of course, big fans of the guy on your screen right now and his whole squad, and they are rooting for them. And if we could hear them in an arena, we would not have been able to hear anything else, guys.
Every crowd loves an underdog too. Like, you know, wherever you are in the world, this Team Spirit team would have won the hearts of the fans.
Sí, igual de sabrosa. Sí, papá, olvídate.
PSG.LGD, you know, obviously a crowd is missed, and you know, we hope to see it again in future.
Esa sí que está buena.
These two teams still producing amazing Dota with or without a crowd.
Yeah. So what do we want to see in this game too? Like, are there any heroes that we feel like Yatoro still has to play?
I want to see a collapse Mars. You talked about the IO maybe going through. Give us IO collapse Mars.
Dale, viejo. Mandame el draft.
To find out if we will get a collapse Mars.
Dale, que es el día de la madre.
We're finding out right now.
Ahí viene. ¿Quién viene?
Spirit versus PSG.LGD.
GD. Game 2.
Grand Finals. Game 2.
Hello again, welcome to the draft panel, the second game of the TI-10 Grand Finals, again with Seb and Noto, and I mean Team Spirit, they took game 1. But I actually had a question I wanted to ask you guys. So in the first game, LGD had choice.
Este Seb, loco, no ve una vaca dentro de un balde, te digo.
In this game, Spirit had choice, but they actually took second pick and LGD responded Radiant. Why do you think that is?
I mean, there's definitely a big Radiant advantage, so no surprise that whoever gets to choose side will choose Radiant. And it does seem that now we have two teams that are going to...
Bien ahí, le bañaron el mono y el Tiny. Perfecto, olvídate, pa. Piqué ahí, bueno, vos piquéle lo mismo de hace un rato. Chao. Si la quieren repetir, la repetimos, olvídate. ¿O no?
There's probably something we could have done better, maybe draft-wise, but our approach to these games is the right one, and we're sticking with it.
Yeah. I always love to see it when you have teams that stick with their guns, and you could say that Team Spirit were maybe really happy with how the choices went down, where they might prefer second pick, or they feel like they're able to punish them really hard, or whatever it is. I think LGD always should be left with okay, now we at least know, like, this is what they want, and blah, 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 and this is a best of 5, so this is also them gonna be getting to know each other better. This outcome of this game is gonna be super important for how the rest will shape out.
Epa, Bane y Magnus.
They're losing. There's always a chance that they keep going back to the same thing, but then, yeah, like this game, we're gonna probably see, I'm predicting Team Spirit going for something new again for Yatoro. I think they're feeling themselves a lot and are drafting a lot also on feeling. You also heard Heen talk about that, they're drafting on feeling. And you also see now LGD decided to switch it up, or kind of go away from what happened last game with like lack of AoE, lack of team fight, and they instantly lock in a Lesh with the IO to give the IO that.
I want to say that, so Team Spirit, right, they really shook LGD. Like, they proved that they can beat them at their own game, and I feel like no team so far in the tournament has done that, and I was kind of sad as a Dota enthusiast. It's like, come on, like, if you're going to lift the Aegis, somebody has to, you know, make you kind of work for it. And Team Spirit did that, and it's awesome. And now we're going to see, you know, can LGD show us, you know, the level 2, the level 3, and then it's going to bring even better Dota. What I really love about Team Spirit did, they had the same opener open to them. They could have ET tied again. Yep. And, you know, they respect LGD. They respect them so much that they expect them to be ready to punish them for the same draft. So they know, like, you know what, we're not giving you what you think we're going to do. You're going to have to think on the spot. We don't want you to come to this draft with, you know, XIO8, 1 hour of preparation on how to do even better. You have to think on the spot. Bane Magnus.
Bueno, el RAZZAR, tenemos segundo pick para PSG. Kane, ¿tú crees que el easy game de Yatoro hacia OG fue de soberbios? Sí, capaz que se emocionó, ¿viste? Estaba nervioso y por ahí uno como está así como muy efusivo, exaltado, se le escapan cosas y capaz que se le escapó. Andás a ver.
I do want to say that there's something very interesting in my opinion is like last game, LGD, when they play this West, they're very much looking at connecting early with nothing to say. And connecting to a Pangolier that doesn't have the best matchup.
No hizo ni mierda con el Pangolier, 0-2.
Pango doesn't really have a way to take over the game. Leshrac, Wisp, that is scary. Leshrac most of the time wins his lane. He can power farm, he can, you know, like, you start accelerating a Leshrac as a Wisp, he might take over the game. And I feel like with the Pangolier, it's not the
Que se queda trabado.
To base, this not being able to dive, IO can fix all of it for you.
He will take the towers, he will kill anything, any
Bueno, a ver, le bañaban el Ursa Warrior, Elvis Master, los de Team Spirit, Lina Invoker por parte del PSG.
Magnus, Tide, Mars, where he's incredible on these heroes, and he's getting them every game. So he got the mag now again, which means, in my opinion, Team Spirit is going to be in their comfort zone. You know, they have so many cool strategies, so many cool lanes. They understand how to fight around these heroes better than any team in the tournament.
Los de OG le están chupando la pinga mala a Team Spirit, Ojalá gane el GD y me llegan al pincho los sobrinos del Team Spirit. Dice Roger.
For nothing to say time. I think that's what has found LGD a lot of success in this tournament. I got, like, you know, they're not diverting so much from their west. I think this is the strongest.
Anti-Mage banea PSG.
There's something I think very important to mention is that, you know, the second phase, how it's going to go down, and like Team Spirit will have to pick the hero that's going to be kind of the pivotal hero.
Vamos, Alejandro.
They don't want to show, and then they're going to start counter picking.
Bien,
and it's interesting for LGD to show the Leshrac that early, because no
¿Qué onda con tu hermano?
First pick
Ay,
cannot
Dios.
protect the mid matchup. You know, Team Spirit can just delay the mid pick for as long as they want to. In this case, LGD is like, you know what? We're committing to this with Leshrac. We don't think it's countered. Or maybe they think it's only countered by Lina and Invoker that can match the pace of what Wiz Leshrac can apply to a game. And now it's like they're happy. No matter what Team Spirit is holding for the 18 or the 24 pick, for the mid lane, it does not matter.
Does that mean you think that Team Spirit should pick their mid out of
¿Qué vas a
the
decir?
so that they don't reveal anything
¿Que
more
gane el
than
mejor?
draft, or?
It makes a lot of sense. There's always arguments for both. Like if you wanna.
Banea Lycam, Team Spirit. Le está complicando el draft, te digo, a PSG. Le está baneando cosas que siempre sacan. El equipo de PSG juega mucho con auras, como Lycan, el Beastmaster. Le bañó esos dos y los va a hacer pensar ahora que draftean. Dark Willow, tercer pick para Team Spirit.
Or whatever it might be, it all depends. If you pick anti-mages out, but if you pick some carry hero here and you say nothing can beat it,
1-0 gana Team Spirit.
It makes a lot of sense too because you want your mid guy to stabilize the game, and he needs to have a really good start. Like the better the start, the better, because you're going to need him very early.
Could this be Shaker Morph coming? Yeah, there it is. So that's one of the So you have these
Earth
combos,
Shaker
right, that are
y Morph.
very hard to pick.
Sacó el
And there's
equipo
only
de
two scenarios
PSG.
in which you can actually pick
Ah,
them.
quién hace combito con el
And
Shaker.
probably that's one of the strengths of first pick is first pick has the double pick, right? The Shaker Morph.
Yes, yeah. There's that, and also you feel like quite often with this phase you might want to commit just cause it's going to be hard to counter, and there's this and that. But don't you think this Willow was a protect pick against this?
But potentially, maybe it was even a setup for the Morph. I think, like, the way I look at it is they're trying to take the win condition away from the Mac +1, and I think Shaker Morph has a way to play fights and scale into the Mac +1, in my opinion.
Yeah, they do. I think I don't know if they thought about it, but Willow Bramble is one of the best abilities against the Shaker Morph. The Aghanim's, you can't just roll through the fight. If there's Brambles
Bienvenido 4 Eduardo.
I don't know if that's what they were thinking, but I also think, like Seb said, they're maybe threatening this Morphling to come up, and if they have an answer now they trap them.
Toma bastante tiempo para el pick.
There's many things about why this Shaker Morph here makes a lot of sense. It's
Luna.
not drafting-wise. They're picking both heroes, in the same phase. You cannot stop it. Mechanically, drafting-wise, you can't stop it. The AA cannot be picked anymore because they have shown the Bane and they have shown the Willow. Meaning,
Vos querés consejo para todo, amigo. ¿Qué pasa?
For Team Spirit. It's a win condition. It's a very strong.
A mí no me gusta el carry de Luna, pero bueno. Vamos a ver qué onda con ese Yatoro.
That's what I think. Why they are the best first pick team in the
El pelón este, Yatoro.
the weaknesses of first pick, but they most importantly they abuse
Nunca veo cuando ponen el nombre.
drafting order of first pick. They're like, you cannot stop me from getting what I want, and what I want, I think it beats anything.
Yep. So from your guys' perspective, of the two drafts, like if you were in their shoes, which draft would you actually prefer to have right now?
It's a hard pick. I kind of want to lean towards LGD, but don't know how you feel about it.
I would say LGD in a way. But at the same time, I can also see where Team Spirit is going with this. A lot of people would say that Lash, Shaker, Morph are all heroes that are good against Willow. But I see amazing Bramble value here versus the Lash, the IO. You can break the tether. You can do a lot of stuff in team fights for the Shaker and the Morph. And it's a quick lineup. The Luna is able to hit these timings where Roshan is threatened, where towers are threatened very early. The Shaker Morph, they need a lot of time. They usually don't come online until 20-something.
So I'll make the case against. So Johan is vouching for.
Bueno, mañana el Boy Spirit y el Kunkka, los de PSG. Shadow Demon y Visage, los chicos de Team Spirit.
They have abused that in the online tournaments prior to TI. And now this Shaker, plus the Morph, plus the Lash and the Shards, like the scaling, AoE stuns in the team fight later, it's gonna be crazy. I think they have the Wisp.
Falta el mid laner, a ver quién sacan a
So much. They ban
Toronto
the
Tokyo.
They ban the Lina, they ban the Void Spirit, they ban the Kunkka. There's going to be very few mid laners that are going to be able to deal with this Slash running at you with the Wisp tethering to him, overcharge and whatnot. So they do have very powerful things going into the game. Of course, they have the pick-off, the map, Leshrac shoving the lanes, relocate, the Shaker threat, bursting you out of fog on the map, Shaker Morph scaling. There's a lot going on, in my opinion, for LGD. And yet again, you look at the 5v5, you look at the lineups, and you can theorize all you want. No, you also have to keep track, and that's why drafting is such a complex thing. You have to keep track of how the lanes are going to play out. Because if Team Spirit, they destroy the laning phase, none of that matters. The game might just be over in minute 10.
Natur's Prophet. El último pick para PSG.
Counter the skewer, but instead they go with a Nature's Prophet. Maybe a stronger laner.
A ver qué saca Team Spirit.
Willow or Luna Bane. No matter how you look at it, this Prophet lane should
Che, en un segundo me quedo así y me duermo, loco.
It complements very well what's happening. The Leshrac pressure with the Wisp, now you have treants, meaning you do get a kill, you get a tower. Prophet connects, Prophet ulti. I think it plays very well to their game. It's gonna stabilize the game by, slowing down the Luna, winning the lane. It's gonna connect to the Wisp and the Leshrac, and it's gonna add to the global pressure on the map.
Prophet is also one of the quickest heroes, you could say, in Dota. You pick this, like you pick an Ench, you pick an Ursa. There might just be a different Dota game coming your way.
Buen pick el Puck,
to play as slow or as fast as you'd hope, because this hero adds so much dimension. And yeah, I think this IO Lash Prophet that they can hit before minute 15, they can break this game.
And we see Team Spirit, they're trying to respond a little bit to that pressure with some outspan from long range, but I'm not sure if they have enough. Like I look at the 4 heroes from LGD.
Bueno, ahí está el draft de los dos equipos para la segunda partida de la final del TI-10. Ganando Team Spirit 1-0. Esta es la segunda partida que ya comienza. Vamos a ir al Dota. Ahí está. Bane, Magnus, Dark Willow, Luna y Puck para Team Spirit, Io, Lerrak, Earthshaker, Morphlin y Natural's Prophet para PSG.LGD. Hola Karen, ¿es cierto que te vas a disfrazar de planta y la canezola de zombies para Halloween? Claro. Ahora el 31, no, ¿cuándo es? El 31 de octubre, ¿no? Sí, ahora el 31, ¿no? Igual acá no se festejan esas cosas. Nada que ver acá. Bueno, a ver, apuestas, predicciones. ¿Quién ganará? Vamos a poner TSPIRIT, ya fue. Jugador con más guardianes observados colocados. Hola mi poshka. Número total de muerte de jugadores a los 25 minutos. Equipo con el mayor número de runas reunidas a los 10 minutos. Qué sé yo, ponemos cualquiera, amigo. Esperemos que sea un turbazo, loco, ahí, pum, rápido. 15 minutos. Chum, a la mierda. Se arranca la otra rápido. ¡Ay, carajo! ¡Ay! Karen, si puedes decirme qué equipo quedan, te los agradezco. ¿Qué equipos quedan? Esta es la final, no queda más nada. Esta es la final del TI, es un BO5. Termina el INTERNACIONAL. Hoy, día domingo. Día de la madre en Argentina. A ver, repliqueo sobre el R-Check. Se tiene que retirar porque le van a meter la chala le van a meter. ¿Cómo anda Seba? Tiene experiencia en los garches todo. ¿Le perdiste la fe a PSG o quieres un 3-0 para irte? Quiero un 3-0 para irme a la mierda, boludo. Más vale. Ya son casi las 11 de la mañana y yo sigo acá desde las 4 de la mañana, boludo. Me quiero volver chango. ¿Cuánto vamos? 6 horas de transmisión. Es hora de transmisión y menos visualizaciones que la mierda, loco. Menos gente que el... no sé. Está bajazo eso. Aparte que tengo sueños, también te lo tira abajo, ¿no? Ay, le cagó la choreada de línea. Ay, complicado. Ave. Un morph con un airo, boludo. Qué cosa molesta. Complicado mi posca. A ver. ¿Se muere o no se muere? Se puede morir, ¿eh? Sí, se va a morir. Tiene botas SR Shaker. No, zafó, llegó ya Toro. Esta final es muy chota, dice Cristian. No vale, re chota. Si estaría Team Secret sería otra cosita. Hoy buena fisura sobre Yatoro, no se puede escapar, mete un ángel de luz sobre Q. El Sprout corta el arbolito de la luna, se retira nomás. ¡Ah! Prefiero prender el fuego para ir abrazado a festejar el día de la tía. Es el día de la madre, amigo. ¿Qué le da la tía peronista? ¿Qué carajo? ¿Qué es eso? Otra vez la fisura sobre Yatoro, pero esta vez queda del otro lado de la luna. 3 minutos de la partida. Y capaz que la pechean como en la Champions. Ya no sé ni cómo ponerme, de costado, de frente, para atrás. Ya. Esto está feo. Bueno, seguimos 0-0 en 4 minutos de partida. 25 el ágil para el Puck, 23 para la luna, 20 para el Magnus. Bueno, los 3 cores del equipo de Team Spirit están primero. Complicado Sianquiu, el Orbilusorio, Moai está el First Blood. A favor de Toronto Tokyo, el equipo de Team Spirit. Opa, le sacó un buen pedazo de vida. Ah. Vamos a llegar a dormir, A ver, reliqueo de collapse sobre AME. Minuto 5. Seguimos 1-0. La luna sigue sacando ventaja. Le saca como 12 el hit al Morph de AME. Hay un ulti del Zeus y ¡pumba! La mierda del Morph. A ver, collapse que va a cortar la línea. Va a cortar la línea para los pibes, loco. Uy, se va a farmear todo, con el overpower. Ay, Dios, qué fiaca, papu. El laberinto de zarza molesta. Mira a Ame, recliqueo. Sigue ahí firme el Morph, nivel 5. Wow, loco, me duermo. Te juro que me duermo, Empiecen a hablar ahí en el chat, así los leo por lo menos, boludo. Me re duermo. Me quedo un segundo así quieto, cerré los ojos y ya como que cabeceo, A ver, Fagan sufriendo castigo de Yatoro, la fisura del R-Shaker, el enchantote que queda lejos, no activa ahí el enchantote en el Shaker. La final de la LPG tenía más gente, boludo. Más vale, esta partida no la quiere ver nadie, boludo. Encima que es domingo re temprano, olvídate. Habrán visto por el teléfono que perdió Team Secret, dijeron, seguimos durmiendo. Y sí, olvídate. Siete minutos de la segunda partida y 2K de valor neto a favor de Team Spirit. No, Tito 6 que te pega la parte de top, empiezan a requiar la tier 1, llega Fabian también con sus ends, van a voltear la estructura, ahí está. Cae la tier 1 de top. Tiene mucho poder de push con ese Natural Prophet y el RAZZAR, el equipo de PSG, ¿no? Para voltear estructuras. Con esos dos la hacen rápido. A ver, ese RP sobre el Morph, que la corona que estunea, el esquivo, lo sacan a pasar, llega al aire para defender, no, lo van a poder matar. Luego me despertó el RP, boludo, casi me duermo. Ay, Dios. Quedó fin. Uy, se le mete un shock. Uy, justo estaba cambiando de vida el Morph, mirá si lo agarraba como abajo y lo mataba. Bueno, gastó demasiados recursos ese Magnus para tratar de matar al Morph, no pudo. Y Poshka que se posiciona va a matar al Courier. No me la conté, dice él. Cuénteme algo ustedes, loco, dale que me duermo, amigo. Si no leo me duermo, la puta madre. 9 minutos de la segunda. La luna está primera con 4,7k de valor neto. Sigue farmeando tranquilo ya todo, loco, ¿eh? Tremendo farm del amigo este. Ya le sacó un K300 al Morph de Ame, boludo. Está tan demoniado este muñeco. ¿Qué onda con ese Yatoro? A ver, lo encuentran justamente Yatoro. Lo van a terminar reventando. Buen kill del equipo de PSG. El Shockwave sobre Ame. Le pegan una dormidita. Llega el Laio, joder. La fisura de la forma de ola sobre cola, mete el Skewer, se va a terminar muriendo. A ver, se escapa el Magnus. Llega Fabian, el Sprout. Uy, zafó con lo justo Collapse. El daño del Puck, que no está rotando a ningún lado el Puck, medio flojazo. Vamos a GD 4 años buscando la gloria, dice Alex. Ya volvió Yatoro a seguir farmeando. Mufaste a la luna. Loco, a mí no me gusta la luna carry, pero bueno, qué sé yo, Yatoro está finazo, a ver. 10 minutos 20, sigue habiendo 2k de valor neto a favor de Team Spirit. No estuvo rotando para nada el Puck, Estuvo bastante. Ahí está justamente Puck sobre el R, que el drink con el daño. Pelota, basura, more, nothing to say. Buen kill, Buen kill, carajo. 3k de diferencia, valió un K ese kill. También el Puck le saca bastante diferencia de oro al Lerrak. ¿Qué onda, loco? La gente del PSG. ¿Se les enfrió el pecho? A ver, vamos a ver los ítems de los cores. Tenemos al Morph con máscara mórbida, Power Thread. El Lerrak tiene doble talismán, botas cercanas, botella. El Natural Prophet tiene Power Thread y va por una orquídea malevolente. La luna tiene máscara de locura, Power Thread y va por una lanza dragón. A ver, amagaba el RP, el Magnus. No lo pueden matar a ese Morph todavía. El Puck tiene Velos Discord, doble talismán, botella. El Magnus anda con botas arcanas, tocado, Bracer y va por daga de traslación. ¿Qué onda, Excalibur? ¿Qué con Secret? Están mirando la tele, Secret. Uy. No le va a poder cancelar el TP. Zafó la luna. Le metieron la rata, Secret. Esa right clickea la tier 1 de bot. Fortifica a la gente del PSG, pero va a caer tarde o temprano. Los boomerangs que rebotan. Ahí está. Está farmeando bien ese Yatoro, loco. ¿Se acuerdan de ayer lo que escribí? Secret gana un de International cuando Poppy salga de Secret o deje de ser tóxico con su team. Aprende niños fan. No le boludeces, Jorge. Si ganó una final de la Copa América Messi, ya no le puede decir eso, gato. ¿Qué está hablando, Jorge? No te hagas loco, Ya cortó la racha Messi, amigo. Quédate en el tiempo. ¿Qué cosa? Le ganó a Secret en la final de la Upper Bracket. Esto es la final. Vale, lo encuentran ya todo. Prende lo que tiene el eclipse, el daño. Se lo van a terminar reventando. Cae la luna. Avanza Ame. También cae el Vayne a mano de Nothing to Say. Le metieron la rata a Team Spirit en esa teamfight. Vuelve a morir la luna. Llegaba bien con el relocate. A ver, queda estuneado el orbe ilusorio. El recliqueo. A ver, que la fisura de Berserker. El Drinkoil. Lo quieren defender. Lo asusta para el otro lado. Llega Fabian. Carga todo el daño a la Dark Widow. A ver qué puede hacer. Termina muriendo a mano de Nothing to Say. No pudo esquivar el daño mágico en ese Shadow Real. ¿Y qué tiene que ver que sea gol de Di María, boludo? Si vos estás hablando de ganar. Bueno, emparejar la partida del equipo de PSG 4-2, un K de valor neto a favor del Team Spirit. Opa, esquivó el puck, esa fisura. ¿A quién mandó al lower bracket Team Spirit? Team Spirit venía por la lower bracket, venía. O sea, no mandó a nadie ellos a la lower bracket. Ellos estaban en el lower bracket. A ver, inicia el Punk, se va para atrás con el orbe ilusorio, cae justo donde está Fabian, en el silencio de la orquídea malevolente, recliqueó la fisura del Earth Speed. Le están metiendo la rata, gente, Team Spirit, va a caer la Tierra 2. Bueno, la luna sigue primera en valor neto, eso está claro, pero se le acerca al Lerrak, se le acerca al Morph, pero el Puck también anda cerca, del segundo, del tercer lugar por lo menos. Está teniendo buenos kills por ahora. Ya me duele el occipucio, loco. ¡Ah! ¡Ah! Teo, basta. Las predicciones están en la mierda. Todavía no, pero ya doble re. A ver, el Skewer de Collapse, el eclipse de la luna que impacta en las copias. Ay, mal. Le asustó la luna y tocó la F. 5, 2, 17 minutos 40. Menos de un K de valor neto a favor del equipo del PSG. Ahí va por Royan el equipo del PSG. A ver, esquiva el sobre el Shaker requerido de Yatoro, termina reventando, se lleva la doble vida el Morph de Ave, pero lo explotaron al Shaker. Muy pocos kills, loco, 8 kills en 18 minutos, demasiado pensada la partida, poca acción. Están bastante trolazos. Dale, loco. Métanle ganas. Me duermo. Vamos a llegar al minuto 20. 12k de valor neto para la luna. Eso no cambia. La luna sigue ahí farmeando como lo quita. No, mete una buena teamfight el equipo de Team Spirit hace rato, ¿eh? Igual apenas 8 kills, tampoco es una locura, pero a ver, quiere iniciar Nothing to Say. Está posicionado el equipo de Team Spirit, IRP, sí, IRP, a ver. A ver, uy, lo sacan a pasear el Eclipse sobre Nothing to Say, el daño de ella todo. Ah, lo hacen cagar para adentro, avanza el orbe ilusorio, se viene el Drinkle. La forma de ola va contra quién, no sé. El Shadow Real de la Dark Willow, el daño sobre Ame. A ver, estuvo el revolucionario que pasa. También otro daño de realizar. Otra vez la fisura para defender. Se escapa. Otra vez. Buena. Tremendo el esquive del RP. Es muy bueno el daño. El doble kill, el triple. A ver si viene el triple. Papá, me vuelvo loco. Lo que metió ese Magnus. Papá está stuneado, ruteado. El esquive el daño de todo el mundo. La forma de quiere te pierde. A ver si le pueden cancelar. Sí, le van a cancelar. Buena basura. 3, 2, 1. Triple kill para Yatoro. ¡Aguante! 6-5 el marcador, 2k de valor neto para Team Spirit. Qué culo que tuvo el Magno que metió ese esquive que se llevó a todo el mundo, loco. Tremendo. Bueno, a ver los ítems. Ahí se viene abajo el PSG después de esa teamfight, gente. Anotadas. A ver, tenemos al Morph que está muerto con Manta Style, Lanza Dragón, Portet. ¿Qué? El Lerrak, Eternal Shore, una alabarda, botas arcanas, talismán. El Nature Prophet, Orquídea, y va por una BKB. La luna, ahí anda, BKB, Crystal y Lanza Dragón por temas con la cura, Ganin Jar, va por un ojo de Sky y un Dédalo. El Pug tiene Discord, Daga, Ion Disc, Botella, va por botas de viaje. El Magnus tiene Ganin Jar, Mekans, botas arcanas, Daga, Bracer. Tremendo, tremendo el esquiver que metió ese Magnus, loco. $5k de diferencia hay entre el Morph y la luna. Ay, avanza con Smoke, el equipo tiene Spirit, están demoniados este equipo, Quiere ganar, está motivado. Uy, si lo hace mierda al Ayo también es buen kill, Uy, está el Horn 2, el esquivo lo trae el Eclipse. ¡Ah, la mierda! Con Ame. Le metieron la rata, gente. Ese Magnus, papá. Se parece a mi Magnus, loco. ¿O no? Ahora empezar a golpear al tier 2 de mid. A ver, el Ayo que recibe el castigo. No, uy. ¿Se va a morir? Sí, ahí está el esquivo. Lo sacan a pasar al Ayo. Revientan a la bolita esa. 4K de ventaja. Fortifica a la gente del PSG. A la mierda está. Uy, pero acá por arriba le están metiendo la rata, Fight bien con ese Nature's Prophet. El ratazor. Pero ya Toro le va a voltear la tier 2. Bien por Collapse con ese Magnus, papá. Ay, Dios. 74% de probabilidad de victoria para el equipo de Team Spirit, Teo. Perro mierda. Jamás le metí una piel rollo. Jamás. El problema era la medusa. Que yo le quería meter el RP y no la podía mover cuando metía el Stonegate. Era una cagada. Stonegate y BKB y no había caso. No la podía arrastrar con el esquivo. Falta el Aganin del Morse, se lo va a copiar al Jake y va a estar más interesante. ¿También se puede copiar a Dark Willow o solamente aliados puede copiar? Está metiendo las ratas en Nature's Prophet, loco, Cochinazo. Ojo, Sky para la luna. Uy, ay, la fisura. Y termina guiando el Earth Shaker. Zafó que le rompieran la boca, Bueno, entonces se puede comprar también a la Dark Willow. No le salió ahí al Magnum. Le meten la fisura, le enchan Totem. Se puede copiar a la Dark Willow y empieza a tirar todos sus Hadouken. 5K de ventaja. 13 kills nomás en 26 minutos de partida. Está volteando todas las torres ese Nature's Prophet. Está muy armada la luna, loco, Termina el Dédalo, Satanic. Se pone lo casa y nos vemos en Disney, No quiere pelear el equipo de PSG todavía. ¡Feliz día, mi bro! ¿El día de qué? Yo soy una madre, amigo. ¿Qué onda? Ay. O le decís a Macaro. Una mami. A ver si quieren pushar la Tier 2 los chicos de Team Spirit. ¡Oh! Y el Horn, todos lo sacan a pasear al Natural Profe y lo explota ya, Toro. Bien, ese man. No sé por qué no me gusta una como ese loco, no sé por qué. Cosas de ratonazo. Loco, ese Magnus, ¿cómo habilita, papá? Faltan 20 y pico de segundos para el Roshan. Ojo con ese Magnus que está medio locazo. El mejor invoker de Mar del Plata. Qué hijo de... Ya tiene GRAN Scepter el Morph, Va por ojo de Scadi. Ahí empiezan a hacer Royan los chicos de Team Spirit. A ver qué rápido que lo pueden hacer antes que llegue la gente de PSG. Está medio distraído el Royan. Me parece que no se dieron cuenta que es tiempo de Royan. Le queda menos de la mitad de la vida. Solamente ya Toro golpea. Aceleren, pa, ayúdenlo, dale. Ahí está. Ahora sí van a ir a presionar allá la Tier 2 de top. Bueno, loco, si alguien se suscribe al canal sería un golazo, loco. Así que los que se quieran suscribir, dan una mano. Estoy de acá de las 4 de la mañana. ¿Qué? Sé que no hay ni gente, amigo. ¿Qué querés? Menos gente, pata final. A ver, voy a agarrar por atrás. Ahí está el Horn. Todos el esquivo, sacan a pasar al aire. Termina reventando la fisura. El arte Peter sobre la luna de ella, Toro. Qué bien que está jugando ese Magnus, loco. A ver, ¡uy! Los explotan, le sacan la mierda con el eclipse. ¡Ah, loco de AME! No puede hacer nada ese pobre Morph. A ver, voy a ir 10 segundos para atrás porque quiero ver cuando le meten la rata. No, 20 segundos para atrás. Lo agarraron farmeando. ¡Oh, ese Magnus, loco! Tremendo. No, es una... Es una cosa de loco el Magnus, Se sube a Hydra en el equipo de Team Spirit. Se quiere llevar la segunda al toque, Perry. Meten el Drico sobre el R-Check. Otra vez la daga al corto del esquivo. No, pa. Cambien el juego que ya lo gastó boludo. Traigan otro juego. Mierda. Qué grande ese Magnus, papá. Buenas, Pyro. ¿Todo bien, papu? A ver, Feyran metiendo la rata de la parte de top. El esquivo no le pueden cancelar. A ver, algo ahí silenciado. Termina tepeando. Estaba metiendo la rata. El Natural Prophet. Pero se llevaban las barracas de la parte de mid, Y todavía la luna de ella Toro conserva el Royan. Creo que el mejor Magnus del mundo era uno que se llamaba Arisen o algo así, ¿no? Que se la rompía con el Magnus, pero este Magnus otra cosita, ¿eh? A ver, lo encuentran adentro de profe, se planta con el trinco y recliqueo, le activan el Elion Dig, llega Colo con el esquivo, lo sacan a pasear al mano del rubio y muere, basura. Tanto que estás haciendo la rata, toma, le metieron la rata al Naturalist Prophet. 10k de diferencia a favor de Team Spirit, 13-5 el marcador. Y otro 34. Vamos, gente, a ver si llegamos a los 100 likes, por lo menos, loco. Estamos hace 7 horas transmitiendo, boludo. Una menos gente que la verga, boludo. No, ya me olvidé. Yo me olvidé. ¿Qué pasa, Emma? Nivel 24 para la luna, 19 para el Morph. Lo que le des al chabón este la carrea, boludo. Le pones, no sé, un gallo y te la carrea. Le pones con cosa y carrea al loco, boludo. Tendría que aprovechar para seguir pusheando las líneas el equipo de Team Spirit antes que vuelva a Naturalist Prophet y empieza a joder las bolas. Se le vence la eje de la inmortal a la luna de ella Toro. Uy.
Bienvenido, gorra de chapa.
Van a estar haciendo 1000 vueltas, loco, porque el Naturalist Prophet está de línea en línea metiendo esos script de mierda. Si cuando lo matan no aprovechan para pushear. Vamos en medio del pedo, ¿no? La luna está recontra farmeada, no le falta nada ya me parece. ¿Qué le falta a la luna? Que se meta un Moonshard. A ver, esos TP de respuesta. Dale, pa, pega confiado. Bueno, este viene con ganas de sacar a alguien de los pelos. Alguien va a tener que tepear. O tepea PSG o tepea Team Spirit, loco. Porque se están haciendo mierda las bases, mirá. No le conviene ir el intercambio contra la luna porque te rompe todo, me parece, la luna, ¿no? Mirá. Ahí está el TP de respuesta, le dejan solo la luna. Go tier 4, pa. A ver, el laberinto de zarzas. El Horn, todos sacan a pasar a Noti. Entonces lo meten casi dentro de la fuente. Se escapa Cola por el daño de ese Diabolic Edit. Ahí lo ponen a dormir con la garra del diablo. Muere, basura, fuego lento. ¡Pum! Vale. Es Dios, ya Toro. al Drinko sobre el Arte Shaker, la fisura para defenderse. Ahí está el chantote, no le metió el Lecoslan, que no, ahí está el Lecoslan. No, nada. A la mierda con 100Q. Ahí está Fabian tratando de meter la rata. Mueren 2 del PSG, no muere nadie de Team Spirit. Ahí está, haciendo el juego sucio. Está el Backdoor Protection activado, así que no van a poder romper esos creeps. Le queda solamente las barracas de bota a PSG, ¿eh? Miren cómo cae esa tier 2, papá, como papel. Ahí está, pimba. Se van por lo único que queda. Los van a obligar a tepear a todos los del PSG. A ver a quién saca a pasear Collapse. No. ...15-5 el marcador, 12k de ventaja nomás. Va por Royan, el equipo de Team Spirit, me imagino. Sale con Emol la gente del PSG. Ojo que se puede armar, Ojo que se puede armar. Ahí Ecoslam. Empieza a golpear la luna. Ojo que la van a iniciar, A ver, la lleva a jugar. La fisura, viene volando el mob, lo revientan al Bane, el eclipse de la luna, el daño sobre Nothing se termina reventando el Drinko sobre el mob, se planta el RP del Magnus. ¿A dónde vas, muñeco de trapo? Sigue recliqueando ya todo desde la posición más abajo, pero cae doble kill. Si están en el nota, se viene el triple kill para allá todo. A la mierda, gente. A ver ese Manu que sigue buscando gente. Mete 3 keywords, lo van a buscar. ¡No! Lo agarra ahí de los pelos. El Eco Lámpara de frente llega a Nothing 6. Otra vez el Forza para escaparse. Otra vez a Fose de Manus. Silenciado, el Punk termina muriendo. Pero hay venganza ahí, A ver, el daño de la luna ya todo lo que se planta a pegar contra Nothing 6, que va a ser un dieback. Sigue el recliqueo. Lo sacan a pasar con ese keyword, pero termina muriendo al final. No, sobrevive todavía el Magnus. Se muere el Jake que se termina pagando. Fabian que vuelve con la BKB, pega ya todo, lo va a desarmar a piña. Muere, basura. Ahí está otra vez el Punk que vuelve de la vida. Recliqueó la Dark Willow que también mete daño de atrás. Se viene GG. Muere también. Se paga Natural Profe. Van por el Earth Shaker. No, el Storm ¿de dónde lo agarró? Me está jodiendo. Silenciado las de luna. Se muere también el Earth Shaker. Queda solo vivo el Natural Profe. Si se muere, se termina todo, gente. Ahí está GG. ¡No! ¡Tremendo! Tremendo lo de ese Magno, boludo. ¿Vieron? Lo agarró de ahí, de allá abajo. Lo sacó del otro lado del terreno. Tremendo. Tremendo lo de Collapse. ¡Papá! Yo me vuelvo loco. ¿Ustedes lo vieron como le agarró de los pelos al Jake? Mirá, ahí, ¡pumba! ¡Pimba! ¡Para arriba! ¡No! ¡Una locura! ¡Muñeco de trapo!
It's not just the fact that they won 2 games, it's the way they won these games. The patience exhibited here is not something of a young team of like, oh,
están a una de llevarse el TI, loco. Y esto debe estar en llamas, boludo. No saben qué hacen los chinos, mirá. El gorrito salió re loco, mirá. Corriendo se va.
Showing here from this team. The patience, the calm, cool collectedness, and now 1 game away from being able to raise that Aegis.
O sea, desde ahora tenés 3 chances de llevarte el TI. Tenés 3 partidas para llevarte el TI. El tema es que no se pongan nerviosos y la empiecen a manquear. Pero ese Yatoro te carrea cualquier cosa.
You know, you came in, you were the favorites. Everyone expected you to be the ones up 2-0 at this point, you know, for Team Spirit to be digging deep. He's got to come up with these plans. He's been challenged now twice. He's lost said challenge.
A ver, la repetición desde el smoke.
So we head back to the panel.
Bienvenidos a WHATAPP.
No, pero zarpado, boludo. Zarpado lo de ese Magnus, boludo. 2.20. No murió el Magnus encima, loco. Pero... ¿Tan pro jugando Magnus? Déjame de joder, amigo. Por acá es más o menos la historieta.
Oh yeah, that's the good stuff.
No, o sea, ahora va a estar complicado para los ban porque van a estar atentos a no banearle Magnus y después los otros picks se complica ya. Mientras que le baneen Tiny y Mono. Yo le dije, baneen Tiny y Mono y se recomplica PSG. Y le están haciendo perfecto. ¿Cómo jode el Vayne cuando alguien está por morir y lo duerme? ¿Cómo te zafa el Vayne, eh? Mirá cómo busca ese Magnus, papá, mirá cómo busca. Le aguantó a Lecos Lan, todo el daño, se escapó con un Force Staff, metió Skewer corto. Ahí Dayo para el costado, lo trae el Shaker que mete el enchantote, lo deja fino, lo duerme el Magnus, el Vayne, y zafa el Magnus de morir. Está esperando a que le cargue la daga al Magnus, haciéndose boludo y va de vuelta. Mirá, ¿vio? ¡Pimba! Esta parte es tremenda, mirá. Shockwave y lo levanta de abajo. ¡Mierda! Vení para acá. Eso es épico, boludo. Eso Dota WHATAPP. No sé. Lo levantó de allá abajo, ¿cómo es? Downground. ¿Cómo sería? No sé, fue muy loco, boludo. Zarpado lo de ese Magnus, loco. Zarpado es poco.
A very small thing and probably wasn't really noticeable, but Yutaro.
Bueno, gente, posiblemente la última partida, todo depende de TSPIRIT, porque al PSG lo vemos bastante mal con esos dos bans que le están pegando.
You're able to continue taking fights every single item timing. You're not waiting an extra 2-3 minutes for the Willer to get a vessel or, you know, the Bane to get, you know, a 4-staff, whatever. It's the idea that you are being ready at all times. So it doesn't matter if you're playing against Morph Shaker because you're going to have that 1-2 item advantage the entire game.
And the key thing for the key component for Morph Shaker is similarly, it's vision. It's about seeing the enemy team first so you can get that fissure combination. If you, in all of these like OS Frog moments we've had in the past, we're like, man, this shit's so broken, you know? It's like out of the fog comes one fissure, then the other fissure, it's like X marks the spot and they both jump in and kill someone. The problem is, I think we saw that like literally one fight in this game after they got it. Because every time it was Team Spirit that got the initiation. So, I mean, hats off to them. I'm honestly just super impressed. I was one of the non-believers, I'll admit it, going into this finals. I thought, okay, this LGD have looked so dominant. Even though Team Spirit are catching steam here and are looking really good, I still think they're going to falter. And at this point, LGD need to pull an IG from, which major was that? Against EG, the reverse sweep, Singapore major.
They need a question mark.
Yeah, they need a question mark.
They need something. They need something. I like that you said, you know, honestly, I'm really impressed. I know that, you know, you got the Purge voice line going. And speaking of Purge, we're going to him right now because he has more on Team Spirit.
Thanks, guys. You heard from Tsunami before about LGD's strengths right now, but let's take a look at what Spirit's doing. One of their big advantages right now is how versatile Yutaro is playing as a carry. And if you can pull out these really effective tools in the right games, it gives you a big advantage in the mid and late game. In this first match of the series so far, Naga Siren with the fast Ags after the Manta gave them great tools against these highly mobile heroes on the PSG side. Very useful against Pango to limit his rolling boulder. You can use it against Ursa to break Enrage. You can send your illusions on Ursa to force him just to retreat, not to engage. And these are some of the tricks that Spirit's used so far throughout the entire tournament, actually, to just break matches. In the previous match that they played against IG, they also had a big advantage too. It wasn't necessarily from, well, it was actually for some weird hero picks here. They grabbed a PA to give them AoE break against the Tide. So in this match, they also used kind of a cool combo that nobody really expected to just punish the enemy lineup. But what was still really obvious, and has been the case for every single Spirit lineup, is that they play so well together as a team. They cover each other's weaknesses, they follow up on each other perfectly. It's like they're mind melded together, and that is the reason that they're currently 2-up in the grand finals here of TI-10.
Yeah, it is honestly incredibly impressive. They're on the side of Team Spirit. They're one game away from taking this championship. There's 4 first-timers in their squad, 1 second-timer in Maposhka in their squad. And of course, Silent's got a lot of experience. This is his 5th international, but his first as a coach. So there's that as well. And this team is just on the verge of winning. And I want to talk about that because mind games, a big thing in the TI finals. And we talk about the mind games regarding the money. I think the amount of pressure.
Ay, Dios, qué zarpado ese Magnus, loco.
Last TI that is won by
Estaba re locazo, ¿no?
was TI6. And before that, it was all like 1 TI for the side of China, 1 TI, not China, etc., etc., etc. But until TI6, and since then, there's not been a Chinese teams winning it. And there's so much pressure coming on these players, on their backs, because they were supposed to be the champions, Tsunami.
A consistent theme of all of the exit interviews that we've seen from the Chinese teams is a great deal of national pride.
Yes.
They don't feel like...
Se viene la tercera, loco. Están preocupados del PSG, están con el agua al cuello.
I have failed to represent our region in terms of Dota superiority, because even if they don't make it to grand finals, they have...
Loco, alguien que se suscriba al canal porque me estoy poniendo loco. Estoy transmitiendo hace 7 horas, loco, y no pasa nada. ¿Qué pasó? No subamos ni un suscriptor, loco. ¿Qué pasa con la gente? ¿Son todos suscriptores los que están ahora? Aquí que no hay nadie, casi. Estamos en la mierda. ¿Qué? Final de chota para que haya tan poca gente, boludo.
Yeah, I do think it's a pretty key point as well, because as much praise as we're giving Spirit here, and they deserve all of it, I also don't think LGD have fully showed up today. I think they're...
Si ganan 3-0 sería un golazo, loco. Me queda re bien el tiempo y todo.
Like there are some nerves, and it's kind of unbelievable when you think about it, because the rest of the tournament, they have looked unstoppable. They've had games where they were super far down.
Ahora esto los de Team Spirit tienen que jugar con la desesperación del PSG, ¿verdad?
Against a team that's playing out of their minds, but it's like there's always a little bit of both, right? So I think for me going...
O sea, psicológicamente los del PSG ahora en este momento estarían más atacados que los de Team Spirit. ¿Por qué? Porque ellos ya vienen de perder. ¿Cuántas finales vienen de perder el PSG? O sea, deben estar bastante... Bastante locazos. Pero vieron, le banean el Tiny. Y el mono a Ame... Hasta ahora no hizo nada con los 2 carry que le sacaron. Pero tampoco Nothing to Say está jugando bien, no hace nada Nothing to Say. En las 2 partidas no hizo nada. Toronto Tokyo se lo comió en los 2 juegos, los 2 primeros juegos.
You'd like to see something different from PSG. The IO hasn't really worked out. Just add some more stuns, add that ability to, break down the map a little bit better, and then they should be in a good stead. And, going back to the point of PSG and the expectation, you think about...
Ahí está, loco, dale. ¿Quién es Yatoro en todo eso, loco? No puedo ver nunca cuando lo enfocan.
Like that momentum, that is so hard to attain, in any competition, right? So that is very much why they're feeling confident. And of course, you do have the head kissing versus the belly rubs, and therefore head kissing is 2-up right now.
All right, gentlemen, here they come. It is time very soon. We'll see game 3 of this grand finals, and this 3rd game could potentially be the
Tiene un amuleto, ¿vieron mi Poshka?
Is up
Tenía algo en la mano y el otro le dio la mano, lo apretó así, se lo guardó en el bolsillo. Debe tener una especie de amuleto o algo así. Ay. Ah, el pelón de Yatoro. El que se parece a Krillin. Este.
We have seen Ame being in the grand finals. TI8, of course, that was one of the closest grand finals we have had, and unfortunately,
Le están metiendo la rata al PSG, gente.
We knew that the pressure there might have been a little bit too much, but we know that he can do better than what he is showing right now, Tigo.
Yeah, it's just so difficult.
Ah, encima eso, como dice ahí Gabriel, el PSG se paseó por la upper bracket, mandó el que se cruzó, lo mandó a la lower, y ahora uno que viene por la lower lo está cagando a palo, loco.
They're in the grand finals. They've clearly been doing something right. So this is where you just need to break that off, reset, go again, treat it like it's the first game in the series.
That is so hard to do. It sounds so easy when we say it. Hey, just don't think about that you're 2 games down. Just play a game of Dota, Tsunami. How hard is it?
But the problem is they've just now lost as many games in this grand finals as they have throughout the entire tournament.
True.
I don't know if they're used to losing. They have so.
¿Qué pasó con el carry de los 8 millones? El gordo este tiene sueño, boludo, este no quiere saber nada.
And having that lower bracket run coming.
Yo tengo menos sueño que ese, me parece.
Playing 2
series. De la canezuela se la amuleto.
They're already warmed up.
I
was sitting here waiting for the secret series to finish. They have not had to be on the back foot and be like, oh my gosh, okay, we gotta change our dynamic. I have no doubts that Xiao 8 would be able to deal with that, but it needs to come now or you're gonna lose.
Isn't it kind of crazy to think about that no matter what the score is in this grand finals, LGD has a better win rate at this tournament than Spirit?
Yeah,
like,
that's true.
By far. Like, it's not even close.
No,
like,
yeah, it's not.
Even if they 3-0, their win rate is still way worse. So that's what finals are about. Like, it's
¿Qué onda, Lea? ¿Todo bien? ¿Se rapó por pasar la fase de grupo?
Yeah, for me, I'm just super
Y
excited.
ahí adquirió superpoderes.
The third game is very telling about the mentality. When you're kind of broken like this, when you're down 0-2, there's like 2 approaches to take. There's the crazy approach where you just throw everything out the window, you do something completely different, and there's the one where you're like stubborn to the almost to the limit, right? Where you're like, no, we can still win with this damn IO. We're gonna try the 3rd time in a row, and we're gonna adjust some of the bans. So I'm really curious.
No tengo ninguna foto de nada en la billetera.
Both approaches as a sign of strength and a sign of so it's kind
Es mejor así por si alguna vez pierdo, prefiero que no vean fotos de nadie.
But do you want to be the team that potentially loses 3-0 in the grand finals to the underdog, just going IO every single time, not really changing it up?
I think that's something
Si la pierdo se me la roban, ¿no?
Your head, right? You're gonna have to shut that out. I mean, as repetitive as it sounds, you gotta treat this game as a fresh game, a standalone game, not having the pressure of 13.
Eso es lo que tenía. No, ese no. No, pensé que era mi pollo.
On your head, not having the pressure.
Qué cara de mala onda que tiene el pelón ese, ¿no? Tiene cara de jodido, ¿no? Tiene cara que le decís algo, te tira una piña.
Gotta play a game of Dota, play a pub, and you know what? Nothing to say. He's been playing so many pubs. He is the world ranked 1 player. I feel like we haven't really seen him step up that much yet, Tsunami. Is that because of his heroes that he's been playing today?
I think partly the heroes that he's playing, but also the heroes that his team is playing. I think that he hasn't been given the correct draft to let him pop off on a thing like Ember Spirit that we were talking about. Give him some cheap initiation that he can get in and out. Give Spirit a taste of their own medicine, because so far, every time you're running an IO strat, it's more on the shoulders of Ame to finish the game off. And
ahora, si PSG le gana esta partida, le puede complicar a Team Spirit, ¿eh?
Maybe so. I actually hate spirits. Don't forget that.
But le puede complicar.
I do like to break a spirit. But yeah, Team Spirit. You know, their second pick, right? So in both the previous 2 games. So in the draft order, that simply means that they get to pick the core after seeing 4 heroes, and the mid after seeing all 5 of PSG 2 times in a row. So we mentioned the idea of the impact of Army, the impact of nothing to say. It is a product of was a sacrificial type of pick in the draft.
Te enfocaron y se te fue toda la pija, ¿no?
You know, not a comfort from nothing to say. So I would really love to see either they shift around their first pick drafting style to enable the players a bit more, or take that second pick.
Puede hacer malabares en el semáforo boludo, si le va mal acá.
This is our best core in the game. This is our best read on the game. Right now,
Toro Toribio
is utilizing that 18 and 24 very well.
Yeah, let's see what's gonna happen. It is time for Game 3 of this Grand Finals.
Team Spirit versus PSG.LGD. Grand Finals, Game 3.
Welcome again to the draft panel of the Grand Finals for Game 3 between Team Spirit and Team LGD. And honestly, no questions this time, because I really want to see exactly how they've adapted their bans to Team Spirit's lineup. We actually saw that LGD, they were choosing first pick before, but they've made an adjustment here and they took second pick.
Yeah, it means that now this is all about Team Spirit. Team Spirit is in the driving seat more than ever. They are forcing LGD to their...
Van a banear de vuelta Tiny y Mono, y los otros van a banear al coso, al Magnus, pero hay dos héroes que estaban baneando ellos antes, que le tienen respeto, y bueno, también van a banear al Magnus, pero le va a quedar el otro support libre. No sé si el Winter, o no me acuerdo cuál era lo que baneaban siempre.
We were sitting there watching their body language with Johan, like in this pre-stage kind of area. You know, Chao 8, arms crossed, them looking at their feet, not looking at each other, not sharing, you know, energy. This is what you need when you're back against the wall. You need to be there for each other.
Ahí Seb está hablando de cómo se ven los jugadores, cómo están parados, las piernas, cómo se mueven, de las cosas que la impresión que da o la sensación que transmiten los jugadores, no sé, por ejemplo el PSG, cómo están parados, cómo se mueven, esas cosas.
The uprising energy.
It's two completely different teams right now from what we could see body language.
Ah, el PSG bañó al Tiny, mirá. El otro bañó al Mono y al Winter. Oh, le picaron al Magnus. Ruby Undying. A robarle los poderes al Magnus.
Team Spirit showing up today, and LGD, they need to bring their A game every game.
And we see, like,
Undying.
Even though they lost last game, even though they're down 2-0, I think this might actually be a good sign for LGD. Yes. They're so confident, even against what Clap showed on the Magnus. I think this is the first time I've really seen people pick the right counters against Magnus.
Finally.
You need to deal with the skewer, right?
It is finally coming up, and I also want to mention, like, this is the beauty of Dota. Magnus has dominated many patches. It has dominated many years for different reasons. It has been about Empower at times. It has been about RP at times. This Magnus is about skewer. It's about repositioning a hero in a way where the fight is so unfair for one team. But this skewer play is stoppable. It's stoppable by a Rubik Lift, probably one of the best tools in the game. Yule Scepter, you know, Lion Hack, like Force Staff. There are ways to stop this skewer from happening. This Magnus doesn't buy BKB early in the game. He's playing with Force Staff, either lens, like, and you have to stop it. And I love the confidence from LGD in a way. You know, maybe Chao 8, maybe somebody in that booth is telling them, hey, I know this Magnus looks strong, it looks unbeatable, it is beatable. Stop the skewer play. Now you end up with a Magnus stuck in the fight, cooldown skewer, he's just gonna die. No RP, the whole team fight goes away. And then the fight is absolutely terrible. Great way from LGD to counter it. It is abusable, and they're going for it. I love it. That is confidence.
Yeah, I think LGD, whatever it is gonna take for them to really find themselves and play like LGD, they need to find it now. They don't have any more chances. You don't have another game to lose. This is going to be a good route, but I am still very worried for them.
¿Cuál es el prohibido de Yatoro?
Their heads if they get into this game and it starts going south at any point.
Que dicen a este carry la rompe.
You want to win TI, you have to be the best. You have to be the greatest team of the season, or you know, at that point. And the greatest team has to be able to play Dota to their fullest, even down 0-2. And if they can't do that, then you know, then it was Spirit's win. So. Now is a cornerstone. This is definitely where the finals is going to be decided one way or another, or either it's going to be decided now or we're going to get another round of great Dota, which I'm hoping for. Like, I want to see 5 games, you know, but definitely if LGD is going to break, it's going to be now.
Yeah, I mean, what a run though. I got to give Spirit a lot of credit and Collapse a lot of credit for what we've seen so far. It's been insane, the stuff that they're doing, the stuff that they're pulling out. If you were to go replay analysis, Spirit before today, you could pick up something, but this is still a different team than yesterday. They are better, they are more confident, they're more free, and they are picking whatever they feel like picking and doing whatever they feel like doing.
They're blossoming. It's beautiful to see. It's
I
beautiful
think we've
to see.
seen that the entire lower bracket run. I mean, they're a team like, oh, maybe it can beat this team. I mean, unfortunately, they eliminated you guys, but throughout every series, I think, as you said, like they're bringing out better and better Dota, and all this momentum, like it's come crashing into LGD. Like they were by far, I think, the favorites of this tournament, but now they're down 0-2. I want to mention this Undying pick. So in my head, like Magnus, he repositions the fight. So maybe Undying, he has troubles with that. But is it just like because of the Rubik lift, they're so confident in stopping that, you can like anchor a fight?
Pero tienen mucho sueño estos chabones. ¿Qué les pasa, boludo? ¿Se levanta, que se quedan despiertos? Claro, capaz que no. Ah, puede ser que no hayan podido dormir de los nervios. Entonces tan cagados de sueño ahora. Los dos que están bostezando cada rato. Los de Team Spirit no bostezan ni de casualidad,
Bienvenido, Angel Jean-Pierre.
They also run out a lot on Faith Beyond. Yeah. So that could be a possibility.
True. Could be a possibility. Like the way I look at it, and I think strategy-wise, what could be very interesting from Team Spirit is like, okay, they get it. They're gonna try to stop this cure. But Magnus has been dominant for other reasons, as I mentioned. Maybe you can play an Empower strategy, where you can play like you can build up on top of this Magnus. Get a hero to, the Mag Jugger, for instance. It's not as much about this cure than other things. You get this Jugger to a very strong moment. The Magnus can play without blinks. We've seen Magnus win games without blink dagger. You just build on top of, he goes back into blink. He can decide to go back into Greaves this game. Back into Greaves, into Crest, and put that on this one hero that's just gonna, and then this cure is never gonna happen. And now you're stuck with the Rubik that's just looking at it's like, is cure happening, guys? Because
María Morph y Kunka, la gente de PSG, Ty Hunter bañado por parte de Team Spirit.
Sure that these are fights that are gonna happen. So now if you're playing on RP or playing on Empower, you're running into the Tombstone.
Yeah.
No sé, pero los dos se ve que tienen sueño, loco, ¿eh? Y jugar con sueño es como yo hace un rato cuando estaba casteando que estaba cagado de sueño, no haces nada, reaccionás todo lento, es una mierda. Capaz que estuvieron muy nerviosos toda la noche y no pudieron dormir.
Yeah, but we'll see. I'm still worried for LGD. Now I'm seeing things, and I'm seeing this morphling ban. I think it would also be a good pick for them. They're also worried about like a Willow morph combo, but it's good against Mag. It would be good with Undying. It's what they're looking for forcing objectives and things like this. I wonder if they're going to have a solid plan going into this, if they're drafting free, or if Xiao 8 is also dealing with all this pressure that they might be feeling.
Y bueno, hay que ver si le dejan algún prohibido. Bueno, banea Faceless Boy, la gente de Team Spirit. Elder Titans, piquean Spectre.
They're worried about that skewer. I really like what you said, Seb, about maybe making a pivot on the Magna style. I think the other thing that this hides is whether Undying is actually a core or not. Because I think that's really what they're thinking about here.
That's one thing. I think there's two ways here. If Spirit can play Mag mid, I think it's very interesting, this game. The Mag doesn't have to go into the Undying lane. Mag mid is Echo Saber Mag. He's just gonna blink, RP, kill. He doesn't cure back, and he is not gonna care as much about what's being built, and they get also to counterpick the Spectre greatly on the lane. It's a possibility, but they could also decide to double down. They go for the Mag PA. I mean, I think they're thinking about
This dude's playing everything.
Yeah, everything. And the PA Shard versus Spectre, crazy. You don't scale into this. He will pop him in a second with Empower and with the Shard. And I'm sure, Yotoro PA, for those that don't know Yotoro well enough, like he is one of the greatest PA players ever. If you encounter him in the pub playing PA or watched him, this is his bread and butter.
Dice Seb que Yotoro es uno de los mejores jugadores de Phantom.
He is playing everything. He's literally playing every hero he can.
Disrupto.
LGD, I am scared for them. I want them to bounce back. I want to see more LGD Dota. I want to see Game 4. I want to see Game 5. But they have played so far Tiny on crack, Tiny Ogre, Tiny Mag. They have played ET, enabled ET that is also crushing the games. They have played Lycan. They have played these really powerful strategies. And so far, I don't see the multipliers here. I see the one Spectre, I see the one Undying, I see the one Bloodseeker, but I don't see the multipliers that LGD are so good at. They're creating these strategies and they're buffing them so much that it just breaks the game. I'm maybe missing it, but so far I don't see the game being broken from LGD's side. So to me, Team Spirit has successfully pushed LGD out of their trademark this tournament.
I think Team Spirit's lineup also looks like it has a lot more potential. When you look at these fights and when you look at what's going on for LGD, tell me about what their gameplay is going to look like this game. How are they forcing a tower? How are they forcing a fight this game? I don't like what's going on in the draft right now, where I already see that they're just addressing, oh, they pick PA, oh, we feel bad.
A estos dos no les gusta el draft de PSG, como que no ven algo multigame o algo así. Están diciendo que no ven juego en equipo en el draft de PSG o algo así.
Win the fights, get the Roche, play some team fights to actually make it happen for your team.
So is that what you think they're lacking on the LGD side? Just need some like. So it's damage for objectives and maybe some more team fight.
Some way to force the fight. It can happen through objectives. It can happen through Roche. It can happen through catching them with a good spirit hero.
As for the last game, I'm going to try to make a case for LGD, for the LGD fans or the ones that are hopeful to see a game 4. They have very strong lanes. I mean, Bloodseeker versus PA, you know, I speak from experience. Like, as an offlaner, I can tell you this is a free lane.
Che, loco, no se suscribe nadie a este canal hoy. ¿Qué pasa, loco? El día de la final que bueno, la rompemos, la misma mierda. Esos chinos cuando le empieza a ir mal se ponen emos y juegan como los que...
He has proven that he can, you know, truly dumpster a lane if he's given the tools for.
And Tinker's still in the pool this game.
Yeah, that's
the mid lane.
An insane Tinker.
They also have a way to force these fights. I mean, at the end of the day, they do have Rupture plus Tombstone, and that is a way to fix the fight somewhere, you know, and force them to fight into the Tombstone, give the Rubik freedom to position himself around the fight how he wants and gets his spells off. And, you know, and we all know what Xingqiu can do when he's enabled in these fights. There are ways for LGD to make that happen. I see the Tinker. Then the Tinker would actually, you know, Tombstone, Night Vision, Bloodseeker amplifying,
yeah, that's crazy. I would just be worried about how are they forcing a fight with this Tinker? How are they actually catching a hero? It has to be the Rupture, it has to be the lift. I don't think it's the best and easiest ways to force fights.
Early on, Rupture, ATOS, they have to build on it.
ATOS would be a really good, it would be a really good timing for them.
They have to build on top of that. And I see how the Tinker makes all of it. Nothing to say one of the best Tinker players in the world. Incredible Tinker, actually. So good on the hero. You get the Spectre with the Ags, you get the Dagger Vision, meaning you get the enemy hero's vision. So Tinker's gonna see everything. He's gonna be amplified by
casi 8 horas de transmisión, loco.
Tombstone Vision. Everybody's thanking the Tinker spells. Very beautiful pick, in my opinion, that can, once again, it might enable their entire lineup if they are willing to look at it.
What's left for Toronto here? So there's a lot of heroes that are banned.
El último van para PSG fue un Ember Spirit. Hoy Spirit por parte de Team Spirit.
It's very free right now.
Vamos que piquean.
He has to. But no Puck, no Storm, no Void Spirit, no Ember Spirit. I don't know. Like, most of the heroes that he would want to pick are
Invoker!
Okay, that's a Toronto hero, but it's not an inherent Tinker counter. No. You can catch him, but you don't stay on top of him.
And nothing to say, he was a Tinker spammer. When he was like a C pub star, he was one of those guys.
Yes, give us the NTS C Tinker. We want to see it. Don't go out without it. He is, you know, he is the king on this hero. Come on, make it happen.
Here it is.
Okay, perfect.
Había dicho los de OG que iban a sacar Tinker.
This is the first game I've seen like their draft. It looks cohesive with this last game.
Epa, sacaron arma pesada y Tinker contra Invoker.
And you find ways to push his timings this game. I think he's going to shine. I think you're going to see this hero popping off. And he's going to be making Team Spirit run away. They're going to be dying from rockets. It could be a massacre.
No me quedo ni a palo hasta el 3-2. Es más, no sé si no gana Team Spirit, no sé si apago, boludo. Me voy a la mierda.
I hope to see fireworks.
Yeah, regardless of what I want to see in TI, I want the game 4 at this point. So for this game, I'm all in LGD. I want them to take it. I want to see more Spirit. I want to see more LGD. I want to see more Dota, man. That's all I care about.
I want to see more Dota too, but I would be very happy to see Team Spirit win. I think these guys have shown the world some incredible games and the beauty of the game and the beauty of these heroes and what you can actually make happen. So either way, I'll be happy for Team Spirit, but boy, I want to see more games too.
Pero hay un Tinker, che, los Tinkers son bastante rompebolas. Es el tema, hay un Tinker de Nothing to Say. ¿Qué onda con ese Invoker? ¿Será rotazo? Número total de árboles destruidos a los 30 minutos. ¿Qué sé yo, boludo? No tengo ni más. 30 minutos, no sé. 176 a 300. Boludo. Tiempo hasta la destrucción de la primera torre. De 5-1 a 8. Mayor cantidad de daño físico que un golpe. Que un héroe que le cause a otro de un solo golpe. Oh, la Phantom. 1000 o más. Un último jugador en morir. Vamos a poner este, qué sé yo. Es muy difícil el último jugador que va a morir. En plena teamfight. Espera, tener el tercero. Encima, verdad, la Phantom va a tener el empower de la Phantom todo el tiempo. Va, todo el tiempo no, pero... La matatá. Bueno, arranca la tercera y muy posible definitiva partida. Todo depende de PSG. Está perdiendo 2-0, gana 2-0 Team Spirit en esta final BO5 del TI10. Hasta ahora le están metiendo la rata, dominio total en las partidas del equipo de Team Spirit. Vamos a ver cómo le va la tercera. Un clásico, ¿no? Invoker contra Tinker. Uy, puede morir si en Q, termina tepeando. Recliqueo de Collab sobre el Spectre de Ame. Vamos con ese Undying que mete el Decay, hace mucho daño. Así que Yatoro es uno de los mejores jugadores de Phantom. Ahí complicado 100 kills, Blue Ray para defenderse, la juega Yatoro, un golpe más, está el first blood a favor de Miposhka. Muere 100 kills, muere el Rubik. Empieza requerido sobre Fadian. Bastante fino de vida también ese Tinker. Upa, le sigue metiendo garrote, Otro más, mira, pimba. Opa, a ver. Uy, quedó finazo el Tinker. Oh, molesta el laberinto de zarzas de la Dark Widow. Bastante re guiado por el Undying, por la Spectre. Ojo con ese Magnus, termina retirando. Ya se lo llegan a Arturito en Singapur. Ahora le toca a Team Spirit. Tres minutos de partida. Primero la Phantom, 15 el Acid, 13 para el Bloodseeker, 13 para el Magnus. Invoker con 10, Tinker con 11. ¡Opa! ¿Qué pasó ahí? Muere el Undying. ¿Quién más? ¿Murieron por los clips? Ese money of my life. Ojo con Toronto, Tokio. El tornado, el P, la telequinesis. Lo tira para atrás, solamente para
Bienvenido,
defender.
Ger4 Rara.
Al Tinker. La daga que va contra el Collapse. Era nadie que quiere meter body blocker, recliqueo. Todavía no le dio el skewer. Date vos, culo roto. Que no jugaste una final en tu vida. Bueno, sigue primero la Phantom con 26 Lagit, 23 para el Tinker, 21 para el Spectre, 20 para el Magnus, 20 para el Bloodseeker, 16 para el Invoker. Está medio abajo el Invoker. Lo van a buscar a mi Poshka. La telequinesis, dentro del Pluterray, el campo cinético, la Phantom que lo quiere matar a Fabian. A ver, el impacto tronador, sigue pegando la tumba, se puede morir ya Toro. ¡Ay! La daga, un golpe más. ¡Ay! No le carga la daga, a ver, blinkea los Shooks. ¡Uy! Lo persigue un zombie hasta la muerte. Uy, zafó. A ver si zafó, ¿no? No, le mete el rayo adentro, termina matando a la Phantom. Cómo zafó ese Bloodseeker, loco, le faltó un golpecito, no lo pudo ver la Phantom para blinkearle. Se va a morir mi Poshka, el Pluterray, mete el campo cinético. Bueno, se muere el rayo atenuante. El right click. A ver. Llega todo el aro de la torre. Xiangqiu, ojo. Este termina muriendo, pero llega el Invoker tirando Tokio, termina reventando al Ruby, que se va a morir también ese Undying. Este el right clickeo, los golpes de la Phantom. Va a morir. El tornado le roba el kill, ahí está. Doble kill para Toronto, Tokio. 6 minutos 40 de partida. Al Tinker, el pen, lo dejan seco, bien manar, que queda el laberinto de Sardas, se esquiva, nothing to say. Faltó daño para matar a ese Tinker. Tanto que mete el blur. Nivel 6 para el Bloodseeker. Ojo con esa ruptura. El Magnus primero en valor neto. Ahora la Spectre. Ahora de vuelta al Magnus. Tercero la Phantom. Cuarto al Tinker. Otra vez lo levantan por el aire al Tinker. Se va a quedar sin maná 36. Queda ahí Pinazo. A ver a Willow que quiere hacer desde atrás. ¿Cómo está farmeando ese Magnus, loco? A ver el tormento de la Spectre. Lo van a buscar allá Toro. Rayo atenuante. Muere, que también había metido la ruptura. Va a morir mi Poshka también. Quiere llevarse el oro de la tumba. No va a poder. Bueno, kill del equipo de PSG. Estamos 4-4. Buena rotación, no defendió nadie de los de Team Spirit.
Парни, що ми надрафтили?
A ver, el esquive, el shockwave, la telequinesis, lo tiran para atrás y reclicando collapse. Llega ya Toro, a ver. No le va a poder matar a Rubik todavía, cae, la tiene uno de bot. A ver. Un Tokio que avanza buscando algún kill. Lo quieren buscar al Tinker, no creo que lo encuentren. Mira, tepeando ya ese Tinker de Nothing to Say. Ese Tinker no me gusta nada, La primera la Phantom ahora de valor neto. Segunda la primero la Spectre, segunda la Phantom. Penitas hay diferencia. Smoke de 3 por parte de Team Spirit. Van a ir a buscar a la Undying, no a la Spectre. Avanza Toronto Tokio. A ver. Van por el costadito. No, ya se va a retirar la gente, me parece, de PSG. Está solita la Spectre ahí, loco, pero tiene ulti. No, no tiene ulti la Spectre. Ahí está, lo vuelven a empatar con el Eclipse, la tormenta eléctrica, los misiles de Nothing to Say, no la pueden matar todavía la Spectre, el tornado para defender a Dark Widow, no muere. La Spectre queda muy fina, termina tepeando. Cayó el Disruptor también. 4-6 el marcador. No fue buena la idea de la gente de Team Spirit. Anda por todos lados el Tinker ya. A ver los hits en el minuto 12. La Phantom con la Falcon Blade, Power Thread. Lo persiguen al Magnus. Como tiene su Yaya la Phantom. El Invoker tiene una de las sombras, doble talismán, va por una mano de Midas. El Magnus tiene Mechans, botas arcanas, va por la daga de traslación. La Spectre tiene Falcon Blade, Power Thread y va por el Gunning Scepter. El Tinker tiene daga, anillo espiritual, botella, va por el Gunning Scepter. El Bloodseeker tiene Falcon Blade también y botas de espacio. Ay. Minuto 13 de la partida. Hoy lo levantaron al Undying. Bueno, el PEM. Recliqueo de Toronto Tokio. No lo matan al Undying que se transforma. Vuelve a iniciar el principio de Fade, Shockwave. Roba el Shockwave también el Disruptor. Le mete la ruptura al Man, que no puede hacer nada. Quiere tepear a la Phantom. Si termina Phantom, que se va a morir, va a hacer Collapse. Ahí está, cae a mano de Fabian. 4-7 el marcador. Menos de un caballo neto a favor del equipo de PSG. Sigue primero la Phantom Assassin. El derroco de campo cinético, llega a la Dark Widow, carga el Shadow River, es mucho el daño, tiene maná, silenciarse. Al final, a manos de Mira, se va a morir Poshka. Quiere escapar el Invoker. No hay detección. Bueno, muere el... Ahí, termina tepeando, mueren 2 support, pero se llevan el kill sobre la Spectre. La van a retrasar un ratito. Ay. 15 minutos de partida, la Phantom ahí sacando ventaja sobre el segundo y el tercero. El Magnum que se quiere acomodar también en los primeros lugares. Ay, cómo me jode la llaga esta en la lengua, por Dios. Voy a poner una BKB, una desoladora a la Phantom. No necesita Battle Fury con el Magnus. Ojo con ese Invoker. Le falta poco para terminar la GRAN Scepter. La Spectre va a empezar a joder mucho con esas apariciones. Y en la Ganin. Muy bajo, un valor neto del Invoker,
Nah, what's up?
Ya tiene el daga, el mango de Collapse. Vamos a ver si empieza a meter. Oh, lo encontraron al Invoker. El rayo atenuante, el recliqueo. Hay detección, o sea, puede escapar todo el toque. Llega la Spectre, muere a mano de Ame. Pero muere también el Blue Seeker a mano de mi Poshka. A ver, termina tepeando la Dark Willow. La daga que metía la Phantom Assassin. Shockwave que no impacta a nadie. Eclipse lo traen para atrás. A ver, otra vez la daga de la Phantom. El esquive, así lo sacan a pasear. ¿Va a blinkear la Phantom? No, todavía sí, se tiene que escapar. Los misiles se puede morir ya Toro. Queda muy fino, termina muriendo a mano de Nothing to Say. Complicado queda el Tinker. La Dark Widow que mete el Shadow River. El laberinto de Zarza. Se puede morir Collapse, el Shockwave. El daño no alcanza para matar al Tinker. ¿O sí? ¿Lo matan o no lo matan? ¿Lo matan o no lo matan? Sí, se muere, no se muere. Se murió al final. Sobrevive todavía Collapse. A ver la ruptura de... el Blue Seeker de Feyenoord sobre el Torneo de el tornado para levantarse, muere el Undying. Los golpes sobre el Blue Seeker se tiene que retirar porque se la banca el Invoker quieto ahí como macho. La Spectre que mete otra vez el pisa sombras. Le roba el rayo atenuante, perdón. Uy, a la mierda, le metió todo el Invoker. 8-3 el marcador. Vuelve a morir la Phantom, el Invoker y el Magnus. Ahí al Tinker, el Undying. Hagan Incept también parece Tinker. Vamos a hacer los 7 del minuto 20. Le falta mucho daño todavía a la Phantom para poder hacer buenos críticos. Ni le movió la vida al Undying, tardaron mucho en matarlo. ¡Ay! ¿Qué hace ahí a Dark Willow? Oh, le llegó la runa de velocidad en la cara. El grip se lo trae para atrás. No pasa nada. Ruptura sobre el Invoker otra vez. Sale del Blood queda silenciado. No hay detección. El campo cinético para proteger. Los misiles que van a impactar. No impacta. De Fadian. Perdón, de Nothing to Say. Avanza abajo la estructura. Muere al final la Dark Willow. Sigue metiendo misiles. Ese Tinker desde atrás. El espectro con la pisamiento lo explota en Toronto, Tokio. Espérate que le va a buscar a Phantom. 15-8, Ojo con PSG. Vamos a ver los ítems. La Phantom tiene su sangre en Yaya, la Power Thread. Le falta. Uy, el daño sobre Fade no termina reventando. Blinkea a la Phantom. Las curaciones del Undying. El Skewer de Collapse termina muriendo. No muere el Undying sin morir al Bloodseeker. Bastante fino el Undying. A ver si le sale un crítico a la Templar. No le sale nada todavía. Sigue reclickeando. Se puede morir. Sí, se termina muriendo. A ver a Dark Willow que mete su Shadow Riam. Se va a escapar, mira. O parece. Los misiles. La daga de la Petri. Mete el láser. Nothing to Say. 10-17. Le falta poco para sacar la BKB a la Phantom. El Invoker con su mano de Midas va por BKB. El Magnus, ¿en qué anda? Ya tiene la Gunning Jar, va por la Lincoln para evitar la ruptura de ese Bloodseeker. El Aspecte tiene a Gunning, Yaya, Falcon Blade, Power Teva por la Manta Style. El Tinker ya tiene a Gunning, Daga, Anillo Espiritual. Y va por una Error Lens. El Bloodseeker tiene la vara de Atos y botas de fase. Va por una alabarda. Templar dije. La Phantom quise decir, loco. Acuérdense que dormí 2 horas, loco. No me pidan demasiado. Templar Assassin, Phantom Assassin. Bueno, che. Algo con Assassin era. Hoy avanza el equipo de PSG. Ahí está el Ato sobre el mano, una ruptura. Mete el esquivo, no le importa nada, va a terminar tepeando. Zafó. Cuando depende de la BKB le saca la mierda de nadie que todavía sobrevive, sigue right clicando, lo puede terminar de matar. Ahí está, lo quema al final.
Bienvenido, Josecito.
Otra vez el Ato lo mandan revolear al Magnus. El Skewer queda silenciado. Los misiles de Nothing to Say desde atrás. Ay, Dios, cómo me duele la lengua. Minuto 24. Muy poca la diferencia. 1K, menos de 1K. Si ven va 17-11 el tema, la diferencia es mínima. Te flaca la canesora. No sé qué onda, loco, pero... Mierda, a ver el Eclipse, lo traen para atrás al Undying, termina tepeando la Dark Willow. Quiere hacer rolla en la gente de PSG. Chupando anduve, loco. A ver el Atos, la ruptura sobre el Invoker. Sale del Rail a la telequinesis, rayo atenuante. Va a morir, sí, muere Toronto Tokio. 2K de ventaja. No lo veo bien el equipo de Team Spirit en esta, loco, ¿Qué carajo está haciendo este muñeco ahí? ¡Uy! ¡Ay! La pensó mucho, me parece. Pega la Dark Willow, no pasa nada. Magnus que anda ahí en otro lado. ¡Ay! No, prende la beca, a ver, la ruptura de la arrepiente, todos el daño del disrupto. También metía al soundtrack. Sigue pegando, ya todo termina tepeando, no, termina tepeando colas, a ver si puede tepear. Sí, zarpado. Le metieron la racha y se fueron. Zafaron esos dos como loquitas, Tampoco para la desoladora, la Phantom. Sí, más vale que haber un montón de stream por la final. Hola, pero el domingo hoy una real cagada. Ay. Va por... Está haciendo rolla en la gente del PSG, le queda la mitad de la vida. No había RP. Uy, le saca la Dark Willow con el terror de dentro de la cueva de rolla en el campo cinético. No pueden entrar, las copias que siguen pegando. Le rompen la Linken, ahí está. Se lleva al final la esquina mortal de aspecto. La ruptura sobre la Phantom. Mete el Blur, lo va a terminar reventando. Prende la beca, a veces tiene que defender antes de la muerte. A ver si puede sacar un crítico. No, termina muriendo la Phantom Assassin de Yatoro. Cae también mi Poshka. Qué mal que lo veo al equipo en esta partida. Desde la madrugada, Renzo, bien ahí, papu. Igual yo ya les aviso, termine como termine esta partida, me tengo que ir a la casa de mi vieja, así que si termina 3-0, golazo. Si hay cuarta, yo ya me fui. Ahí lo van a matar al Collapse. Opa, no, le está funcionando el Magnus hoy, en esta partida. A ver, Papi robado, el daño sobre la Phantom, lo terminan explotando, sí, muere Phantom, Tornado también complicado, prende la BKB, los misiles de Nothing to Say, a ver qué pueden hacer contra Fadian. La estudiante de Shadow Real, el meteorito, el Sunstrike, sí, se muere ese Bloodseeker. Una Spectre que mete de pisa sombra, lo quiere matar a Toronto Toco, sí, lo termina reventando con la daga. Ah, la mierda, mal ese invoker, Ah, Rubik es 4, ¿no? ¡Ay! Minutos de partida.
More for your money. Para el café, tío Kane.
Ay, gracias Billy por eso. Pen, papu. Buena onda. ¡Hala! Le sacó más de la mitad de la vida. Otra es el Blue Ray, la ruptura sobre Toronto que prende la BKB. Se le viene encima el Blue Sigue, también la Spectre. Va a llevarse la tumba. 200 de oro. El Ulcepte sobre el Undying, el campo cinético. Los críticos de la Tempra se la juega el Hex, el Shadow White que le metió, termina explotando, se prende la BKB, Chatoro que revienta. ¡Ay! Complicado. Fadian, el Sunstrike. ¡Ay! Zafó, también zafó esa Phantom. 9k de ventaja para el equipo de PSG. Está primera en valor neto la Spectre. Por poquito, pero está primera. ¡Ay, papá! Sí, la desoladora a la Phantom. Vamos a ver los ítems. Y sacamos refresher. Bueno, a la Phantom. ¿Por qué marca que va por un refresher o la Phantom? Tiene desoladora, sanidad, ya BKB, Power Thread. El Invoker, hermano de Midas, BKB, Daga. El Magnus tiene Daga. Mekan, sacar anillar, botas arcanas. Le falta todavía poner a Lincoln. La Dark Willow anda con el Ulcepter. El Disruptor con Glimmer Cave. A ver. La Spectre con Manta Stalker y un Valle, Power Teda, Ganin. Le inician al Undying. Llega la Spectre. Le quieren farmear, no, termina trepeando el Collapse. Uy, el daño es bueno de la Phantom, pero no se le termina de morir nadie. Prendió la BKB ya Toro. El daño sobre el Undying se termina muriendo. Te pega la Phantom. Se mueve, te hace Magnum. Magnus no le está saliendo nada, No, el divorcio no, porque no tenemos hijos, pero tengo que ir a ver a mi mamá y a mi abuela. Que me están esperando ahí para comer. Quedo re desubicado. Bueno, a ver, ¿qué tiene el Tinker? Shadow White tiene el Tinker, a Ganin Scepter, Daga, a Etherlens. El Bloodseeker tiene Atos, a la barda. Va por BKB, el Rubik tiene Forta, Fader Lens, Daga, Ganin Shard. El Zombie tiene Ulcepter. Aquí una plata versus Zombie, jamás. Jamás de los jamás. ¡Ay! ¿Le tienen fe a la Phantom, gente? ...86... las probabilidades de victoria de PSG. Es la primera partida que está siendo dominado el equipo de Team Spirit. Justo en la decisiva, loco, ¿eh? Qué poronga que son. Le citaron en el Dota al pobre Disruptor. Voy a ver, la querían iniciar a la Spectre, digo. Terminan tepeando al toque, la vieron, la levantaron y TP de una, BKB TP. Oh, lo contaron ahí arriba al Magnus, lo van a explotar, le metió Shadow Wild los misiles de Nothing to Say a la mierda con ese Magnus. 14k de diferencia en 35 minutos. Qué mal te veo, Team Spirit. Va a caer, se rollan como papel. ¿Por qué digo PSG? No tengo idea. Saluda a la familia Díaz. Bueno, saludo para la familia Díaz de parte de Jorge. Gana el TI PSG o PSG.LGD. Gane los de Team Spirit si juegan la siguiente partida. Así ya perdieron. Bueno, ya me está por venir a buscar la canezuela, así que me voy a tener que ir al carajo. Todo muy bonito, pero me tengo que ir a festejar el Día de la Madre con mi mamá. Es más importante que esta partida de Dota. Así que me voy a poner mis zapatillas. Ahí lo levantan por el aire al Rubik. Prende BKB Toronto Tokio, la verdad. Uy, revienta a alguien, parilla todo, termina tepeando, a ver si llega. Sí. Kill sobre el Rubik, lo encuentra en Nothing to Say. Ah, qué mal estuvo ese Invoker, Bueno, loco. En el quilombo a veces se me pasa. Snapfire y Sniper, porque empiezan parecidos. Que acá es el Día de la Madre en Argentina. Sí, por eso me tengo que ir. El Día de la Madre. Y ya es mediodía acá, así que... Si hubiese empezado la partida a la hora que dijeron, ya hubiésemos terminado, estaríamos todos de 10. Pero ya llevo 8 horas 33 de transmisión y ya no puedo hacerla más. Demorar más. Pero... Bueno. Se escapa como puede ese Invoker con la BKB, el Spectre que le sale un que otro bash, lo desarma Toronto Tokio, la telequinesis, rayo láser de Nato y explotan al Invoker. Había llevado rollo en la Spectre. Sí, es como el día del padre, el día de la madre. ¿Se celebra un día distinto al de toda Latinoamérica? No sé, yo sé que acá hoy es el día de la madre. A ver, va, otra vez Same con ese pisasombras matando a la Dark Willow. No le salió la jugada a Collapse. Va a caer esa tier 3 de bot. Va a caer el 7 bardacas. Nulificador tiene la Phantom. ¿Qué pausa? Que pusieron pausa. Hay 24K de diferencia, me parece que no va a haber voltis. Están puteando. Ay, Dios. Ah, vale, y sí. Bastante, ya no estuve toda la mañana con ellos, así que... Ok, che. Encima Toforro que pone en pausa. Puta madre. Ya la canezola debe estar por llegar, a ver. Le dije 12:30. Pasaron 7 minutos. No, todavía no es que va a llegar. Oh, ¿quién se desconecta? El Magnus, ¿qué le pasa? Agarró cagadera al Magnus. Nah, igual la Fanta no sacó refresher. Sacó nulificador. Ah, sí, pero está sacando refresher. No sé por qué saca refresher. ¿Es para dársela al Magnus? No sé qué onda, loco. Gracias, Jair, buena onda. Qué hecho mierda, loco. Bueno, loco, no vuelve la partida. Y yo me parece que me voy. ¿Ya? ¿Y eso? ¿Qué carajo es eso? Bueno, me vino la canesa la gente. Loco, disculpen, pero me tengo que ir. Me vino a buscar ya. Me tengo que ir de mi mamá. Así que bueno, espero que disfruten el TI en otro canal, loco. Me voy a la mierda. Nos vemos, chicos. Cuídense y disculpen que me tenga que ir, pero las cosas son así. Así que, gente, un abrazo para todos. Nos estamos viendo, chicos. Cuídense. Y ojalá que gane TSPIRIT, loco. Va, yo quería que ganen ellos.